You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Get that out of there. You know my name. Unlike those scammers that email me all the time. Hey, the film junkie, I'm going to boost your views. Give me some time. Do you know what my real name is? Huh? Do you know what my real name is? No, of course not. Anyways, what is happening? It is Friday. We made it through another week. The second week of January. And man, my week did not start off well. I mean, obviously, you guys know I didn't do a show on Monday, and then because I just was like, yeah, just one of those days. But all the other days were fine. Like I said, I think it was just like a little, I don't know. It was weird. I just was like, when you feel off and you're like, am I getting sick or am I not? And I was like, no, I'm fine. All right, put on some mood music. Of course. All right, guys. Cheers. All right. Let's have a fun discussion tonight. What are we going to talk about? Something big happened this week? Huh? Something? Let's see. What do we got here? All right. Who's out there? What's going on, Monique? Let's see what do you got. Fantastic Friday. Hopefully you got ribeye steak burritos in the house tonight. Ooh, that's awesome. I did a little experiment with some like healthy type, healthy-ish type of burritos. Healthy, that I try to do. And it's so funny because my mom would be proud. I don't know if Mama Film Junkie is going to be in here. I'm going to see her tomorrow. So, but, well, maybe I don't know. I've introduced sauerkraut into like, I got raw sauerkraut. I never thought it was going to be good or anything like that. And then I realized, okay, wait, it's actually really good for you. And it's just cabbage, like white cabbage and some salt. And I went, I don't mind cabbage. So I made these burritos with like some arugula, some ground beef, some cheddar, and what else? And some avocado. I made that yesterday with some hot sauce. Messy, a little too messy, so I got to figure that out, but really good. And I'm like, yeah, got a lot of good stuff in there. And of course, I put some eggs in there too. So it was like, yeah, it was eggs, ground beef, sauerkraut, arugula, and avocado with some hot sauce. Not too shabby when it came to making burritos like that. So very filling, that's for damn sure, but just a little too messy. Because I think the sauerkraut has the water and everything. Anyways, talking about my meals here. Hey, try to give some tips out there. To a lot of you, what's happening, sir? Good to see you. It's a lot of you be joining later. What's going on, Cologne Avenger? I know Dave Filoni has caught some flack in more recent times, but I'm optimistic with him at the helm with full creative control. Time will tell. Yeah, pretty much all we could do. Is say time will tell. Great photo of Cavalier Super. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about that. I might go on a little bit of a rant when it comes to responses to that, as I do. Our skeptic. Did you see Ben Affleck and Matt Damon? Yes, I actually watched that today. And I highly suggest everybody watch it. I know, Rogan can be polarizing, but I've been watching Rogan's podcast for a decade. I don't know. I've been I don't watch every one of them. I like it when he has like some crazy alien people on there, that are all about the UFOs and stuff. That's cool. And I know, it's gotten polarizing when it comes to the way this world is now, when it comes to politics and everybody being tribalistic. I don't look at things like that. I don't subscribe to a side. I'm not tribalistic, but and they don't even talk politics really or anything. They really talk about the movies. They talk about the movie industry, where it is right now. And it's a really good listen. I was listening today while I worked, and it was good. It was good. I was when I saw it, I went, oh my God, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon on Rogan. So it was cool getting their different perspectives, because It's funny when it comes to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, and I want to watch The Rip. I want to watch that this weekend, and I'm going to try to fit it in somewhere. We're having people over tomorrow for playoff games. So, I don't know when I'll be able to watch it. Hopefully, maybe, I don't know. I'll probably end up watching it. I don't know. I'll figure out a time to watch it. I do want to watch it, and I'll give like a little reaction review, but I do want to see the movie. But it's so interesting to see the dynamic when you, especially when you come to like interviews and stuff. I mean, Ben Affleck, he'll like when he goes off. I mean, he's just like, I mean, he'll just like go on. It's like, whoa, pump the brakes there, Benny. Too much caffeine? Hopefully, just too much caffeine. He'll like, but Matt Damon he's so much more relaxed when he's like talking. So it was kind of cool seeing like that dynamic in the room and seeing like with interviews and stuff, because you get Ben Affleck talking. He's a talker, and he'll talk and talk. Matt Damon's a little bit more, relaxed, I would say. So, extended version of Lord of the Rings made $5 million. Of course, yeah, I saw that. That's out in theaters this weekend. What's going on, Ghoul? Seeing 20 years later, Bone Temple tomorrow morning. Yeah, don't worry, no spoilers. I'll give my full review, but I'm not going to give any spoilers. Happy Friday versus Sid. Good to see you. What is your profile picture? Is that like soups with Trump and Epstein and Diddy? You got it. What? All right. That tickled me right there. Good job. Is that soups? With those three, that is insane. You're funny. You're funny. Game City, damn, BBS and S Squad. I know, turning 10 years old. Crazy, right? Yeah, some people will have you believe that it came out 3 years ago, the way that they talk. Acres of movies, what's happening? What is the best Michael Douglas performance? Michael Douglas? One of my favorites is Ghost in the Darkness. And that is a deep pull, because not a lot of people talk about that movie. I mean, you could say Wall Street, Basic Instinct. You could say those are some of his best performances. But I would say Ghost in the Darkness is a very underrated Michael Douglas performance. Nobody talks about. Watch it. With Val Kilmer, Hunting Lions. Check it out. You're welcome, from Dave. What's going on, Mr. Jason McKenzie? Good to see you. Always great to see you, my friend. All right. Joel, what's happening? What's Gucci Mahucci? Love it. Singing, say my name. Lucasfilm. Now Filoni film. Now. Go on Dark Ride for Goonies or Temple of Doom. I'm more of a Temple of Doom kind of guy. Goonies, I get it. It's iconic. It's just, I don't know. Goonies, I never really, like when it came to 80s movies, I never was drawn to Goonies. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. It's still a fun movie, but there was just, when people talk about Goonies, I just go, yeah, it's fine. But when it comes to 80s movies, it's, I can have a top 10 of 80s movies and Goonies will not be on it. That's right. That is right. Anthony Strader, what's happening? Happy Friday, Dave. Have you seen The Rip? Oh, no, not yet. Like I said, I'm gonna try to fit it in there. So, whoa, why is this tripping? Fermented foods. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, and I try to eat healthy. I've always expressed that. I even talked about when they reversed the food permit. I was like, good, they should, because that thing. But yeah. And I just always stayed away from sauerkraut, because I grew up within my family, because there was a certain dish that was all through my family, and it had to do with sauerkraut. And obviously you see the way it looks, and it doesn't have the best smell. It's cabbage. But then I was like, okay, wait a minute. Let me just give it a try. And see, this is the thing. When you grow up, you got to go like, wait a minute, let me just try these things. I don't think that'll ever happen with me with tomatoes, though. I just refuse. Anytime that I've tried to, hey, maybe I'll like tomatoes this year. No, it just never happens. I just hate tomatoes. I fucking hate tomatoes. Never gonna happen. You see that? Oh yeah, I saw that. We'll talk about that. Wonder Man looks good. I mean, I hope it's gonna be one of those surprise hits, man. I don't know if it is. I don't know really the character of Wonder Man besides what I've looked up. And it seems like they're doing a very meta, weird thing, which could work. So I'll give it a shot. I'm definitely going to give it a shot. So, Mr. Balga, Dave and fellow film junkies. Kathleen Kennedy dropping the T. Man, some interesting ideas were left on the cutting room floor. Yeah. We'll talk about some of that. Because, yeah, she did. She was like, here's my post-interview. And I'm just going to drop all the fucking tea right now. And she did. And you know what? I think the biggest thing that I went, oh, yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it, was what she said about Rian Johnson. Rian Johnson, I had a feeling that once he saw all the backlash from Last Jedi, he was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go over here. Netflix is going to pay me a shit ton of money to make movies for them. And I'm going to make a trilogy of movies over here instead of making a trilogy of Star. Yeah. He got spooked. Rian Johnson got spooked, which, I don't share the same, I didn't throw the same kind of shit at The Last Jedi. I actually applauded The Last Jedi when it came to some of the ideas, some of the things that he put in there. He was throwing some shit out there that I knew a lot of people weren't going to like. And I was like, you know what? Not bad. I didn't like everything, but what's going on? Music Man, good to see you. We got Mr. Droga right here also. Good to see you, my friend. We got Mr. Okay. You got Larry Ellison as your profile picture. I could only, man. I eat eggs every day, man. Oh yeah, dude. Eggs. I know. Eggs have always. It's always been like this when it comes to eggs, but for the most part, they always say eggs is gonna, you eat too many eggs. You gotta eat just egg whites, and no, it's your cholesterol. You're gonna die. It's like literally, an egg is like a perfect vitamin. Obviously you want to get like better quality eggs, sure. You always want to do that. But yeah, I eat eggs every day. That is like one of those where I'm like, I never get tired of it. I make eggs like 5 different ways. You put eggs in everything. Eggs are just like, it's like a perfect food. Anyways, we're just talking about a lot of food here tonight. El Hombre, what's happening? What is happening? I watched that Tuesday. You're talking about the rip. What's going on, Tony Movie Chappie, Neil Blomkamp fan with Kathleen Kennedy leaving Lucasfilm? What do you think went wrong with Star Wars sequel trilogy? Not just no plan, but no connection with each. Yeah, I think it was just no plan. I remember I was making videos going, they have a plan. What are we talking about? This is Lucasfilm. Of course they have a plan. Turns out they didn't have a fucking plan, which is you just can't do that. And I think that's where it really fouled up right there. They needed a plan. They needed to have a writer's room, or, when and it's not even necessarily that they needed to have all the, they could have had 3 different directors like they did with the original trilogy. Obviously the prequel trilogy was all George Lucas, but the original trilogy, it seemed like they wanted to have 3 different directors, which was, JJ to start it, Rian Johnson to be the middle, and then of course, Colin Trevorrow, which, what the fuck is that guy doing now? That guy, what was the last thing that he directed? I didn't mind his Jurassic World movie. I mean, the guy resurrected the Jurassic Park franchise, did a good job. I thought Jurassic World it felt like Force Awakens in the sense of rejuvenating a franchise. It's kind of funny because that's what I felt like. I mean, if you look at the Jurassic World trilogy and the Star Wars sequel trilogy, there are parallels. There are absolute parallels when it comes to the way those were handled, because you have a movie that's from a new director that is like, hey, remember this? Well, you got this, and we're going to have some nostalgia things that are within this first movie right here, but we're also going to introduce new characters that you're going to be with for the future. And then when it came to the second movie, they hired a director that went, I want to try some shit that's never been done with this franchise. And that's what happened with what's his name? I can't remember the French director that did Fallen Kingdom. And he achieved it. Just like how I feel about Rian Johnson and Last Jedi, they tried to do something different with those franchises. And it got a little backlash. And then, of course, heads of studios go, "Oh, can't have that. But you know, when it came to Jurassic World, they just went all in with that crazy ass fucking. I don't even remember what was Jurassic World. What was the last one that it was called, where they just had everybody in there and it was just like a complete mess. But Rise of Skywalker was kind of like that too. It was like, hey, we got to wrap up all this stuff with the old and the new, and we got to put it all in like a storyline. So if you think about it, those two just kind of did that. They kind of followed a similar path where it's like the first movie was like, oh yeah, everybody felt familiar and like, hey, the franchise is back. Then the second one, they had a director that was like, we're going to try some different shit. And then some people were like, I don't like that. And then they were like, well, we got to rehash this. And then they tried to do something when it came to the third movie, and it ended up being a mess for both. Yeah, kind of weird, huh? Anyways, what's going on, Ronan? Good to see you, my friend. Let's see. Who are your picks for the playoffs? Man, are Bills, Patriots, Seahawks, and Bears. Ooh. Damn. See, the thing is, Anthony, and I'm probably going to run a poll on this tomorrow. I'm going to run a poll. I'm going to see, like, I'm going to start running some playoff football polls on YouTube, because why not? Because I love playoffs and any kind of sport is always fun. Me, I'm going for the Bills. Number one, going for the Bills. I am also going for the Patriots. Kind of doing that. And my ex, she's a Patriots fan, and we're still friends now. And it's her birthday, by the way. Happy birthday. You guys know who I'm talking about, Miss Nighthawk. So I'm rooting for the Patriots. But see, then I'm like, then you got the Seahawks and Niners. I'm rooting for the Niners. I'm kind of, more leaning towards the Niners, even though my nephew is a Seahawks fan and Mama Film Junkie's a Seahawks fan. So, but I have to go with my brother and be like, you know what? I'll root for the Niners tomorrow, and that's why we're having people over, of course. And then I'm going to root for the Rams, too, going up against the Bears. Sorry, Jose, if you're out there. But I'm going to root for the Rams because my dad is a Rams fan. So I would very much like to see, them move forward, too. So anyways, it's like the tyranny of Kathleen Kennedy, Ruin Johnson, and Jar Jar Abrams, yeah. So, Junkie, do you think Keanu Reeves would play a great Darth Revan? I mean, Keanu Reeves can be a great anything, so sure. So these are just posts, no Snyder DC hinted at? No, they're just posts. What I keep trying to tell people, which is, that's what it is. It's just post. It's just post. Sometimes Zach just posts things. He's always just post things. That's what it is. It's like he likes to post things. He likes to post images and everything. So love that shit. See, there you go. There you go. Nothing wrong with that, right? Ugh, fuck. Get out of here with that. Ugh. Who can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed? How can you look at... Okay. Yeah. Interesting. All right, then. The sequel trilogy, I knew that guy was going to be weird. Probably, who knows who that is. Sequel trilogy had a plan, but when JJ left, Ryan took over. Is that what it was? It just felt like they didn't have a plan. Dominion, that's what it was. I couldn't remember what the third one was called. Dominion. Yeah, and it was just too messy, man. It was just too messy. They were trying to do way too much. What was happening in Dominion should have been happening throughout the whole thing, or at least the second one into I don't know. It's just a little too much. Go Bills. Buffalo. Yeah, I'm rooting for Mr. Haley Steinfeld. You know, I'm rooting for. Although, you know what's funny? You know what? There's an image of Haley Steinfeld, which is, for those that don't know, the Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen is married to Haley Steinfeld, that bastard. And then, of course, yeah, he knocked her up. So they're expecting a kid, and it's like, oh, you bastard. Now, congratulations to them, of course. But there is an image that's going around. Apparently, Haley Steinfeld is a Broncos fan. There's an image from her like 10 years ago going around of her at a Broncos game, wearing a Broncos jacket. So it's been going around. So I was like, oh shit, that's funny. That's so funny because, yeah, I mean, obviously she can't root for the Broncos this Saturday. She can't. Ben Johnson is a traitor to the city. Dave, does Warhammer 4K at Amazon have the potential to be the next? Yeah, I mean, I think it can. Oh, okay, she was caught in CS. See, there you go. I mean, it seems like she's not really, and she's rooting for her hubby. There's no way that she wouldn't be. Come on. Well, Taylor Swift is an Eagles fan. Oh, yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, see, it doesn't matter. Don't matter, guys. Don't matter. But yeah, it should be some good games, hopefully. So looking forward to the 4 games, right? 4 games this week. And all right, let's get some things discussed right here before we get the panel on. Yeah, like I said, we'll talk about more about Kathleen Kennedy. I'll save that for the panel. I thought about doing a spiel before that, but I did a little bit of a spiel already. So, but I got a couple of things I want to talk about. First off, let's talk about the Bone Temple. Let's talk about 28 years later, the Bone Temple. No spoilers, don't worry. I'm not going to talk about any spoilers. But, man, sitting with this one a little bit, it's interesting. And then even just watching like interviews, Ray Fiennes and Nia DaCosta, one thing about the Bone Temple that you kind of worry about, that it wasn't going to be directed by Danny Boyle. Sure, he's heavily involved, writing, producing. Alex Garland, still the writer and all this kind of stuff. But then it's like, okay, Nia DaCosta, and I talked about this with Scott on DC Fanimated when we talked about, at the end when we talked about our movie portion of it. It's like the only thing I know from Nia DaCosta is the Marvels, and we all know how that ended up. And she got into that machine, and sadly her movie got ripped to shreds and rearranged and all this kind of stuff. But she still is very much like all about, hey, shit happens, still love Kevin Feige and everything, which is good on her. So I didn't see the Candyman reboot that she did. And then she has another movie out on Amazon that apparently is really good, that Scott said was really good. So I don't have much when it comes to Nia DaCosta. So I was kind of curious to see how this movie would be, as now this being the 4th movie of this franchise and not directed by Danny Boyle. It rocked, man. And I really, really fucking enjoyed it. Like the tone and the way that the camera was being moved. And Ray Fiennes, his character as this doctor, I forgot the name, being the central character, and you get to know a little bit more about him. And then, this movie really progresses on, the rage virus a bit. And then, of course, you have the crazy Jimmy gang with the blonde hair that we get introduced at the end of the last 28 years later. So we get to see that. And of course, Mr. O'Connell is just, dude's a madman. That dude's a madman. But I would say I think I like this one better than 28 years later, because it just takes those ideas that get introduced in 28 years later, and Bone Temple just runs with them, and then furthers big time, I would say, furthers the franchise, and added like a little element when it came to the alpha zombie. And then there is the batshit. I mean, the poster that you see of Ray Fiennes, like just looking like a complete madman. once you see this scene, you're going to be like, what the fuck is happening right now? The scene is insane. It's insane. And the song choice, the needle drop, yeah. There's a needle. There's a couple of needle drops in this movie that just fucking work, man. They just work. So, yeah, 100%. Go see the Bone Temple. If you like this franchise, go see it. Here's to that. All right. Now, let me move this over here. Playoff hype. Okay. So, what am I going to talk about right now? Hold on a sec. Let me see. Where are we at here? Interesting. Sorry, I'm just looking at what I want to bring up here. Of course, what the hell? Why is this not working? All right, here we go. So we got that. Okay. And let's just bring it up right here. Why not? Okay. I'm going to bring it up on Twitter. Twitter is... Obviously, we're going to talk about that Man of Steel image right here. Where did I put it? Here it is. Okay. So Zack Snyder, of course, posted an image of Henry Cavill. He posted an image that we have not seen before. I don't think he's posted this image when it came to even Vero, which sometimes, people don't realize that a lot of the, when they say never before seen image that Zack Snyder posted, it's like, no, we've seen it before. He posted on Vero. It just wasn't, it was Vero. A lot of people weren't aware of Vero. And, it's just, again, smart on Zack. He was really trying to push Vero. And Vero was like one of those like, hey, this is an alternative to Instagram, but it just didn't quite grab people. It's always very buggy on my phone. Like, it doesn't work with Android devices. Yes, I have an Android. And it just didn't really work that well when it came to Android devices. And the guys who made Vero, they were already they were pretty rich because they made a lot of other things and they wanted to try this. So that's why you see no ads, you see no nothing. And that's what was kind of nice. That's what's nice about Vero, actually. But at the same time, it was very buggy and very weird. But anyways, when it came to this Henry Cavill image right here, I was just like, oh, okay. Okay, so he posted this one, and naturally, anytime that he posts an image of Cavill, it does make its rounds on the internet, specifically Twitter and everything like that. And here's the image right here. Obviously, I incorporated in the thumbnail, and there you go. You see like a picture of Henry Cavill right there, and the suit looks great. Obviously, I've always been a fan of that texture. I still remember making fun of that. The texture of the Man of Steel costume when it first got that first poster came out. I'm like, why did they make the Superman costume out of a dodgeball? Just a stupid little joke. I remember saying that a long time ago. But he posted this right here. And yeah, so it was kind of interesting. I'm like, all right, so we haven't seen this one. And a lot of people are passing it around. Of course, there he is, the Man of Steel. I mean, this looks like it's probably costume test. Doesn't look like anything's like really happening. Henry Cavill's hair looks interesting. Like, it doesn't look, it looks like foofier. It almost looks like he's wearing a wig, but I don't think he's actually wearing a wig. So. The reaction, though, when it comes to the Henry Cavill image right here. So the reaction that I saw, which naturally, of course, it's going to get reactions. It's going to get people going back and forth. But, it's so funny because when I posted it and I just put the Man of Steel, naturally got mainly positive reaction. But of course, I did get, of course, pushback when it came to certain people. Somebody just said like, no. When I said the Man of Steel, no. And I'm like, and this is somebody that actually he's been in my mentions before. It was actually like last week when there was something, but because I do go hard at the Snyder fandom that's very loud, that have James Gunn derangement syndrome. I always go hard on those guys because it's ridiculous with some of the stuff they post. And I could go even harder, but I choose not to. And that's what's so funny because I always get these guys saying like, why are you going after Snyder fans all the time? I'm like, no, I don't. Show me where I go at Snyder fans all the time. No, I don't. I only do it when they come after me. The crazy delusional types, the cell guys, those guys, when they come after me, when they start throwing the shit at me, and when they start thinking that they accomplished something, I call them out, and I, call them out for their stupid hashtag. Yeah, that's when I, go after those guys. But I will go after the anti-Snyder guys too, and this, the little snobbery that you see out there, because it's funny, because I'll see what's going on with Cavill's face in that image right there. He's got a little bit of a smile. So I saw people post like, oh man, I wish we got more of this type of Superman. So because he's got a little bit of a smile. So there was like that kind of reaction that, because he's got a little bit of a smile, I'm going to go ahead and do this little backhanded compliment. Because let's face it, I've said this before when it came to certain Snyder fans. There's a snobbery out there where it's like, whatever. There's like a snobbery out there when it comes to Snyder fans, for sure. Not the crazy ones, but there's like another level where there's a little There's snobbery with people who are like, oh no, I like the Zack Snyder's stuff. I do. But then they just go, if only he smiled like this a little bit more in the movie. And it's like, what the fuck? Come on. And you're just welcoming the discourse, obviously. Hey, I get it. Sometimes you stir the pot. But I saw some of that where like people were just like going like, oh, you gotta like, yeah, because he's smiling a little bit, and now you gotta make that whole thing. And of course, that riles up the loud guys in the fandom, which, those guys are 24/7 trying to look for any of that, for sure. And then it's kind of funny too, because like Slay Leva, obviously he's always got his favorite live action is always going to be Zack's, which is, perfectly fine. It's mine too. But it's so funny because, a lot of these guys will just kind of like use Jay Leva as like a tool until he doesn't say the things that they want him to say. I mean, there's so many times where Jay Leva will be so he'll like he does, yeah, of course he's going to take the side of like what Zack did because he worked with Zack, but then he'll push back on even the crazy Snyder people. But one of the things that he posted, which I thought was pretty cool, was this response right here. And it's like, come on, take notes, people. Honestly, there's been some great adaptations of Superman over the years, and each one has its own fan base. I just don't agree with people who try to gatekeep a character that has been around almost 90 years and has had many different versions. The character is iconic for a reason, okay? And this was, of course, responding to like right here, because, and this is where a lot of the Snyder fans were like going a little crazy, and then they're pushing back against this guy who was apparently pushing back against them. He said, obviously you didn't watch the film, because obviously this is somebody who is pushing back, when it comes to this. I'm going to avoid thinking about why Snyder didn't show Superman with this attitude on screen if just seeing him in a photo conveys so much for you. And then Aliva posted this. Obviously you didn't watch the film. You don't need to say hope every 5 minutes in a film for the message to be there. Maybe you watched the film when you were 5 and needed the message repeated to you like Blue's Clues or Sesame Street. Oh, Slay Aliva right there. So that, again, part of the discourse where like people are just like, geez, if Snyder just showed this, I was like, why are you doing that? And then I go, why to the crazy Snyder people? Why are you just using? Of course, they ignored that response that I showed you at first. They ignore that one. Honestly, the one I just showed you right there, I was like, of course, that one was ignored. The other one was, of course, thrown about like crazy. Again, it's all tribalism. It's just all tribalism when it comes to all this shit. So it's kind of funny how that is. It is kind of funny how that is. And I'm just like, God, stop being so snobbery about fucking capes and, cape shit. Why would you be so snobby? We don't need to be snobbery about cape shit, guys. Come on. We don't need to be snobbery. Anyways, so there you go. Anyways, man, The chat just like died. Am I still live? Hopefully you guys are still out there. And I want to thank Caleb 2002. Caleb 2002, of course, is the executive producer for tonight when it comes to the Vodka stream. So thank you, Caleb, for supporting the Patreon and being a part of all this. So love it. All right. Go ahead, start sending out the invitations. Get people on here, get this whole thing going. I need a lit up keyboard. I'm gonna have to, I'm going to have to purchase a new computer this year. I'm already like going, oh yeah, I gotta purchase a new computer soon. So once I do that, I'm gonna upgrade my keyboard to have a lit up keyboard because when I have the shades on, kind of hard to see. I have a black keyboard, and yeah, man, a little difficult. Anyways, all right, send on every one of them. I don't even know. Did I? I guess I did. Anyways, what's happening? Okay, we're good. Okay, I was just making sure that because it was like you guys were talking, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh no. Let's see. Sorry. The gatekeeping is fucking dumb. Yeah, it is. And you just see it. You just see it too much when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And like, hey, have your preferences. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can throw a little shade. You can do some stuff. I get it. I'm not saying that but I don't know the snobbery that I see, and I hate it when I see the snobbery from the Snyder fan. It's just like. It's like I get it, it's like, okay, why do you gotta be, snobbery about certain things, but it's just, and it sucks too when there was people that, have even been on here maybe, or that have had their stuff, and it's like, as soon as all that ended, it was like they gave up on movies. I was like, was your just whole thing when it came to movies just about this whole thing? I was like, oh, that's kind of disappointing. I was hoping that it was like, oh no, let's keep on talking about movies and look for if you don't like James Gunn, fine, nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. It's just interesting. It's just interesting. And I know there's probably going to be like somebody's going to make a documentary. Somebody's going to make a documentary on the Snyder Cut movement. First off, that's coming. I've heard things for a while that there's already been pitches for that. So don't be surprised. Netflix is probably going to get a hold of that or something. Someone's going to do it. About that whole thing, there's no doubt in my mind there's going to be a Snyder Cut movement documentary, but there needs to be a study of like where did fandom go where it got so tribalistic where when you see a director's name you immediately just like go, you want to break a pencil, you're just like and it is interesting because I don't share that. Like I'm a fan of Zach. I'm a fan of James. I'm a fan of other directors. I mean, there's directors I don't like Paul W.S. Anderson. I think that guy sucks. I think he made 2 good movies. I'll even say like, hey, first Resident Evil, fine, but then everything he's ever made ever since then is just pure shit. I think it was just because of what he did with that first Alien vs. Predator movie, which could have been way better than it was, but then there was things in there, and then everything he made since it's been shit. But I'm not sitting there like when I see his name, I'm like, I'll talk shit, sure, but I'm not gonna, but the level of derangement syndrome when it comes to Gunn and Snyder, it's crazy, and I think like that should be studied. That should be big time studied, It's there's just people out there that, like I said, I posted that Henry Cavill image and put the Man of Steel, and then of course when you get like certain people are like, nope, like why, what he was literally in the movie called Man of Steel, and then you just like try to go back and forth, and then the guy blocked me, of course, because once you start asking questions, that's what I noticed. That's what I love doing. When I do post something like that I know is going to get some traction from crazy fans, I just go, you know what? I'm just going to ask questions. And I start asking questions. Once you start asking questions, their whole thing falls apart. It's fun. It's fun when that happens. Their whole anything that they like were thinking about just falls apart. It all falls apart. It's great. Instead of just like trying to argue, just, which sometimes that'll happen, but you start asking questions, yeah, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. What's going on there, dear Jason? Well, I've liked pretty much every Superman movie, TV series I've watched, all different, but all good. And yeah, exactly. See, you're a level-headed fan, clone. You're a level-headed fan. It's just, I mean, it's funny too, because like I said, over the time when it came to the Snyder Cut movement and everything like that, it was like, oh yeah, you get acquaintance with certain people and you're like, oh yeah, this is a level-headed person. And then all of a sudden, after, a year or so after the Snyder Cut came out, they started acting like that crazy kind of fan. And I'm going, wait, I thought you were all about, you're all about movies and, directors putting out their, you're not. Oh, you were just about this one thing, but you're not about anybody else. Like, you want James Gunn to fall and crash and burn and, fail. And I'm like, that's not what the movement was about, guys. Oh, shit. That happens. What's going on here, Jason? Good to see you. What are your thoughts on the drama of the Game of Thrones? Oh, yeah, I heard about it. I don't have a dog in the fight. Now, people on the panel will, because, sorry, guys, I am not one of those that have gone down the Game of Thrones road. I just, medieval sword fighting stuff is not really my bag. I'll watch it, and I've watched things, and I've enjoyed them, but it's just never fully been my bag. I'm a sci-fi guy. I'm an action guy. Superheroes, of course. I just have never really been. And I know people are like, you got to watch Game of Thrones. Oh, my God, you got to watch Game of Thrones. Even though apparently the finale sucked. So I'm like, so I'm just going to get Stranger Things? So, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Gilmer. Good to see you, Gilmer. Yeah, J.J. Abrams finally making a movie again after fucking what? How many years? Jeez. After he got a bunch of money from Warner Brothers and produced a couple of things? About time, JJ, but I'm looking forward to it. You got a nice little cast. It sounds like it's going to be something crazy. It's called The Great Beyond. I'm like, all right. I like JJ as a filmmaker, storyteller, and whatever, but I don't know. I was kind of going like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What have you been doing? I guess just producing stuff, shows, and everything. So, I mean, there's that. He took a break from directing. It's fine. After Rise of Skywalker, I guess I don't blame him. I guess I can't blame him after that whole thing. Try to watch Superboy's show. Oh, wow. It was on Tubi. Interesting. Crazy. What's going on, Annie and Jake? I just want James to stay because we as fans and DC as a whole can't go through. I know, right? That's the thing. I know. It's like we're going to go through another reboot. Are we going to do another fucking reboot? Man, Sonic's 35th anniversary coming up. Crazy. I missed out on getting on Game of Thrones and Stranger Things train, but in reactions of how it ended, I guess I'm all right, yeah. Well, I mean, Stranger Things, in my opinion, that's my bag, stuff like that, where it's like horror, sci-fi shit, love that. Yeah, just the ending was like, the Duffer Brothers kind of cheesed it up a little bit with some of it. Not all of it. There was some good things in there, but yeah, they kind of effed up on a couple of things. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off the music and start bringing some peeps in here and everything. So, but yeah, let's start getting the conversations going. Let's start off with
Hey, Christopher. Hey, Christopher.
Oh, where's he at? Oh, wait. He was here and he left. There he.
Hey, Christopher. What you up to?
Kind of like went in there. I think you having internet problems? Okay, you're good.
Yep.
What's happening, man?
Hey, it's Friday. It's the end of the week, and we're having a good time.
We're having a good time. So, yeah, pretty interesting week, I will say.
Hey, those red-eyed fans of Star Wars got what they were hoping for, and as I told you earlier today, Be careful what you wish for.
It is kind of interesting because I think we even talked about it last week when it came to like, oh yeah, we were hearing rumors that she's out again. Oh yeah, because we were hearing it every 7 weeks for like the last 5 years.
Yeah,
that
like it's gonna be this week. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But it's kind of funny because when I saw the reactions, obviously I saw people like, oh yay, finally, you know, she's gone and blah blah blah. And I'm like going, okay. I mean, and I think I was even like, I think Phil texted me and I was like, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But in my back of my mind, I'm like, is this going to change like really anything? And then my question too was, I'm like, how much was this already, when it was always the rumors, like maybe it almost seems like, I mean, I think I saw Stephen Colbert post about this on Twitter. And I even was like thinking the same thing. It was like, it almost seems like maybe they already were like, okay, she was already had like, oh yeah, I'm going to duck out at a certain time, but I don't want to duck out now because obviously with a lot of everything, and maybe they didn't, you don't want to have the internet to be the reason. You don't want the internet to win. So maybe
that's not the house you want to win.
No. And it's like, maybe there was always like an idea of like, oh yeah, I should probably just stop this. It's, things maybe aren't working, but then it's like, when you're seeing post after post of people just wanting you out, it's like, nah, we got to do it when people aren't really thinking about it. And maybe that was part of it. I don't know. Like I said, it was just like a thought I had. Maybe I think that this was already set in motion, not just it didn't happen at the end of this year, or I think it was already kind of set in motion, but they were like, oh, let's put it like a time when it comes to like a good time to do it, I guess. But then I'm also thinking like, when people are saying, Dave Filoni, and then there was like a thing that came out that were like Dave Filoni didn't like Andor, which everybody was like, oh shit. Andor.
Well, we kind of knew that after we've heard a lot about that for a while.
Yeah. So then there's that whole thing because Andor is so adored because it was like something different. And then I'm like, and then people are like, do you guys realize that was Kathleen Kennedy? That was all her. That was Filoni was not. He wasn't all about that.
And that's the thing. Like in any business, but particularly Hollywood, it's about like, what are you doing for me now? But those who just focus on Kathleen Kennedy's like recent misses, you need to look at this woman's entire career at Lucasfilm. She is one of the architects of what made Lucasfilm.
Yes.
For the misses that she had, man, she has had a number of things that the long-term fans like us realize, but the recent ones are just like, you have no idea the kind of talent we lost. But to your point, the fact that she's leaving this week, yes, this has been in the planning for a while. You just don't say, hey, I'm out this week. No. I mean, this has been planning. Yeah. I like Dave Filoni. I mean, Ahsoka's one of my favorite characters. However, just like I am with a lot of my fandom, DC, Marvel, everything included, I have my should this person be the one that's in creative control? Yes. Does he have the recent track record of some fans really like, a lot of fans really like? Sure, but there's something to be said about why we want some diversification even within Star Wars. Like we said, Andor was a nice surprise of how well it did. Even I even say second season's better than the first. But it's one of those concerns I have is this is going to be an interesting next year or so. It's going to be interesting for Star Wars because if Mandalorian Grogu, I'm not as high up as I was in the beginning of Mandalorian. Starfighter, cool. But now I was like, okay, it's not going to be having a Jedi in it. Oh, now it's going to have Jedi in it. Okay.
Of course, yeah. That was a nice little way that they revealed that there's Jedi in it. Oh, Tom Cruise. And he was like in the fucking swamp. He was in the water filming a Jedi duel. It's like, oh, that's a cool little, and it was like, oh, wow. So there is Jedi in this. and Tom Cruise was behind the camera.
And can you just hear him saying in the Tom Cruise says the Starfighter is the best Star Wars movie of all time. I said,
yeah.
We heard that kiss of death with the Flash. I don't know if I want this with Star Wars.
Yeah, I know, right? Yikes. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's like, okay, so yeah, maybe like when it came to certain the way that I don't know, it just seems like when it comes to Lucasfilm and Marvel Studios, when it came to the 2000s or 2010s, 2020s, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
See, I'm all mixed up on my shit here. 2020s, it's like, with COVID and everything starting off this decade, it's just everything went messy. Everything took a pretty messy turn, and I think a lot of it had to do with streaming services and trying to fill those streaming services with what, and then of course, trying new things. And the sad fact of the matter is like when you have these big IPs, when you do try to try different things, you only have one shot, and it's like, oh, is this gonna hit or is it gonna miss? And shit, sorry, it's going to end up when it misses, oh man, there's going to be an uproar. And then of course there's going to be a pivot. I mean, she talked about Rian Johnson, and I was like, oh yeah, that checks out. Where like Rian Johnson, who was never directed a big blockbuster, he's always been, he's made some good things beforehand, gets pulled into the Star Wars universe. And after Force Awakens, JJ came in, he swung and he hit a fucking home run. Like he did, I mean, people could rip that apart too, but for the most part, Force Awakens had a great balance of nostalgia and new characters. And it seemed like, okay, here we are. And J.J. Abrams walked away just going, all right, I'm good. I did that. Woo! Rian Johnson comes in and goes, I want to try some shit. I want to try this. I want to try that and do this and do that. And doesn't quite hit with the diehard fans and everything. So then when she said like, oh yeah, he was shocked. He was, especially when they said he was, when it came to his new trilogy that he wanted to do, he basically just walked away, and he walked away, went to Netflix, and he's been making Knives Out fucking movies now for the last, 8 years, which good on him, because he's not getting backlash for those. He's getting commended, that's his, he found, oh, this is where I should be. He tried the Star Wars thing, didn't quite work, which I don't blame him for it. But at the same time, it's like, again, when you have so much expectation on a director, on a movie, and when it doesn't quite work out and fans start lashing out, man, I could see why, he got spooked. And he was like, and then of course you have Kathleen Kennedy and people at Lucasfilm going, all right, what do we do next? And what do they do next? They get rid of Colin Trevorrow. They throw away his script. And then they try to bring JJ back. Poor JJ had to try to come back and try to do something.
Create a movie written by Reddit, hence the internet won.
Pretty much. So, it just gets messy. And like, yeah. And then, the Acolyte got messy too, like that, certain things. And then The Mandalorian was a winner. And then some people are now going, well, do we now need that anymore? Book of Boba Fett was a miss for some people, and there's some people didn't like Kenobi. I think most people like Kenobi, but yeah, there's like a lot of things where I don't know.
And even though I say like Ahsoka's my favorite character, I don't need Ahsoka all the time. I like Ahsoka Tano, but I don't need it all the time. I'm not. The thing about Star Wars is that you can bring things out, but the problem that's going on is the general audience isn't responding to it. For a lot of different reasons. There are different reasons we can point to. There's not one single thing that's there. And, though I'm saying I'm waiting with bated breath about what Dave Filoni's going to do, we'll have to wait and kind of seeing. I'm happy to give it a little time, but, right now we've heard it for a while. Dave's going to take over. Says, all right, well, I've kind of been preparing for this, and this was,
I think we all kind of knew, like when basically he was establishing this whole thing of like, okay, we're gonna have this movie, and this movie, and it was basically the Filoni verse that people were even coining. I mean, this was like a year ago when they were announcing like, oh, we got the Rey movie, we got the Mandalorian movie, we got this other movie, and then it's like it's all, and then these in Ahsoka and everybody's gonna meet up and we're gonna have this, Avengers like type of movie, and I'm like, oh man, hopefully that can work out.
I know, We're putting a lot, but you said it earlier, where the sequel trilogy, they did not do what they should have done. Plan from the end, work their way back, and have. I mean, it'd be fine to have different directors. That's fine, but you needed to have, a brains trust or something saying, okay, this is what we want this to look like. We're going to get different directors at that point, but it's not going to strong arm them to have not having creative, but like these beats are what we want to have happen. Again, how shows are run. You start with the end in mind and then plan your way back. That's why the sequel trilogy is a mess. Do I like the sequel trilogy? There are a lot of different things I like about a sequel trilogy, but it was not well executed.
No, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, no. I mean, and I know there's a lot of pressure when it comes to all this.
Oh yeah,
but,
better than me.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm sure they did kind of have like maybe they had an idea of an end or whatever the hell. But I mean, I don't know. It's just, I think now with the with the age of the internet and instant everything, where theories are out there. I mean, look at the Duffer Brothers. They're probably reading all these fucking conformity gate theories and going, Jesus Christ, we should have thought about all this.
No, they're actually just counting their money and running.
Or that. Yeah, but at the same time, as a creative, I mean, you can't tell me that they have not gone down those rabbit holes and been like, oh my God. I mean, these fans really put some things together that, I even posted a clip on TikTok not too long ago. I think it was yesterday. I got a comment, and because I mentioned it was last week on the Vox stream when I was talking about the things, and I even said like, oh yeah, there's things like about the Wheeler's hair that looks like Henry's. I was like, that actually kind of is cool. Like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. And then somebody pointed out that they're all wearing orange and as they're cap and gowns, and I'm like, yeah. And then people are pointing out, well, prisoners wear orange. I'm like, that's kind of a cool theory. And then somebody commented like, it was literally the colors of their fucking school. I'm like, hey, I'm not saying that I believed it. I'm saying it could work. I'm just saying, like, fans out there,
how dare you have a difference of opinion?
Yeah, and I'm like, I just thought, oh yeah, these can work as if you wanted to go that direction. Yeah, I did not. I was one of those going, no, this is copium to the max, 100% to the finale. But this is just this is where we're at when it comes to fandom now, where it's like all of a sudden you get fans out there just coming up with theories. And then now when we have something like the DCU or even like the future of the MCU, now we have people people are just like coming up with theories or fan casting or doing all this stuff like that. There's constantly just a string of that all over Twitter, all over Reddit, videos. So then when somebody is going to get cast or something happens in a movie, they're just like, yeah, they just looked at Twitter. They looked at Reddit. It's always going to be that now. I mean, if Brandon Scalonara gets cast as Batman, oh my God, people are going to be like, they're casting on Twitter, like they said. And then I go, fucking, what about Lars? What's his nuts? Who just got cast as Brainiac? No, who on Twitter or Reddit?
But what does it matter? Like, here's my thing. Yeah. Like, okay, you're going to make an assumption that just because a lot of people on Twitter said it, therefore they cast on Twitter. Maybe, as we said, this was always out there. What's wrong with saying, hey, they might have a good idea. Let's try it out. Because guess what? Still has to audition. Still has to pass muster. They're not just going to say, Twitter likes it. Let's just go with it. Come on, people.
Dude,
Come on.
Somebody literally, I remember there was like tweet going around. Somebody literally was like, David Cornsweet and Rachel Brosnahan should be Superman and Lois before we even really heard anything. It was like crazy. The guy fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
But then of course you see people go, see, they're casting from. It's like, no, dude, this guy just fucking happened to. It's like I've even said this before too. I'm like, if it comes down to a short list of actors where they're going, especially if it's like down to two people. I said this when it came to casting of Jon Stewart. And I remember they had a short list. They had, I think it was down to Aaron Pierre. I almost said Jean-Pierre. Aaron Pierre and this other guy. I can't remember his name. And I fucking forgot where he was from. But it was down to them. And I was like going, if Aaron Pierre ends up getting it, he's been fan cast a lot on Twitter, I've seen, and probably, whatever. If it comes down to be like, yeah, we can't decide, and then they look and they go like, well, it seems like people like John, or I keep on wanting to say Jean Pierre, Aaron Pierre. I don't know why, but I'm like, yeah, I just wouldn't be surprised. It's like, yeah, when it comes down to maybe like 2 or 3, and then they're looking at, like especially when it comes to Batman. If it comes down to Sklenar, it comes down to 2 other actors, but then they're going, well, everybody seems to like him. And this is after they've done the tests. They've done testing with him with Cornsway. They've done testing with him and other actors or whatever the hell. And they're like, yeah, this guy has made it. But then this other actor has also done it. I just wouldn't be surprised. The deciding factor, because there's just so much out there that they would. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they are going, okay, yeah, we're going to choose him because people seem to really like him.
God forbid they actually, and it goes back to what I'm saying, like the fans are saying something like that. Okay, they still got to try out. So you're mad at them for listening to like
fans?
Fans, I'm not saying everyone wants. I'm not saying they're all always right, but I'm saying you can't have it both ways. And again, they're not doing this for the audience of one. They're doing this for the audience of everything. And I'm going to be the kind of person that said, you know what? It may not be my tempo. Give it a shot. Guess what? If it's still not my tempo, I'm not going to go say, burn it down. It's over. Things like that. Move on. It's fictional characters, people.
Fictional characters. I know. I should have that drop at the ready, man. Hey, we got Jared.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jared.
What's happening, man?
By the way, Dave, I have that drop on my show because too many people show up. And it's like, here's the thing. Zach actually had a great way to think about this when he was on Joe Rogan. He goes, to some people, this is their religion. And that's a little sad, but it's also really true here. And it's like, I'm like, guys, first off, we're talking about characters that like walk around in tights every day and can lift a planet. I'm pretty sure that like realism goes out the window, number one. Number two, in terms of like fan casting, I think what people are reacting to, because someone asked Gunn, do you go off of like what Twitter says? And he says sometimes, but to your point, Chris, it's like, no, he still has to go through like the selection process, if you will, in order to do that. And the funny thing about Aaron Pierre is like, when he was in the short running, I had just seen Rebel Ridge. So I was like, yeah, I could see that coming. Yeah. He's Jon Stewart. I can definitely see that. But it's like too many people treat like in terms of like fan theories as well. It's like I've gotten like heat because it's like some people have advanced like the most batshit. Like Dave, here's a great example. When I first started doing YouTube, I had like a bunch of videos back when it was like back when WB was considering bringing Zach back. Let's say it was like that far back. Someone had said they're not going to do it, but they had done they asked me to react to a fan theory video they did. Never do this. It will never. No. I tore it apart, by the way. But the video was that, are you ready? You'll love this.
Okay.
That Justice League leads to the Nightmare Saga.
Oh, God.
Here's their evidence. Are you ready? They mentioned Darkseid.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm like,
that's it?
Darkseid is a general DC villain and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you do? That's not a Zach thing.
No, wow, but
I was like,
really ridiculous.
As for Star Wars, the one thing I will say, I don't have sympathy for Rian Johnson getting heat because he came into Star Wars and he is very open about this, intending to troll the fans. So I'm like, look, if you're gonna post stupid stuff and bitch whenever there's like a response, I'm sorry, bro. It's like me whenever I do a post bashing Lois. Of course, I anticipate people coming after me for that, but it's like, bro, I'm not going to be upset. It's like essentially, Dave, if someone posts a tweet saying, oh, Snyder sucks, it's not Superman, blah, 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 and then complains about the Snyder fandom coming after them. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's what I said, even like when it came to that recent post where I just kind of saw like, I see a few posts where, and then, even when Jay Oliva responded to that one guy, it was like, there was always like this backhanded, like, oh yeah, look at Cavill. He's kind of got a smile. And then it's like, did you not think that was going to ignite? I see anytime that I stir the pot, I know when I'm going to stir the pot.
Oh,
like
yeah.
when I like,
well,
throw
you are
something
the
out
fun,
there-
you are the fun police. So.
Yes, I am the fun police. Trust me. Yeah, my friend Rachel Zegler will she will agree to that. But no, I'm like, I know when stuff's gonna do that, and so when I see people just go like do that, and then all of a sudden they go like, Jesus, whoa, and I'm like, did you not think that was gonna happen? I mean, there are the crazies in every fandom that are on Twitter 24/7 scoping this out. This is what they live for, to defend. Like you said, what Snyder said was, in Rogan, when he said this is like religion to people, so they're gonna defend it like crazy. I mean, it's funny when I see they're defending the same things over and over and over and over and going over again, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. But that's how they live. Whatever. So yeah. So if you're gonna, like when you're gonna do that and do kind of like a backhanded thing where it's like, oh, I really like this, and I really liked Cavill, Superman, and what Snyder did, and I really wish there was more of that. And it's like, I think that you're kind of lighting a match a little bit. I mean, do you not know? And then when I see it, and then they're constantly, and I'm like, you knew.
Or it's like some of the stuff that Zach himself posts. I'm like, bro, you know what this is gonna do.
Same thing with Zach. I think Zach knows. Zach knows. I mean, Zach, again, and I don't know how many times I have to say this, Zach has done a great job because I was even saying this earlier. I'm like, I wish Vero could have blown up a little bit more than it did, but it did. Not a lot of people even know about it. I don't know how many times I've mentioned Vero in real life.
I find it interesting that it's an app in CarPlay, because I look at it saying,
oh, really?
Out of all social media apps, that's the one that made it to CarPlay. Interesting.
Well, you know why? It's because like the guys who made it, they made their riches already. Yeah. And they wanted to make a simplified photo app that didn't have to have ads, didn't have to have any of the stuff. I mean, they're probably losing money every fucking year just running the damn thing, for all we know. I don't think it does make money unless there's some kind of secret way that it does. It doesn't have a reach. It didn't quite get the boom that it did. On my phone, it's always been buggy. I have an Android. Yes, I know. They've, and the Apple app I hear has always run smoothly, but on my, Google, on my Pixel, it just never has ran well, where posts don't get posted, where things. So I just kind of gave up on it. But I think Zach realized that, especially when it came to promoting the last photograph, he goes, I need a bit more reach. I don't want to go back on Twitter because obviously Twitter's it's a war zone. It's a shit show. Every now and again, he'll drop something. It's not like he got rid of his Twitter, but he doesn't want to be on it. So Instagram was perfect for Zach because it's mainly photo app. And obviously he takes like the fucking greatest photos. But I think he realized, okay, I got to promote this new movie. So I'm going to start dropping things on there, which he did. And then he's like, I got to start dropping old things. And then when he saw the reaction of dropping, especially DC stuff, let's face it, that started drawing people to him. Yeah, you're going to get the crazy fan theories where this means something. I'm like, no, it doesn't. But it's, whatever. I don't, it's like,
or it's like, remember when he and Gunn did that photo in Gunn's office, and they said, yeah, we did this because Gunn thought it would be hilarious.
Yes. And Zach didn't post it because he was like, I don't want the heat. He didn't want the heat. But Gunn was like, hey, we got to do this. You're here. We're talking. We got to do this. And, and it did. It blew the fuck up. But then, of course, I wish that Zach would have posted it too, because then it would have kind of maybe calmed the waters down. But Zach didn't want that. He didn't want some of that too. But I think he's just been really smart, because he's going to be creeping up on 700,000 followers soon. And he just keeps on getting more and more because, when he posts these old photos, especially when it's the DC stuff, it just gets a lot of traction, and it's.
And let's face it, DC is kind of what really got Zach's name out there for like a lot of stuff that they, and of course, here's the thing. There are also some people like in the Wonder Woman fandom that tell him that basically have told me he shouldn't be posting anything DC. And I go, why not? He's proud of his work.
Yeah.
He has every right to.
And I kind of talked to someone who, a few people that necessarily, quote unquote, aren't Zack Snyder fans. And I kind of dug into it a little bit, saying, I'm not trying to convince you to be a Zack Snyder fan. I said, what is it about Zack's work that you doesn't, not your tempo? And listed some things that I've heard before. But what I consistently caught on to is just like, oh, it's not what Zach's ideas of how to do filmmaking. It's what the trolls turned into the cultists. Like, I think
Yes.
that's the biggest thing that
Yes,
when you dig
it's
into
the
it,
fans.
it's the
Most
toxic
people say
fans
that, as a matter of fact.
that the idea that they're looking at what they claim is victory of the Snyder Cut coming out, they're missing the point saying, oh, it enabled them, things like that. No, I get that, but that, you can say that Zach spin the fires to get it done, and that's fine, but that's not him necessarily. It's
it's not his work. He should be judged on his work quality and not necessarily on the fans.
Yeah.
And I get it because it's like I have people on that I do streams with that like judge that like are burnt out on DC Comics in general because some of the fans are wackadoo, particularly on the Superman side. And I encountered this both as a Snyder fan and someone that thinks Superman should be with Wonder Woman instead of Lois. But it's like I always say, look, judge it by the content itself. Now, I understand if fan bases are going to color your idea of like a certain director.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure people are like pissed off at Gunn because whenever you civilly, I want to be clear, even if you give some constructive criticism of his Superman movie, people like jump down your throat. And I think it's because I understand why people were like a little too like, oh my gosh, this is so awesome for Superman. Because I think part of what it was because DC has been in such a crap state that everyone's like holding on for dear life, something that looks good. They're like, please be good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're totally, there is that where it's like, but at the same time, I'm like, don't jump down people's throat for enjoying something. Yeah. It's like I had that when earlier this week when Letterboxd was releasing that, Superman was the most obsessively rewatched movie. And then all of a sudden someone goes like, yeah, fucking bots. And I'm like, all right, maybe there's a portion of that. Sure, there's always going to be a portion of that. But I'm like, or maybe just people just like the movie and they enjoyed it. And what's wrong with that? It's kind of like one of those things. Like, well, I mean, I always go like, why? I'm just never, I guess because I'm not one of those people that's just going to jump in someone's mentions to shit on what they like. I don't know. That's just me.
One of my best Twitter interactions I ever had, positive. It's not going to be like anyone attack me, but it's like my out of the theater reaction to James Gunn's Superman was, and I tweeted, "Hey, look, I'm a Snyder fan. I still enjoy Man of Steel a hell of a lot more. I liked James Gunn's Superman. Wasn't necessarily my cup of tea. I prefer Man of Steel. That's it." Then I got a crap ton of people saying, why can't people be like you? Not to toot my own horn, but it's more of like, look, the way I kind of anticipate is like, look, if you go, the other problem with Twitter is that when you say something and don't mean it aggressively, it can come off as aggressive. Because I've had people that like have critique like an opinion I've had, and then I'm like, hey, calm down, bro. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come at you that way. It's because it's like we're sending short text to people, like, and you really don't get like intonation of like a voice. Like if I'm talking now, you guys can tell I'm not like attacking, but it's like, and then if I raise my voice, that's how it goes. But it's like through a text, you can't really tell that. Maybe word choice, maybe.
Yeah, and then people don't understand sarcasm. They'll miss it when I do sarcasm.
So I always bring a sign sometimes, like Leonard on.
Yeah, you just
that's
have
why
to
I always put sarcasm in parentheses.
Yeah, sometimes you just really have to do that because there's been times where people have missed my sarcasm. There's been times where I miss other people's sarcasm. It's been pretty crazy. Hey, we got Taladia Plays right here.
Hey,
Taladia.
Hey, what's up,
dude? Whoa. Beard trim. Look at you, looking sharp, dude.
So bougie.
Yeah.
What can I say? I mean, I still got the beard, but it's stubble. So.
All right, there you go.
What made you decide to? You got tired of the beard, huh? A little bit.
Yeah, I got tired of it.
You changed for 2026.
Yeah, quick change for 2026. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, looks good, dude. Yeah, I was noticing you backstage. I'm like, something is different because I see you're like, I only saw you little down here.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is he looking a little different? I'm like, oh, I think he trimmed his beard. Look at you. That's cool, man.
Yeah,
I like it. How you been?
I've been good, man. I can say that I've been looking at entertainment stuff and like the Mr. Miracle stuff. Now that's going to be part of the DCU. Yeah, and there's been a lot of fan casts already.
I know, I've seen them.
Yeah, for Darkseid, and I'm not thinking Christopher Judge as Darkseid. I'm not.
That would be dope. The thing that I'm wondering about that is because Tom King was talking about it, and he said that, like, look, and obviously if Tom King says anything about, thank you. But but one thing he said that's kind of interesting is that he said it's going to play a big role in the DCU, and I'm like, I want to believe Gunn when he says Darkseid won't be like the big bad, but I'm like, when I hear statements like that, it kind of makes it feel like, is Darkseid gonna be the big bad again? Is he gonna be like the big guy behind the scenes? I mean, it would work, but still, it's like we just had that.
Yeah, I mean there's another way you could do things.
Yeah,
I mean, Young Justice as an example, they had the light, and like they had Vandal Savage be the front man of things, and then behind the scenes was Darkseid.
I think that Vandal Savage I think he's going to be the first big bad, and I just have a feeling. Well, I mean, Brainiac.
If ever there's a big bad that you can do a solid Justice League movie that hasn't been done yet, it's Vandal Savage.
Yeah.
And
that's why I always say Henry Cavill would be perfect for that. Wouldn't that be insane?
Oh, he does the Witcher voice.
Yeah, right. What's going on, Ronan?
What's up, muchachos?
How's it going, man?
Entertainment outside of it, it's been rough these past few weeks, man.
Yeah,
it's been rough, and I'm trying my best to balance like being informed and staying aware of what's happening, and not losing my head just yet, and still like whether I'm watching a movie, revisiting a show, or reading a book or graphic novel, I'm just like trying to balance it right. But
no, I get it.
Hell of a week to talk about stuff. I'm like, all right, this should keep me busy for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. Sometimes, like, I mean, 2026 started off rough for me. And sometimes when it's so funny because I'm never one of those like, oh, just like if you're gonna have in 2026 I'm gonna start doing this, I'm like, just start doing it now. Don't even think about the calendar. But I get it. It's like it feels like a reset button, and then you kind of like think positively, and then all of a sudden when you like starts off, I mean, you guys, I mean, obviously, on January 2nd, I put my mom's dog down, which was like a fucking huge downer to start off the year, with like doing that. But I wanted to support her and be there for her, of course. And that was very much, that was a dog that's been in our lives for almost 17 years. She had the dog for that long. And every time I went over there, it was like, there she was. And so I mean, I think we even had like a little brief conversation when it came to things when on DMs where it's like, it's just stuff. Sometimes you just wake up and you're like, what the fuck, man? What's happening? Like, this is like, so trying to balance.
The most effed up Twilight Zone episode I've ever experienced.
It almost feels like it sometimes, and then there's other things that are happening that are just like, the world's just like crazy.
Sometimes escaping into
this stuff.
This stuff. I've always said there's nothing wrong with, hey, you got to read a comic book, you got to jump into a video game.
Dude.
You just need to escape.
I can't tell you how much Andor and Watchmen has been helping me these past few weeks.
Wow. And you're saying you're trying to escape the real world? That's a little
Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to escape the real world. I'm just trying to like best way to face it without, going mad. And I'm like, okay, if Andor, if Mon Mothma can get something done, hopefully somebody wakes up sooner or later. And then sometimes I'm like, nothing happens. I'm like, damn, Alan Moore was right on the money. What the fuck, man?
I know, it's crazy when
That's what happens when you're a wizard,
Yeah, evidently.
It's pretty crazy. Hey, we got William.
How's it going?
Hey, William.
Hey, William.
You guys said the two words that drive me crazy is
Tom King.
No, that's Derek. Fan casting. I know it's fun, but it's kind of useless. Because
I fully agree, but it's fun.
When you say, okay, like Dave Pena can play the Joker, I'm just throwing that out there, right?
You actually could, as a matter of fact.
But what I'm basing it on is the Joker in my head, and not the one that the person is scripting, writing, casting, and I don't have his vision. I don't have anything in his head. And so I know fan casting is fun, but if I'm paying somebody millions or hundreds of thousands at least, I don't ever want that to be the deciding factor because I'm a fan.
No.
Yeah, I'm That's
what we were saying is like they still go through the whole process. Like James Gunn he's not online going, who should I cast?
Yeah,
right at the start. He is going through the process and seeing, but then we were saying like when it comes down, if you're down to like 2 or 3 actors, I'm just saying like maybe the deciding factor could be, well, what are people saying online? That's why when it came to Aaron Pierre and there was like another actor that was, I forgot what his name was, and I'm just going, well, if they were going to look at the people have been fan casting Aaron Pierre, so they would go with him. Just like when it comes to Brandon Sklenar, if it's down to him and others, he's been just at the top of a lot of people's lists. So he just might already just be on top because it's just an element to it. I mean, fan casting is always going to happen. I follow somebody.
I think it's fun, but I should say I think it's zero. It should have 0% as far as the deciding factor, even in a tie. Because once again, there's no script in front of me.
No, I know, I get that, but I mean, it's just different nowadays, and I totally understand that. But
because here's what happens: if you don't pick that guy, then that director or producer is like, he should have never picked that, and it's like it can go.
Yeah, you can't win. There's no matter what, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, when I'm hearing Maya Hawke saying like, oh yeah, you know, they're casting people with like, and they look at your fucking Instagram followers, and I'm like, yeah, that sucks, and I hate that's the new thing now, but it is a thing now. But it should never be.
It's what the industry is now leaning on. So I mean, hate it all you want, but that's what it is.
It is the thing, but it shouldn't be the overall deciding factor. Like there still should be a whole process. But then, if it's down to some people, maybe it's going to end up being like, well, how popular is this? And let's face it, I mean, Reddit threads and Twitter and everything is just, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know how many times, like when I post about Brandon Sklenar, I mean, I see in my comments in polls, they're like, he'd be perfect. Oh my God. And then this, and this. And I'm like, he's not my first choice, I would say.
Me neither.
But I would not hate it. He's in my top 5 for sure.
Could be worse picks.
Well, the other thing that like I encounter a lot in the Wonder Woman fandom is that too many people choose like actresses like fan cast based on physical appearance alone and not on acting ability. And I'm like, no, this person sounds nothing like Diana.
Yeah, and again, you have to balance it. Like to his face, I met Tom King this past Comic-Con, and we were talking about Mr. Miracle, and it's weird how many people didn't know about this animated series. I was like, oh, I can't wait for that. And I told him like I don't know if you cast already now, but like, and I'm not holding water that you will cast these people I have in mind, but just like take these people into consideration. He's like, all right, give me. And I told him Oscar Isaac and Katie O'Brien as Scott Free and Big Brother.
Oscar Isaac, man, he gets fan cast for so many things, but that just shows you how beloved he is.
I got one. I have a perfect fan cast. He doesn't get casted enough. You'll love this. Pedro Pascal.
Oh, fuck. All right, so Jared, we're going to see him off right now.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
It's like I got out of that business when like I said, once I heard Heath Ledger's name and I chuckled, and then I actually saw Heath Ledger as a Joker. It's like I said, and the only criteria that I would have ever had for that Joker was the Joker that I have in my head and what I was reading. And that's not what Nolan was writing, directing, or putting out there. So it's like, and like I said, there should be such a huge chasm in between what a professional director and a writer and a screenplay writer is doing than me. I'm a fucking bonehead.
It's like I'm on record that when Gal was cast as Wonder Woman, I'm like, who? The Fast and the Furious girl? Then obviously when I saw the trailer in the movie, I'm like, oh my God, she nailed it. So it's like there are times when like fan cast really surprised.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck is Batman because everyone was like Daredevil.
I was like,
really?
Ben Affleck?
They were like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was not. I specifically remember that. I remember looking at my phone. It was a Sunday night. I did laundry at my mom's house. This is what, in 2014? Yeah, I think it was 2014.
2014, 13. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and this was when this was the early stages of my channel. I remember just seeing on my phone. I looked at Twitter and I was like, and I remember looking at her and I was just done with my laundry and I was like, what? And I looked at her and she was like, what? I was like, what? And I was like, Ben Affleck he got cast as Batman. And I was like, oh, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. It was like nothing against Ben Affleck. I just never considered him. I did a top 5 list, and funny enough, my top was Joe Manganiello. I thought I was like, that would be a good Batman. Kind of funny. I forgot who the others were. I can't remember that list. It was so long ago. But I remember I recorded a video responding to it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. But then I started coming around when I started seeing people make Photoshops, and I'm like, oh, he's got the chin. That's right.
He's got the bat chin.
Yeah, all of a sudden, things started kind of, okay. But then, of course, when obviously the first image dropped, it was
black
like,
and white one.
All right, that's.
I was like, that's Batman there.
I was already becoming on board, but man, when that fucking image dropped, when Zach finally dropped that image, I was like, all right, that's the best looking Batman I've ever seen in fucking live action. Holy shit. I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. It's just like you really never know. Like when it came to Corn Sweat, I was like, who the fuck is this kid? I was like, who's this guy? But I saw his face and I was like, okay, well, but he was skinnier. But then when he bulked up and and everything, and I was like, okay, better. It just started, obviously it just gets better and better and better. It was like, because I was seeing old, like he was in that Pearl movie, and then I saw like him on red carpets. I'm like, I was like, hey, he's got the face. And of course, everybody's like, he looks like Cavill. And I'm like, shut up, guys. They both look like Superman. I mean, like, stop saying he looks like Cavill.
It looks like Christopher Reeve. Oh, yeah. Guess what? There's a type.
Yes. I'm like,
wait a minute. It looks like the comic book.
There's a thing about Superman actors that look like Superman, so they kind of all look like each other. It's kind of funny. But I was like, but then, as soon as he was like bulking up, I was like, because I was like, oh, we'll see. But, I thought he was a great Superman. I really thought he was a fantastic Superman.
I agree.
And it was a unique Superman. It was different. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, just like Cavill wasn't. Tyler Hoechlin Superman. Not everybody liked his Superman. So I remember seeing people not liking him when he was first cast, and when they saw his first costume. I thought the first costume when he showed up in Supergirl, when they did that little crossover, I was like, that costume sucks.
Yeah.
But then when it came to Superman and Lois, when they kept on tweaking the costume and making it better,
when he shows up in the Max Fleischer suit, I was like, oh wow,
cool.
that looks good.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
That was so fucking cool. And I'm like, keep that. But they pulled it off. They fucking pulled it off. And then watching
and Superman was stubble too, not always clean shaven.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
He was stubble like me.
I want a bearded Superman. That's what I want at this point.
I mentioned this on my show.
Press it in the comics.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mentioned this on my show. I remember specifically one time when I was at my mom's house, and she's a Cavill fan. She loves Cavill, and we were watching, and it was like we just had Man of Steel on. This was a long time ago. And, it was when he was in the Kryptonian ship and he had the stubble. And she was like, why couldn't they keep him with the stubble? He looks so good with the stubble. And then I heard that with others too, where I remember specifically I think it was my ex actually. She was like, I don't get the whole Henry Cavill. She was a Superman fan. She's like, I don't get it. But she didn't watch Man of Steel yet. And then when she watched it, she was like, she also said the same thing. Why don't they have him with stubble? He looks so much better with some stubble. I'm like going, yeah. Even Corn Sweat. I've seen that with Corn Sweat. Corn Sweat looks better with a little facial hair. I'm like, yeah, they should add some fucking stubble to Superman. Why not? I mean, make him a little rugged. And Tyler Hoechlin is kind of the first one that did have a little stubble for Superman. And, you know, I mean, when it came to Ben's Batman, he was like the first one to have like a stubble for a Batman. And it was like, it works kind of, you know, but at the same time, you understand like, oh yeah, you can't really, you know, the facial hair thing that could ruin the whole, like, oh wait, Superman has stubble. So does Clark. Wait a minute. But then obviously in this Superman, they have the glasses thing that they're doing. So I don't know. But it's always been like, oh yeah, you gotta have clean shave instead, unless you're fucking Green Arrow, you have the goatee, mustache goatee.
He didn't even have that in the show, by the way. I'm like,
yeah, he did.
Where's the goatee?
Yeah, he just had a full-on beard. Well, yeah, Arrow, he just had a full-on.
Well, here's the other thing. It's like when Momoa got cast as Aquaman, and I started seeing pictures. I'm like, Aquaman with a beard and long hair. You know what? This actually works for me.
It really worked, to the point where they changed it in the comic books.
It's the one time where I'm fine with the movies changing the comics. I'm like, yeah.
So I don't know.
I think we got lucky with Cavill being Superman in Man of Steel, because if he didn't get casted for Bond in 007 Casino Royale, then we wouldn't have had Henry Cavill as Superman. So
you might be right on that. Yeah, you might be right on that. We did, Cavill's had he's had an interesting career. Like, I think, like, I hope he flourishes when it comes to, like, what's that series that he's going to be doing on
Warhammer?
Highlander.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then of course we got a Highlander also. I hope that's a success.
That can only be one.
Yes. And, I know he's like, when it comes to post Superman stuff, or even during that time, I mean, it sucks that Warner Brothers just kind of fucked him. Like, when it came to, they should have had 2 Superman movies in all that time. Because he was game for, like, hey, yeah, I like what Zach's doing, but hey, we can also do another thing. Like, some people have to realize that. I mean, I know some people, I remember there was a point too where some people in the Snyder fandom were like, he's a traitor. He liked what Joss was doing. And it's like, nah, he was just following.
Well, again, Zach was always going to get to that that hopeful Superman, and Cavill was clear on that. He's like, no, this is called a character arc. We want to start at this point, and then he has the hopeful Superman. I'm like, Cavill was always speaking the same thing as Zach.
Yes, he was always going to get sent through the ringer. It was like, yes, we're eventually going to get to that Superman, but we're going to put Superman through real life shit. Because what was Man of Steel supposed to, like, be? Because, hey, guess what? They wanted the guy who made The Dark Knight to make it. And he was like, no, we'll get the guy who made Watchmen to make it, because I don't do this crazy fucking, shit like right here of flying people. So we'll get this guy to do it, to try to do a grounded version of Superman. And how is Superman going to be? How are people in the real world going to react to Superman? Well, we're going to show that. We're going to send him through the ringer. We're going to test him. He's going to die, and then he's going to come back, and he's going to be the Superman, the confident, hopeful Superman that you want him to be.
ZSJL, when his father finally says, "Fly, son, it's time." I'm like,
yeah.
That's like Zach saying, he's the guy now.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Ghoul, for putting this.
Yes.
Zach just posted. What did he post?
He just posted some new pictures and images, behind the scenes stuff.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. He posted a lot. He posted a few pictures. All right,
He's got the background stuff.
All right.
He has the boards. Watch. The fan base is going to be like, oh, my gosh, he posted the boards. It's happening.
Of course. That's exactly what's going to happen. Exactly. So we got this shot right there, which we've seen this before. No capes, because they add the capes later for that beautiful cape porn. Gal's just like, hey, she's just posing. So yeah, we got that. I always love, like, Ben's face right there. He's almost like, hey, stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Why are you looking at me? So then, of course, we got another shot of Gal's Wonder Woman. Cool.
Hell yeah.
Hey, well, we've seen that before too. I remember he posted this on Vero as well. The Cortland, the ship where Aquaman rescues those guys. I forgot exactly the correlation of what the Cortland name was supposed to be. I remember I talked about it a long time ago. Do you guys remember? There was something about that name. Maybe we should Google it. That, like, kind of represents something. But yeah, and then of course, oh yeah, look at that. We got Connie Nielsen right there.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking awesome. And then of course, storyboard. The storyboard, the infamous storyboard.
It's confirmed.
Oh,
He's
God.
coming back.
Dude,
Coming back,
this storyboard right here, I tell you, I got sent this storyboard to me before it got made public by the person who I was talking to before I was like talking to Zach. I remember getting sent this, and then my dumbass shared it behind the scenes with certain people, and then certain people screenshot it, and then certain fucking fake ass scooper people got a hold of it and posted it on their website. And I was like, oh man, you can't trust anybody, can you? And I shared it with people I thought I could
Scooper
trust.
madness, unfortunately.
But it turns out I couldn't trust certain people. But yeah, I remember, and I'm talking about the culture nerd, by the way, guys. I didn't share it with them. But because I would not trust what's his name, as far as I could throw him. But it reached that individual, and they posted it, and then they came up with some bullshit like, oh no, I got it sent to me. It was drawn on the back of a script.
Sure, Jan.
No, it wasn't.
Sure.
You lying asshole. I know exactly where it came from. And then, of course, when the storyboards came out, blew a hole in his exclamation. So, oh yeah, fans are gonna really run with this. He's posting all the fucking storyboard stuff again.
Those are lanterns.
Yeah,
The
remember
world became a Justice League.
Yeah, because like the Justice League 3 was gonna be like the whole crazy ending of like the final battle with Darkseid.
Is that Tomare?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a nerd. How the fuck did I just spot a fish, man?
Yeah, they were. I mean,
Don't
but
be
we have
ashamed
to
of it.
remember,
You own it. Own it.
I do.
Yeah, we have to remember that Jeff Johns was helping writing this.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim Lee was drawing all these, and then of course there's Ezra. We've seen that one before as well.
Is that a Black Raider
dude,
t-shirt?
look at that back! My God, it's Ray Fisher
backboard.
Yeah,
Dave, was that a Black Freighter t-shirt that Ezra was wearing?
he's wearing a black.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But yeah, I remember Ray posting this a while ago too. Because so what's the deal with this 2016 thing? Why is everybody posting about 2016? Because look at the caption, 2016.
10 years anniversary.
I remember this image right here, and there's also a front-facing image of that. I don't think we've seen this one. This looks new. I don't think I've seen this one.
Yeah, me neither.
This looks new. That's pretty cool. Look at the boots and the hat. I like it. Pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell there's like a whole trend that's happening where people are like having nostalgia or remnant of 2016. And I was like, why are people posting about that? And then I posted about it, and I even said, what's up with this? And I'm like, the only thing that when I'm seeing these posts of 2016 is I'm kind of blown away about how much has not changed in 10 years. Mm-hmm. Do you guys notice that? Have you guys felt that, where it's like, think about where you were 10 years ago, and like, yeah, I was obviously in a different city and a different time and everything, but when it comes to a lot of things, like I looked the same. I had a flat screen TV. I had internet. The only thing that was different, I'm not looking, there's not AI videos every other post. AI is not putting bikinis on people. There's not, there's some things are different, but for the most part, you can't really distinct this decade from the last decade really at all. I don't know if you guys feel like that. Like, not like previous, like 2000, if we go down to 2006, yeah, there might be a little bit of a distinction, but then when you go to 1996, huge distinction. And then 86, holy shit. 76, it's just like so distinct. But man, from 2016 to 2026, not really a lot, it feels like. I don't know. A lot of
the only difference that we had from 10 years ago, I would say, is the AI stuff.
That's what I was saying. The AI thing.
That's the only thing. But other than that, we've got like DVDs, Blu-rays, like
there's not
streaming.
Streaming was already a thing. It's just bigger now, and social media was a thing. It's just bigger now.
And cinematic universes.
Yeah, I do wonder how journalism for both the entertainment and non-entertainment stuff, how much it's jumped or dare I say dropped since 2016.
It's jumped. I think it's jumped and dropped at the same time. In those 10 years, it like went up, you know, and you know, COVID times, of course, everybody's just like, you know, locked in their houses looking at shit. What are we gonna do? Where can I go? All this kind of stuff. But then it, you know, then people just don't trust that now, and there's a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of, but it's funny because I'm watching podcasts that I've been watching for the past decade, same things, you know, and then I'm using the same stream. I mean, it just feels like there's not too much, you know, distinction, you know, and that's what I was just mainly thinking about when people were, you know, obviously Stranger Things was in started in 2016, and then we just had the finale, and I'm looking at like, you know, I'm like, okay, yeah, obviously that changed. It got bigger. It's just things just got bigger. It's like we kind of plateaued, I think. You know, when we were watching movies that were showing the future, they were going, oh yeah, it's going to look like this. People are going to dress like this. And it's like, no, that didn't happen.
It's going to be flying cars.
Yeah, it's going to be flying cars and hoverboards and fucking, you know, just instant pizzas and you know, just crazy weird things. And none of that shit really has happened.
Power laces. Don't forget about power laces.
Power laces. I mean, I wanted those. But then I'm wearing Skechers that are just like, they have laces. There's laces, but I just slip my foot in them.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. And they're comfortable as shit. But I've been wearing Skechers for 10 years. I've been wearing, you know, same things. It's just, yeah, it's just.
I'll say this. That year, I felt the transition of how I went about getting my tickets for cinemas. And I was, you know, I guess because you guys brought up BVS, it's 10 years, almost 10 years in March. BVS, as far as I remember, is the last time I had to wait in line for a movie.
Interesting.
I remember I got there at 2 p.m. for a 6 p.m., 7 p.m. showing. And I sat and I stood in that line for hours and waiting, making space for friends who were like either drunk or getting off work. And we're like, yo, we got to go see BVS. And then I remember at the tail end of that year, Rogue One came out. And I think that was the first time I had ever bought a ticket like with a reserved seat. And I was like, wait, what? And I remember being like, I'm going to be pissed if I go to my second Star Wars movie in 2 years and I fucking get a shitty seat. And I was like, nope, reserved seat, no hassle. And I was like, wow, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We got somebody else joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, Phil.
How's it going?
Phil, next time I see you in person, I'm gonna run at you just exactly as that video.
I want that high-pitched voice too, William. I need to. Yeah,
oh, have the hat and the trench coat on.
Yes, all of it.
Great.
I want to be there to record it because I could see Phil just like throwing something at you and running away.
I could see that too. Yes.
Just throw that bottle
that becomes the new intro drop.
Well, jokes on all of you. I've already met William, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah. But it would just be funny if he ran at you like that, you know.
Just in that hat and the trench coat too.
In the summer.
What's going on, Phil? How you doing?
Oh, my legs are tired. I've been skateboarding all week.
Yeah, you were telling me about that. You got back into skateboarding, huh?
I did. Yeah, there's a couple reasons behind that, but I'll talk more about that at a later time. But yeah, I got back on a skateboard for the first time in 3 years.
Oof.
Prior to that, it was like 20 years. So it's still like kind of still getting back in the swing of things, Master Wayne.
Yeah, I can only imagine because I used to skate.
You have new rules?
Yeah.
I got some new tricks I couldn't quite do when I was younger. I don't know if that constitutes new rules, but you know, yeah.
That's cool.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, it's like, you know, they always say, like, you know, it's like riding a bicycle. I'm like, well, to me, it's like, I mean, yeah, everybody, you know, once you learn how to ride a bicycle, you know how to ride a bicycle. But once you know how to, like, balance yourself on a skateboard, you don't lose that. You don't lose that. And then I'm pretty sure I could still, you know, ollie and maybe do a kick flip. I don't know. I don't plan on trying.
So, fun fact. After 5 days, I can say I have my ollies back. They are, arguably on lock. Front side 180, definitely.
Jesus.
Pop shove it, most definitely. I actually figured out how to no comply frontside 180 today. So that was
I don't even know what that is. No comply 180. What's that?
So you do a no comply, but it's like a frontside 180.
Gotcha.
But you basically take your front foot off, step with the board as you're 180ing, and jump back on.
Yeah. I didn't get that good when I was younger. The biggest trick I ever did was doing a 180 kickflip. 180 kickflip. That was like the biggest trick I ever did.
I'm not trying to humble brag, but I could do a lot of variations of the 360 heel flip at my peak. So like, even nollie or switch, I figured out by the time I was getting really, really good before I, became an adult, went to college, started smoking weed and fucked off, did a whole bunch of other dumb bullshit, But yeah, it happens. You grow old and
I've heard about that.
You kind of forget about things. But yeah, it's been cool. It keeps me out of the dark places.
That's good. No, yeah, get it out there. But yeah, we were just talking about this trend that I don't know where it came from. I
did it. I did 2016 versus 2026.
Yeah, and it's weird. I'm like, where did this trend come from? I'm like, why are people posting about this? I don't know. It's just, like I said, the only thing that it made me think about was like, wow, how much has actually changed, the distinction between the decades. And I'm like, there's not much, in my opinion. There's not the big, when you start going back decades, you go, oh yeah, look at that distinction and that distinction. Holy shit. Like it was, and I've always kind of like felt like that, where it's like, man, yeah, you go from like the 50s to the 60s to the 70s to the 80s. I mean, it's distinct to the 90s. And in the 2000s, that's where it started kind of plateauing, where it was like, man, I've been kind of like, technology got better, sure, but, styles. I mean, I guess you could say certain styles like the broccoli. We got fortunate enough to go, where all these kids have the broccoli haircut now. That's like the 2020 trend, I guess. I don't know. It's like the broccoli haircut. I don't know. But then I'm like, okay, but what else? I mean, I'm not really seeing. I mean, and we were going to plateau no matter what. But we were beating in our heads when we saw these movies or TV shows that showed the future, and everybody's wearing like the one piece, like space suit, silver suit with boots and shit like that. It's like, no, we didn't get to that point. Not yet. We might. Who knows? But it's just weird. It was just weird. Anyways, 2016. But yeah, I know somebody was saying like it was kind of crazy because that was the year that Obama was still president, and then of course Trump like got elected, but he didn't take over until 2017.
Yeah,
technically it was still Obama. And I was like, yeah, that was interesting because that felt like it was so long ago. It felt like so long, especially after the last decade of that and Biden, and it's just like, I mean, some of us are like, can we have Obama back? I mean, when he talked, it was like, yeah, he sounded better.
Sound optimistic.
Yeah.
Sentences are good.
He was a good speaker. He was a better speaker than the last two. That's for sure. And current, I should say.
Dude, I went to see Arrival that night. I was so depressed. I was like, fuck this. And I didn't know I was getting into it. I saw Arrival. I'm like, God damn it.
Okay. You're tripping me out because the score for that, like especially in the final act when she's realizing everything, has been playing in my head all day. And I totally forgot that it came out in 2016. Mm-hmm. And what do you learn in that movie is the aliens don't look at time like we do. My mind is just blown right now because you just brought that up. I've been hearing that score in the final scene where she's realizing everything in my head all day. Yeah. And this 2016 trend has been going. Holy shit, guys.
What's happening?
I'm an alien. I'm going to refill my
drink. Out there. Ryan Coogler, if you want us as background characters, we will gladly be in your X-Files show.
Is that show supposed to happen?
I have no idea, but that's his next thing, and then Black Panther 3 after that.
Like I said, I think his most difficult project is going to be this X-Files thing, depending what road he takes. Is it a reinvigoration, or is it a I still don't have a lot of info about what it exactly is, but I'm curious about it because I love his work and I love the X-Files. But the X-Files it overstayed its welcome by 5 years. I just don't know if that can be redone again.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, and it's like, yeah, the '90s was perfect for X-Files. We talked about that, and I know Coogler is like very excited and very like, okay, and they are going to do the same formula because you can't deviate from the formula of monster of the week, as they say, but then there's the overall story, which is the main. The
cigarette smoking man,
and the alien conspiracy
man. Yeah.
So there's going to be that, but of course, obviously he's going to play coy on the whole. Like, is David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson going to come back? I have a feeling they will. They'll make an appearance, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. How do you not have them come back, or any of the other characters come back? I mean,
they should have a total combined 15 minutes. Total, all the old school.
They don't need to be there. They could be there for
sitting in the park, giving some advice. Get up, grab your coffee, and go. As much as I love all the characters in there, it's sometimes things run their course.
Yeah,
and
X-Files,
X-Files, that version of X-Files ran its course, and they never did what Law and Order did, which is reinvent the circumstances. You could keep the brand going, but if you like I said last week, once Mulder caught the car he'd been chasing for all those years, the story was up. So yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Coogler's doing, but I'm also wary because it's like Miami Vice. There's a reason why Miami Vice began and ended in the 80s because that's where it belongs. So
yeah, and then but it's funny because when I was even listening to the Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, Rogan podcast, they mentioned, because it does take place in Miami. I didn't know that. I didn't know the rip takes place in Miami. And it's like, Miami was, and they even brought up Miami Vice. I think it takes place in Miami. They were mentioning how the drug trafficking and all this stuff was, it was a big thing in the 80s. And that's why you had Miami Vice for that time. And then of course that ceased, but at the same time, there's still shit happening in Miami. So the fact that it's like, there's still things happening in Miami. It's not like how it was. It's different now. But yeah, when it comes to, I don't know, it's going to be interesting, because, like I was even saying, what's changed in the past decade. The biggest thing is always going to be AI. AI is going to be always a subject, and I'm sure they have to have something AI when it comes to this new X-Files series. You can't avoid it. We're going to have a movie coming out next week that's about AI, the Mercy movie, it looks good. I'm down to see it. My dad was like, oh yeah, we're seeing that movie. Fuck yeah. And I was like, my dad's excited to see it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm curious because, if Rebecca Ferguson's AI, I'm like, hey, whatever you want.
I think the biggest problem with Miami Vice was it was a product of his time and the music. Michael Mann was the first person to artistically use music in that manner. And it wasn't a thing in 1984 to 1989. Now it sort of is. Scores or taking place like that. It's almost like I said with Red Dawn. You can retry something in the modern era, but you can't transport that atmosphere that was there. Same thing with The Crow. Certain things just belong where they are,
And that's interesting too, because Marty Supreme takes place in 1953, yet it has an 80s type score. And I was like, I remember watching that and I was going, how is this fucking working? And this is what I love about certain filmmakers out there that try this kind of stuff, because you wouldn't think like, okay, this story takes place in 1953. The score is going to be synthesizer. What? That doesn't make any sense, but it works. It's crazy that it works, but I'm like, it's not Benny Sadfree. Was it Benny or Josh? Josh? I forgot what the other brother's name is. But I'm like, he figured out like, oh yeah, I'm going to make this work and create this aesthetic and this tone. and somehow it's going to work. And yeah, because the score is so important on creating that kind of atmosphere. I mean, there's certain movies where you just like, this would not, I mean, that's just why John Carpenter movies work so well. That synthesizer scores that he makes with his movies, it's like, it's just, there's something about it where it's like, oh my God, And
plus, some of the stuff is not new anymore. Like when you did In the Air Tonight, when one of the first scenes at the end of the pilot episode of Miami Vice, when they're doing the camera angles in the car, there's a lot of that stuff that, like I said, it was the very first time that they had done that. And now it when you think about it, I think these guys who make these reboots and think they transfer themselves how they felt in it and think they can resurrect it, but it's really, really tough, because that Miami Vice movie that came out in 2006 by Michael Mann wasn't a bad movie. It was good. It was really good, and it was just missing that element that made it different. Otherwise, it's just another buddy cop movie in some cases with a good sound.
What Michael Mann was trying to do, I mean, he just put his spin on it, where I think people wanted, because that was around the time like Starsky and Hutch came out, and that was kind of a parody of that. I think people were wanting almost like a parody, like, show us like this 80s where, they're wearing the blazers and the sleeves rolled up and all this shit. It's like, no, Michael Mann was like, no, I'm just taking the concept and modernizing it with my gritty way. And I love that movie. I think Michael Mann has one of the most unique styles when it comes to movies. And when he did, and when I saw Miami Vice, I was actually like, holy shit, like this is actually like fucking gritty, and this is got a good story. It's got a good little like undercover story, love story thing too. Like when it comes to who's the main character? Colin Farrell's character?
Crockett.
Yeah. What's Crockett?
Yeah.
When he's when he falls for that girl, and then when he has to reveal to her and stuff like. I mean, and then of course you have Sonny. No, he's Sonny Crockett. Who's
Sonny? Yeah, Tubbs. Yeah, Sheena Easton. That was the girlfriend that you're referring to.
Right. Yeah, and there's that whole element where I don't know. I think Miami Vice was a very fucking good movie, and I always tell people it's underrated. Go fucking watch it. I mean,
so is Manhunter. Manhunter's 86. He did Manhunter. That was actually the first one.
The pre-Silence of the
original.
Lambs. Yeah.
The original Hannibal.
Brian Cox.
Yep.
Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter. Excellent.
Yeah.
And what's his name? Who did CSI? Who's the CSI?
William Peterson.
Yes. Fucking, it's yeah. I watched that. I watched that like a year ago. It was like right before I moved. I put it on. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and I would say it even almost measures up to Silence of the Lambs. I mean, there's like an element. I could see why people like it more, because I know there's people out there that like it more than Silence of the Lambs. I could see it.
There's one scene in there, the way you've seen it, the one where Graham figures it out. That's textbook Michael Mann. He uses the music to tell the stories as much as the actors and the script. When he's sitting there watching that VHS and watching how the Tooth Fairy is catching, it escalates and it builds. And he does that in all. He does that in Heat. He did that in Miami Vice. He would do things in Miami Vice. Like if you always watch Miami Vice, look at the streets. He would wet the streets to make sure that the lights shone down. He got rid of the Ferrari Spider. The tail on the spider, he got rid of that, and when they gave him a new one, they gave him a red one. Ferrari gave him a red one because he was using a Corvette kit, and they're like, don't use that phony car anymore. We're gonna give you a Ferrari Testarossa that was red. He painted it white because he wanted the lights to reflect off of it when Crockett was driving in the evening. There's a lot of just little things that he would do that just make his style. And like I said, 40 years ago, that's another 1986 thing that we should celebrate right there. Is it's been 40 years since Manhunter, and that's like one of the top serial killer movies of all time to me.
It really is. It's such a good movie. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's so you guys nobody here knows why this trend started, like of reminiscing of 2016.
Occasionally,
10-year anniversary stuff, I guess.
Occasionally there will be like those, oh look, it's like 10 years ago. What were you like 10 years ago? Trend.
What it is?
I don't know exactly what starts it.
Yeah, I guess that could be. I don't remember seeing that for last year or the year before or anything. But I guess I'm seeing more of it. I mean, fucking A, Zach posted it. Debbie posted it too. I remember she posted something too. And like people were just posting like, you know, and I saw articles like back in 2016 and they were like, yeah, Stranger Things and, you know, these superhero movies and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I have no idea what this trend is, but hey, cool. But yeah, like I said, my biggest thing was like, man, not much has changed. It feels like not much has changed, except for a little bit of technology. You know, I don't know. It's interesting, but hey, what's definitely changed is you know, Lucasfilm.
Oh my
god! Finally, we mean it this time.
Lucasfilm is changing. Is it though?
That's the thing, because like how many of the previous failures was under Filoni's watch or something like that? So it's like, is it going to be the same stuff, or is there actually going to be some leadership there?
Well, I wish I could fail like them. The billion.
You know, I'll say this because I told Dave, I was like, oh, I got thoughts to say about this. I'm like, listen, not everything that was under Kathleen Kennedy's regime was the worst thing ever, and not everything was the best thing ever. So I think people they're doing a lot. We live in the revisionist era of like people trying to revision history a lot and whatnot. It's like, and you know, I've talked about how I like the sequel trilogy, but I see a lot of stuff that doesn't work for me. And you put like, okay, that was a trilogy of movies, but then you counter that, I'm like, well, animation for Star Wars has never been better than now.
True.
Television has broken new ground. There's been new characters. I never thought that a dude in a helmet and a little baby Yoda would blow up the way it did, and people would buy into it. Like I knew I would buy into it because I love samurai and westerns, and I could see the iconography, but I didn't think modern audiences who are very much into the TikTok trends would get into that stuff. And then again, we mentioned earlier how Andor, like their profits there, because they would write stuff in a show and then 2 weeks later, you know, our own, you know, nation would be like, we should do something similar. And it's just like, that's, for better for worse, that's gold right there. And people really forget how much stuff Kathy did before running Star Wars with some of the best movies ever. She has a hand on that. Like she named the best films all of the past 40 years. She has a hand in it. And
I've always been one of those. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I've always been one of those when every time there's always a discussion of like, there needs to be more female directors. I'm like, okay, but why aren't you guys talking about the female producers? Like, if you look at some of the best movies, look at the producer. It's most likely a female. I'm like, I get it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you want some more female directors, but at the same time, they have been behind these movies. My God. I mean, just look at that. And Kathleen Kennedy is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, under her reign, we got Deborah Chow and we got Bryce Dallas Howard. And I'm hoping that the list goes on and on. And I don't know. I'm optimistic, which is ironic where I'm at right now. I'm optimistic with this franchise just because, I don't know. Star Wars is a big part of me. It's part of my DNA. If you take it off, I'm probably a different person. But I don't feel like I own it. And I don't feel like it owes me anything. I'm fortunate enough to get to be into it. And if I play my cards right and they're nice in Hollywood, it'd be nice if one day I get to be part of it and then I could die happy. But I'm hopeful because, and people, you know, again, mentioned the whole, like, does Dave Filoni hate or love Andor? I'm like, and I'll send it to you later, Dave. There's clips of him, you know, giving kudos to Tony for what he did and how much that helped him.
What did he ever say he hated it though? Was that actually documented? Because I
no. You want to know who fucking spun that bullshit? Dumberto fucking Gonzalez. That's
who it was. There it is.
Why am I not surprised?
You know what? I it was funny because I saw, like, you know, one of the random like Twitter handles that said that, and I put well, you know, and then I put ... and I didn't really have a reaction. It was just kind of funny because, you know, with the reaction, and then when everybody was so happy that Kathleen Kennedy was out, and then, you know, everybody's like, oh yeah, Dave Filoni, and then everybody loved and adored Andor so much, and then all of a sudden this whole thing was going out that, oh yeah, he actually disliked Andor, And then I saw that. So I just put like, ha, well, ... And then the one that I did quote tweet, they deleted their post. And I'm like, that was not the context. And then I was like, you know what? I think that was from the rap. So yeah, fucking.
And the rap redacted it. Like it's
yeah. So I'm like, I had a feeling. I was like, why would he openly say that? And I'm like, yeah, that does make sense. Why would he just openly? I didn't fucking like it. No.
And I just sent you the clips of him like giving props to Tony and what
even
Andor
I
did.
that. Yeah,
and again,
I'll
to say this for my part, do I need Dave to like Andor? No. Do I need, as a president, do I need for him to recognize what Andor did and how it brought in new audiences? That I do need. I need, like, you can't deny that. If you may not like it, but you can't deny what Andor did. And then hopefully, I don't need every other single thing to be Andor, but once in a while, it'd be nice if you open up that point of view of Star Wars, and not just like the same stuff, but like that grit, espionage, political thriller stuff right there, which I was like, oh, sweet spot.
I was done with Star Wars before Andor came out, and after Andor, I'm back to being done with Star Wars. But I'm looking at, because I'm looking at, I'm hopefully I'm going to keep a side eye on what he announces, what he's doing. But listen, if everybody else enjoys the Skywalker cul-de-sac, I'm just going to let them. I'm not going to fucking up anybody's party. I'm not going to be that guy that says, oh no, we have a 30-year-old actress. Let's superimpose Mark Hamill's face on him again and for another round. If that's what Star Trek fans want, then I'm not going to hang out at a party that I'm not, mixing in with. But so I'm going to keep an eye on what he announces, what he's doing. And if it's the same old stuff, I'm not going to be let down because it's what I expected. But if it's something new, if I get 500 to 1,000 years ahead or 4,000 years in the past, then my ears will perk up. But right now, I'm safely on the sidewalk away from the train wreck. And if the train gets back going again, I'm going to come over and be like, wow, can I get on? But right now, after Andor, and that Andor was one of those things that was good no matter what it was. Andor was a war story and the espionage story first, and then it's encased in Star Wars. But I could apply Andor that quality to a lot of stuff, but that's a 1 in a million. Though I don't know if that kind of stuff is sustainable. But once again, if I like the headline, oh, we're casting for a new Luke, Leia, and Chewie, then I'm done, and I might be done for the rest of my life. So that's where I'm at with his announcement.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's all very. I mean, Scott and I were kind of talking about a certain thing on DC Fanimated, because we now, like, at the end of our stream, we kind of talk about movies, what we're gonna see, and then we kind of went off on a little tangent, like, because he was saying that he was rereading some Paul K. Dick novels. He was reading Philip, sorry, Paul. Yeah, I said Paul.
So I missed out on a guy named Paul's books.
Yeah, Paul, his brother. His brother, who's not that good, he makes coloring books. No, Paul or Phil K. Dick. That's right. Yeah, and then he, it's that he was reading A Scanner Darkly, which I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't read the book, but that movie was fucking fantastic. And he just had a lot of concepts when it comes to, but when it came to like, about, I forgot the book's name, but I read the book that's like, do robots dream of?
Do androids dream of electric sheep?
Electric dreams, yes. And that ended up being Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
So they took, somebody took the, basically Ridley Scott took the concept of that and turned it into a movie, a classic sci-fi movie. And it's kind of like, it's cool when something like that happens, where somebody, because when you read the book, it is very philosophical. It is very just like, oh shit. It's not like you're not reading Blade Runner, no. but you're reading the foundations of Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's what's kind of cool when somebody can take an existing thing. That's why I think people really appreciate Andor, is like, yeah, Star Wars is supposed to be for 12-year-olds. It's supposed to be pew, 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 woo, woo, woo. It's supposed to be a lot of that. But when you actually, hey, let's see what a story like this would be like, that's more adult and more real. I think a lot of people who grew up with Star Wars is just kind of going like, oh yeah, I see what you did there. You took the concepts and then you applied it like this. And I don't know. It's just kind of cool when something like that can happen, when someone's idea can be thrown a different direction than maybe they wanted to, that they intended it. I don't know. I don't know. Some kind of correlation right there, I think.
No, I get it, but here's the thing. I don't think Tony would ever admit it, but like I wonder if he would ever revisit the Clone Wars, the animated show that's canon. Andor and Clone Wars are doing parallel things. It's just different eras, different circumstances. Clone Wars has Jedis, and it's more, leaning into stuff that's leading up in the movies. Andor is doing similar things. It's just honing in on the very, very gray side of stuff. And you take away the Force, you take away the Jedi, and it becomes a World War II story. I mean, again, I remember saying it's impressive when you make me feel nervous about a character's fate, even though I know, that character shows up later on.
Yeah.
But in the moment, I am locked in. I don't care what else happens in the future, but I'm like, yo, what's going to go down in this moment? And I get props.
The other thing that Clone Wars does really well is not every episode's about a Jedi. Like, there are plenty about the clones alone. And honestly, those are my favorite. Because here's the thing. My favorite Star Wars stories do not involve anyone that can use the Force. Because it's like, I find that the ultimate cop-out. Like Republic Commando, Battlefront, Clone Wars, that's my jam, because it turns into a straight up like if you watch like the Geonosis arc or the Umbaran arc of Clone Wars, it's Saving Private Ryan but with dudes with laser guns. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I would even go say as the Bad Batch.
Oh yeah, 100% as well.
Yeah, because that as well was really.
Still have to watch that.
Jesus Christ, you shaved your fucking beard. Why? Why did you shave your fucking beard, Claudia?
You just noticed that now?
Why the fuck would you shave your beard, bro?
I forgot the beard.
Did you lose a
It's a new year, Phil.
There's no few of us, Claudia.
Did you lose a bet? Like, who hurt you? Like, what happened?
What are you talking about? He looks good.
I love how long it took Phil to comment on that.
Yeah, that was funny. No, he looks good. What are you talking about, Phil? I know. You didn't see it till I noticed it when he was backstage. I was like, he looks like he lost some weight and he lost some hair on his face, because it was like covering usually right there. And I'm like, yeah.
Phil heard Bax, and then he looked at Phil and was like, Bax beard, what?
He's trying something different, man.
Yeah. I again, and again, what we've been discussing, that's what I still want in the future. There should be enough different flavors going out. Everything can't be the same, because then even us who are optimistic can smell the stale. We can smell it a mile away. And I'm not expecting a lot of big, like, I really hope they hold their cards, a lot of big announcements until next year's celebration, which again, next year's a big year because that's 50 years of Star Wars dropping. And I'm really hoping, again, and I'll say this for them because they're going to be co-presidents. Really hope you don't announce too many projects until either there's a finished script or something is just locked in, because that's a whole other like fun joke. They're like, how much stuff was announced and how much stuff came into fruition and how much stuff will still probably come into fruition, TBD.
Yeah, I know. That's always the thing. And our skeptic right here said, thank you for the $5 super chat. With Filoni in charge, Star Wars will expand beyond the Skywalker timeline with old High Republic projects, as long as we don't get Yuuzhan Vong.
Oh, I kind of want to see the Yuuzhan Vong.
I kind of want to see that too. But the one character, if they want to get me on board, all they have to say is one name: Revan. You give me Revan, I'm good to go. I'm in. You give me a Knights of the Old Republic or even a prequel series to that game series. That's all I want. You give me that, I will. You have my loyalty.
It is canon, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna get something like in physical form, like in camera, if we got more acolyte. Like I thought, like, because you throw in Plagueis, like how the hell do you not throw in Revan in a movie or in a
almost
show?
threw in Revan in an episode of Clone Wars.
Yeah. And, and actually, if you, according to at least the visual guide for episode 9, one of the Sith legions that are named after Sith lords is called Revan. So I guess he's canon.
Yeah,
there is no guessing about it. He is canon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody brought up earlier, like they when I was starting off the thing, they were like, "What if cast Keanu Reeves as?"
That'd be fucking awesome.
He is actually John Wick as a Sith Lord, so actually that does work.
I mean, I don't know a lot about the character, and I was like, yeah, okay. I was like, but I'm like, put Keanu Reeves in anything.
Revan's got about as a complex history as Darth Vader.
Yeah, that's what I kind of gathered. But I was like, I mean, hey, if you want to put, I would gladly welcome anything when it comes to Keanu Reeves, so that's fine. But yeah, I know there's a lot of I've seen people talk about that character even on my timeline and stuff like that. I'm like, people are like wanting to, hey, can we move on to some of these other characters that have been created for this and step away from the Vaders and the Mauls, and can we get some other?
Because Revan is a character you could do a trilogy around.
Yeah,
that's the thing about Revan.
You go to his predecessor, Exar Kun. You look Kojama. There's a whole Dark Lords of the Sith, Freedom Ad Uprising, Knights of the Old Republic. There's a whole bunch of stuff that they could do, but they're afraid. Fear is a very powerful drug.
It's not about afraid. It's not about being afraid at all. It has nothing to do with being afraid. It has nothing to do with any of that.
I think it's fear. It's a security blanket.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I've been thinking about this all day, honestly.
Talk to me, Phil.
In regards to Kathleen Kennedy, I've been thinking about that all day. And to just answer William's question really quick, the short answer is because they don't have to adhere to anything from the expanded universe. They are absolutely not obligated to in any way, shape, or form. So,
well, that's fine. The security blanket is the Skywalker attachment. I'm just throwing out examples. They don't have to do that. They can totally scrap that. But this Skywalker security blanket is what made me put my Star Wars toy down. I'm done. That's just me.
Well, that's you, and I get it. But even still, like for a lot of other people, that is synonymous with Star Wars, whether you like it or not. That will always be a synonymous thing with Star Wars. The Skywalker name.
I have left that party, and they can have it.
Anyway, when it comes to Kathleen Kennedy, I don't have like a happy feeling or a sad feeling or an anger feeling or anything like that. Like, I think about how she is one of the most respected producers in Hollywood, and she entered one of the most difficult experimental jobs at the time. And I think that in her time, she had some really great successes, and she also had some, there are, I don't know, you'd call them failures. That's probably words you guys would use. I wouldn't use them personally because, frankly, none of us have ever had to do her job or any job in that position for that matter. So any kind of criticism, in my opinion, just feels largely unwarranted because you've never sat in the chair. You've never had to deal with what she had to deal with. But I will just say that, you guys love Andor. She greenlit Andor. That's great. Andor's not my bag. I've said this multiple times, and it's totally fine. But I also think that's the beauty of Star Wars, and I think that's one thing she absolutely understood, is that Star Wars is no longer just one thing for one people. Like Dave said earlier, thing made for kids, as George Lucas always intended. The audience has grown up. The brand needed to grow up, and it did. And she provided new characters in the form of Rey, Poe, Finn, BB-8. That was under her watch. Everything that we have gotten from 2015 onward, you have to thank in some form to Kathleen Kennedy. I don't give a damn how much you hate The Acolyte. I don't give a shit how much you hate The Rise of Skywalker. Those things are not only canon, but there are good things in those stories. There's great things in every single Star Wars story if you are looking hard enough. I would say that of the studio heads currently in the last decade, I would say that she probably navigated arguably the best of them all. But that's just me. And during the Disney Plus stuff and COVID, when the Skywalker saga came to an end, she shifted focus to Disney Plus. Yeah, it was all experimental. Her job was entirely experimental, and she got criticized 10 ways to Sunday every step of the fucking way. And one thing I really love about Kathleen Kennedy is that she exposed some Star Wars fans for how truly horrendous and awful and frankly ignorant they are. They do not understand this brand as well as some of them think they do, and they never will. And for the people who are parading, happy that she's stepping down, let's make that abundantly clear. She's not being fired. She's never going to get fired. No. I don't give a shit who the fuck you think you are to think that this woman is going to get fired from her job. You are out to lunch delusional, maybe more so than the Snyder cult. But when I think of Kathleen Kennedy, I have nothing but respect and admiration because that woman did her job with grace and dignity. Matter of fact, I will give her props for pulling the trigger and making the hard call and canning Lord and Miller and bringing in Ron Howard, because I'll be brutally honest, I think the Solo movie is a fucking better made movie than Rogue One. Rogue One is a waste of time, dude. Yeah, dude, Rogue One's a fucking waste of time. It bores the shit out of me every step of the fucking way. I love Gareth Edwards, but Tony Gilroy had to come in post-production, do what he did. That movie bores the fucking shit out of me, dude. It's a Star Wars movie. I respect it, but Star Wars is like pizza. Sometimes you can eat fresh pizza and love it. Sometimes you eat stale cold pizza. You still love it.
Rebellions are built on hope, though.
Look, dude, I get it. There are great things in that movie. The performances are great. It's structurally a fucking mess. Pace is like shit. Darth Vader's in it for about 5 minutes, and he's in it for nothing but fan service. And I don't give a damn about any of these characters because they all die at the end. Oh, guess what? This story? Yeah, I know about it. Oh, rebels lost their lives to get the plans of the Death Star. Fuck me. No shit. Okay, I got to watch a whole movie about that. Cool, let's move the fuck on. And Andor, the series, that well written, better made than the Rogue One movie. I will give it that. But,
I agree there. I prefer the show over the movie.
But even then, like Tony Gilroy to me is a little pretentious, and I don't ever think he will ever step foot in the sandbox ever again. And frankly, all for the better.
I would agree with you. Season 1, I would agree with you. Season 2, I felt it. I felt he you know,
he's done.
He went less Uncle Ebenezer Scrooge. I was like, oh, okay, he appreciates that people went, not everybody, but a lot of people went with his thing, and I think he cooled on it. But who knows? Again, his next film, I am eager, and it's not a Star Wars thing. I'm like, all right, what else you got? What else you got? Yeah.
And I look at a lot of other shit. Frankly, you know what?
Ooh, sorry. No. Ryan Johnson responded.
I was gonna tell you that.
Really?
Ryan
to
Johnson
what?
Responded. Okay, so the IGN article that said Star Wars: The Last Jedi director Ryan Johnson said to have been spooked by the online negativity while considering his future with the franchise. He put LOL, zero spooked. Sorry.
Yeah. Because Kathy said that he had gone that. Besides the Netflix deal, he got spooked by the negativity and whatnot. So, and then IGN put an article or a post, and then he quote tweeted it. Yeah,
that's ironic because that's actually where one hindsight I would have on Kathleen Kennedy, that it involves him. I think putting all of their eggs in the basket of The Last Jedi kind of screwed them, because when you look at the other movies, specifically like Force Awakens, Rise of Skywalker. Listen, I get everyone's fucking gripes of they should have made an outline, a story outline for the trilogy. I am with you guys on that. I 100% agree with that. But when it comes to wanting to make the trilogy by 3 different directors in the same vein as the original trilogy, I can respect the fuck out of that. 100%. I do think that not going over Ryan Johnson's script from anyone, not having like Lawrence Kasdan or even JJ, like anyone comb over that script or whatever the fuck he decided to do. Like, he had complete total control to do whatever he wanted with any of these characters. And, granted, J.J. Abrams had the luxury of being able to create Ben Solo and Rey and Finn and Poe, BB-8, right? So he could do what he wanted with them, whereas when it came to the legacy characters, that's a whole other conversation. But when it came to The Last Jedi, I honest to God think that one of the biggest hindsights was having that dude have complete and total control after only being on big budget movies for like, you know, a couple years. He hadn't done much. And did he make a good Star Wars movie? Yeah, I do. I think he did make a great Star Wars movie. Did he make a great second installment in a trilogy? No, I don't think he did. That's my opinion. And I've stuck to that for a long, long time. I've often said my least favorite one of the sequel trilogy is The Last Jedi. And I do think that there are some good things in it, but I honest to God believe, and here's why I think this way. If you look at the making of The Force Awakens, J.J. Abrams, everyone in crew, they were like, look, we just wanted to make a fucking great Star Wars movie that echoed what happened in 77. Like, we wanted to bring that feeling back. That movie does exactly what it does. They fucking understood the assignment. They did what they needed to do. Watch the making of The Last Jedi. It is all about Rian Johnson. If you pay a close enough attention on the like making of the movie, he is there with Ron Bergman on set. He looks like he's about to fucking crack, dude.
There's a moment he did flip out. He was like, he's a guy got nervous with the opening. With the opening of the movie, he had to rewrite it. And I was just like,
so I, honest to God, think a lot of the problems kind of stem from that movie in particular.
Oh, and yeah, 100%.
Like lack of oversight and just, yeah, truthfully, just lack of oversight in terms of execution, script writing, just all of it. It really just feels kind of amateur when you look at it too, because he literally writes those characters into a fucking corner. And I'm like, dude, if you think this is clever, it's not. It really isn't.
Oh man, the casino scene in Last Jedi, I will say, I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking about that?
Great concept, but yeah, execution wise, I was like, ooh, I knew we were trying to do.
It breaks up the flow of that movie, and I get what I know they're trying to show that there's like moral ambiguity when it comes to warfare, and that's awesome. But the problem is when you're trying to tell an actual story, it just grinds the pacing to a halt.
It really does. And I'm like, what are we doing here? And then
Andor did that better.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they get Benicio del Toro, his character.
DJ.
Like,
or was it Don't Join?
It was like he was interesting, but at the same time, I was like, I don't know. You got Finn and Rose writing these fucking like camel horse thingies, you know, and I'm like, what are we doing a Harry Potter movie now? I mean,
look, even just looking at like the final half hour of that movie, from the throne room battle with the Protean Guard to the standoff between Luke and Ben, it's just lackluster in my humble opinion. And also that throne room fight is littered with garbage editing.
Oh yeah,
it looks atrocious. It's
and garbage sword fighting as well, because there are plenty of times where I'm like, you're open. Who's choreographing this?
It's just bad. It just doesn't look very appealing. And then, you know, that last bit with Luke and Ben, like, it's cool. It's a cool display of force projection, which was, until that movie, not really a thing touched upon. But
neither was the Leia thing in space.
And that's another thing.
Mary Poppins, y'all.
They decided to just, it was his call. He was like, let's just let the movie lie. And I'm like, brother, the actress died. You guys kind of, if there's any kind of like adjustment to any kind of major beat to change, like maybe we should save Luke Skywalker for the last movie to die. That would have been the conversation to have at that point. But no, Rian Johnson was like, no, let's let the movie lie and let's just keep Carrie alive, and we'll, you know, I'll let them figure out movie 9.
Well, remember, it's like Mark Hamill was talking about where he wanted to have a scene of Han, Luke, and Leia hanging out and stuff. And
we all did.
I think it was Rian Johnson that said, this isn't Luke Skywalker's story.
It wasn't Rian Johnson. It was J.J. Abrams.
Oh, okay. It was J.J.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And
then
the story.
That is the big dropping of the ball of the sequel trilogy, is to not have three of them. I'll not have the three of them reunite and interact and just do things.
You could have had the scene. I think the scene that would have really done it would have been the last time they were seen together.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometime after Ben veered off.
Yeah.
Like the last time Luke said, I can't do this, goodbye. Like that would have been a fucking banger way to have them be together. But at the same time, like, I can kind of understand JJ's impetus being like, we kind of want to shift things to these characters, even though you guys are the reason people are coming to see this movie for the most part. But I kind of get it, but at the same time, like I'm kind of like JJ. That is one call you probably should have, like, you should have filmed something.
Could have done both.
You could have done both.
We're not saying make a whole movie, but just a scene. Just give me a scene.
Something of them three, and then it just pans to Poe, Finn, and Rey, and like that's the passing of torch.
There you go. That's done. That's all you need to do.
Yeah,
I don't. The story they made, that is near impossible to do, but
sure.
Yeah. The one thing that was a little weird about Last Jedi, the way that it ends like it's the end of the trilogy. Because you have all the characters in that little bunker, and they're kind of like, we made it, we survived, and then you have the broom boy, who is like who's force sensitive because he brings the broom to him, and then when he sees the ship fly off, he's holding the broom like a lightsaber, and I'm like, wait, is this like
the next generation?
I was like, honestly, like, you guys should have ended the second movie like you ended Empire, where it was like on a big downer, like what's gonna happen. I mean, Empire ended, Han is frozen, Luke got his hand chopped off, he found out that Vader is a father. There are so many questions. What's going to happen with the next one?
He made a
Last Jedi ended with there's no questions.
Yeah, it almost makes me wonder. I was saying that it's on my show today. It almost makes me wonder if Ryan kind of wanted to end this trilogy on his movies. That's why he like answered everyone's questions in the middle of like his movie.
I remember, I'll never forget it. And again, I don't always go to them for how I feel about films and stuff. I'll never forget it, watching Red Letter Media's video. And when they said at the end of the movie, I didn't care. I was like, I didn't care to see the next installment. Like it felt like it was a closing of a bookend. Mm-hmm. And that the kid at the end, which I like the symbolism of that kid, look at the stars. Mm-hmm. That felt like we were passing the torch for another generation down the line. And yeah, I mean, again, if I really wanted to be bold, you end the movie of like Kylo Ren offering the truth to Rey, and you kind of like, what's gonna happen? Is she gonna turn to the dark side, the light side, and then or commit to it and be like, she does take his truth, and it's like, yo, that's never been done before. What does that mean?
It was a very interesting choice for that ending, because I remember walking out going, why did that feel like that was the ending of the third one? Like it felt like there was a celebration of like, we did it. And
even the title, The Last Jedi.
And Luke died, and it was just like, okay, so like there was no cliffhanger. There wasn't. I mean, there was like, yeah, maybe there was a little bit of questions, but not the way it should be for a second one of a trilogy. The second one needs to be the bridge between the first and third, and the original trilogy did that perfectly. Of like, yeah, even though like they try to make it kind of happy, it still had the music, and they're all like facing out that window, and they see like the galaxy, but at the same time, it's like, well, again, Han is frozen, and is going to be given to Jabba. Luke found out who Vader was, and again, there's just and then it's like there's still like, what's going to happen? Like there's so much up in the air. And when it came to Last Jedi, the flaw, I would say the biggest flaw is like, I walked out going, was that just like setting up his trilogy that he's supposed to have, and it's going to be centered around this broom boy? Like that was like a little weird. I was like, I was with the whole Rey and Luke stuff. I was like cool with that. I was cool with the Rey and Kylo Ren stuff. There's things in there I was like, yeah, I was cool with when it came to Last Jedi. I've defended when it comes to that. But when it came to certain other things like the casino, like it seemed like they didn't what are we going to do with Finn? Finn should have been force sensitive and should have been.
I've always said
he was clearly set up in 7 to be a Jedi.
Yes, I've always said. In the Last Jedi, watch that movie. You can literally tell in the writing which characters Rian Johnson gave more attention to.
Oh yeah,
Captain Phasma.
Once again.
Yeah,
exactly.
Chrome Dome.
Captain Phasma,
Christie,
Snoke. Both of those characters. Like, dude, okay, yeah, yeah, let's just go ahead and kill this brand new Emperor-like character because, haha, fuck you, audience. Okay, all right, whatever, I guess.
It's crazy, y'all. How much I've seen the making of
it's
more
like
than the actual film.
The other thing is like the Hold'em maneuver thing where she goes into hyperspace into ships. What that kind of does is it kind of like gets rid of all the tension of like 4 and other movies, because it's like you're telling me they could have just taken a cruiser and hyperspace it into the Death Star and they're done. Wait a minute here.
I will say that
it was cool, but it's like when you examine the internal logic on it.
Even then, they said that was a 1 in a million thing in the next movie anyway, so that wouldn't have made any sense to do that and didn't do a Death Star.
It was kind of like, I remember like watching that in the theater, and it was like kind of like a gasping kind of moment because it was so quiet, and I was like, wow,
it's a well-crafted sequence.
Yes. But doesn't make sense within the mythology.
And also, Holdo, you don't explain your plan to your soldiers. It's not like you're dealing with some weird subterfuge. Just say, "Hey, we're running because there's a bunker that we're going to. This is why we're doing things, Poe Dameron. Just trust me here."
And I get what Ryan was trying to do. He was trying to teach Poe a lesson, but is the lesson blindly follow orders? Because we've seen history, and it's like that doesn't go well.
In the Star Wars trilogy, in the Star Wars movies, that's happened before.
Yeah, again, I concept wise, their stuff is there, but then execution wise, I'm like,
it's not.
I don't know, man. And again, like we talked about earlier, it would have been nice if before a frame was shot, let's just get everybody's, not even the full scripts, let's just get everybody outlines.
No, that makes sense. Stop that.
I know. Let's just see. Where's everybody going? Where are you going, Ryan? Oh, JJ, where are you gonna go? Okay, what? Colin? Okay, you're not going. Okay, never mind. JJ,
perfect.
You wanna go back? Like,
let's go.
Yeah. There was just. I think that's where a lot of this started. It's like they did a good job of like. I mean, I still remember watching that first fucking teaser for Force Awakens, and it was just like a perfect balance.
Yeah.
And then you watch the movie, and I was like, all right. I mean, you're not gonna like everything, but at the same time, I thought no, they achieved what they needed to achieve, which
brought us back.
They balanced the nostalgia and then introduced new characters, and then but everybody was like, I remember, oh man, I was covering things, and I was like, I remember one of the first theories that I caught wind of, and then I made a video about it, and it like blew up. And I remember I was like, oh yeah, because it was an interesting theory. It was like Rey was a clone from Luke's hand that somebody found. And I was like, that's kind of cool, and then I thought
you're about halfway there.
I know. Remember the scene where she's like in there and they showed like numerous versions of her, like when she was in that weird and I was like, oh, they're doing it because they made numerous.
It involved cloning.
Yeah, I was like, they did it, and then all of a sudden I was like, no, that was just some kind of weird thing.
It's funny when you think about the character of Rey, right, and then you look at the trajectory of that character, the ambiguity behind the origins of that character up until Rise of Skywalker was actually so meticulously well done. That's actually one thing I will give both JJ and Ryan credit for. They both kept it very ambiguous as to who Rey was. And for a long time, I was on the train of she's probably a Kenobi.
Yeah. That was my second theory. Was like
a lot of people thought she was Kenobi because number one, the way she sounded, the way she held herself, and she also, just like Kenobi, did not lose any limbs, unlike the Skywalkers.
Ewan thought so too when he said,
Ewan thought so as well.
Like,
right. These are your first steps, and there was a lot pointing in the direction of her being a Kenobi. So I think the decision to make her a Palpatine, I always kind of just stand on the side of, hey, they were always up to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. I'm happy to get more Ian McDiarmid. I think he's lovely, just absolutely.
Somehow
lovely.
Palpatine returned.
Yeah, we get it. No one likes it. Anyway, moving on. No, man, I will take that because it's so Star Wars coded. It's not even funny because it's the moment written into the opera that people didn't see coming and they don't fucking like it, and I can understand it.
Well, here's the thing: Palpatine cloning to come back, that happened in the EU.
Yes,
so it's like I'm like, wait a minute here.
I go by that. Yeah.
Dark Empire was so good.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, no, like things that happened in the Rise of Skywalker are absolutely canon within the world of Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's like Palpatine wanting to be wanting Rey to serve as a vessel. Mara Jade, anyone?
Yeah,
I think the character of Mara Jade has essentially been swapped with Ahsoka.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying I was surprised that they didn't bring her into this whole thing, and I was like, I think a lot of people were suspecting that she would be pulled into these movies eventually, or there'd be reference.
I don't know, because Mark Hamill talked about one thing that he wanted to do with the Last Jedi, and what he wanted to depict was like earlier on, like one thing he shot, I think he shot it to Rian Johnson, or it was like one thing conceptually was that one thing that originally they toyed with that made Luke walk away was that he did in fact have a child with someone else, but that child ended up using a lightsaber, unfortunately, on themselves accidentally, and that's what made Luke step away. In kind of like a mirror of gun violence in a way. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand that, but I think what they did with Ben kind of made more sense ultimately with what they ended up going.
Yeah, because that's really dark. I mean, I remember him talking about that too, and I was like, yeah, I mean, for someone like me, I would be like, I'd appreciate that kind of like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I'm like, but that's dark. That's really dark. I mean, that's like, you know, in modern day of like a kid finding his dad's gun and you know, boom.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just dark, you know, but at the same time, I get like, yeah, I mean that because a lightsaber, let's face it, not that safe. I mean, even in New Hope, when Luke gets,
he holds the blade.
There's always that shot of him looking down on it, and he just would have hit that button. Hey, guess what?
Well, on to the next chosen one.
I mean, suspension of disbelief aside, you know, you could argue he probably knew that, like, he heard of what a lightsaber was and he couldn't actually believe. Like, he was probably looking for the Kyber crystal inside the center of it, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know.
Like I said, it's just it's always funny when I see that in like a meme or something like that, where like there's literally a shot of Luke looking down, you know,
or like when someone photoshops the lightsaber through his face.
Yes.
Is this thing on?
That one's always really funny.
And then
like, I don't see it.
Written in
chosen one, my butt.
Yeah.
Well, he never was the chosen one. That was Anakin. That was Anakin. But even then, that was all fucking nonsense anyway.
Oh, the midi-chlorians?
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Funny part about the prequels is that it shows how much how idiotic the Jedi were, because here's this guy. Okay, he's supposed to be the chosen one, the one that you think is going to bring balance to the Force. Yeah, let's be a dick to him. Yeah, that's going to be a really good idea. Let's go. Yeah, well, you're not going to be a master, particularly now when you take into a fact
growth opportunity.
Well, here's the thing. Not only if you take Clone Wars into account, not only has he sired a Padawan, but it's like whenever Mace Windu says, I don't trust him, I'm like, you fought alongside this dude for like 2 to 3 years in the Clone Wars, bro. There's plenty of episodes of this. So I'm like, what do you mean you don't trust him?
That's why the show elevates the trilogy. And I like the trilogy, but I'm like, the show elevates it a lot. And like the stakes are higher now when you revisit 3.
Dude, that last season of Clone Wars that is taking place during 3, the way they integrated those two together is like so good.
Yeah,
that's the thing, because it's like with Filoni taking over, it's like seeing what Clone Wars became and what he was able to do, the type of stories he was able to tell. I'm like, yes, there can be variety in Star Wars even without a lightsaber.
Yeah. I would argue
that's heresy.
Oh, we got skeptic right here. It says Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy wanted to do projects outside of Skywalker timing, but Iger gave them pushback. I would say that there is some of that, probably maybe a little bit too.
The solo release date. I don't know why they chose to put it out. What was it, after Infinity War?
Yeah,
but before Deadpool 2, right?
No, it opened up a week after Deadpool 2.
Right. So within the time frame of like 2 big superhero movies, you throw in Solo, and already the bag is ass with it.
What that was Lucasfilm getting humbled in the modern cinema era. That's what it was. They thought that their Star Wars brand would carry them in the summer of cinema, and they lost out to Deadpool and Infinity War.
Yeah.
which sucks because I think again, I'll say it again. I think Solo is a much better made movie than fucking Rogue One ever could have been. That's just me.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Solo.
I enjoyed Solo. My favorite part of Solo.
I mean, William.
I love Alden. And I love Alden. I like what he did. But hopefully all this stuff, these past years of experience, there's the film don't lie. The play, you know, the stats or whatever, you know, like look at what happened then and see if you can improve from that and learn the lessons, both the good and the bad. I would hope.
It's funny because with Solo, they were trying to do this whole anthology thing, and they were trying to incorporate that in the title, and it was like, yeah, was Solo, or was I think Rogue One was the first one that didn't have the scroll, right? That was
Rogue One was the first one that didn't have it.
Yeah.
Solo did put something in it that I did like, which is like a few paragraphs and so on.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it was like Solo was, but I'm kind of interesting of like what Miller and Lord were trying to do with that. Like, what was the initial story that didn't work where Ron Howard came in to fix it, quote unquote, fix it? It's like, I'm very curious of like, you know, because like I said, I can watch Solo and enjoy it and be like, oh yeah, this is a cool little Star Wars episode. I think the problem was always going to be, you know, just like why they will never reboot Indiana Jones. It's like people can't imagine Indiana Jones or Han Solo without being Harrison Ford. I think that's difficult boots to fill right there. You know, when it comes to superhero movies, you know, you could do that, even though it's going to be very difficult when it comes to when they have to do Iron Man or Wolverine. That's when, you know, obviously as DC fans, we've already been going through that like crazy. You know, we've had multiple Batmen and Supermen and Flashes. You know, we'll eventually get another Wonder Woman and, you know, and some of the other characters. But, you know, when it comes to the Disney world that they've had just kind of like one versions of all these characters, one actor essentially playing all these characters. Well, not Han Solo now, but I always thought that, God damn, no matter whatever actor is going to try to fill those boots and carry that blaster, it's going to be difficult. Chewie was very easy because Chewie can just be Chewie. You just put somebody in a costume and make the noises. Nothing wrong with that.
It's not that easy because you need to find someone who's like 7 feet tall. But
of course, but still a lot easier than replacing doing a younger version of Harrison Ford. I think Alden did a great job, to be honest. Like I think from what he was given and he captured some of the essence of Han Solo, but again, general public, I was like general audience, I was like wondering like how are they going to respond to that? And you know, I think that had some kind of effect to a point. That's why when it came to doing when they were like during the shows like Mandalorian and stuff like that, they didn't just go, oh, we're going to cast somebody who, you know, as a young Luke Skywalker. No, we're going to put Mark Hamill's face on this actor. We ain't going to do that shit again. It's like, yeah. So
I'll tell you a fun Solo story. So my dad has never watched Clone Wars. That's gonna be very important here. So we're watching Solo, and he's really getting into it. Then Darth Maul shows up. Now, bear in mind, he's only watched the movies. He turns to me and he goes, "Please explain why that guy is still alive."
Yeah, they had to inject something in there, which was. I remember when I was watching in the movie theater, they were like, you know, it was like one of those where, you know, and then I remember like I hadn't watched Clone Wars fully through, but I was aware that he made his comeback in that series. So I knew, I was like, oh yeah, he does come back, because my nephew and my brother were watching and they were kind of like telling me things, but I hadn't. It was later on when I started watching the series, and so, yeah, and I was like kind of going like, oh shit, like that's cool. But I'm like, there's going to be questions that the general audience is going to have. But I get it. They wanted to have something, and maybe that probably was not in Lord and Miller's original script.
It's tough to say. Like, I remember reading that they were canned because they wanted to make like a Guardians of the Galaxy-esque kind of movie in tone.
What?
Solo at the helm. Yeah. That's what I remember reading at the time.
Could have worked for a Han Solo movie. Honestly.
I completely disagree.
Well,
fundamentally, every step of the way, you don't put Han Solo in the fucking Peter Quill moniker. It just doesn't work.
Right.
I think there's like there's like probably like a little similar vibe. I know there was like times where they were saying that, oh, who could like when it came to Indiana Jones, who could replace Indiana Jones? Chris Pratt was always like, oh, and I'm like,
I hated that. I always hated that.
I'm like, no, nobody's gonna replace. No, what they should have
not
done.
Anytime soon. Not anytime soon. 30 years from now, because this generation, a next generation, or a generation after it, is not going to have those sentimental ties to Harrison Ford that we do now. But it's
Kathy said that.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the regrets, like not doing the project, but doing it too soon. Like should have. That's something to do later down the line.
Yeah. But Chris, I know you got to take off. You got some birthday things.
Yeah, I got a kid's birthday party in the morning, so I need to.
Wait, when's your kid's birthday? No,
it was last week, but it's the birthday party is technically this morning. So
have fun with that.
It'll be fun.
Yeah,
so
have a good time with that.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday to them.
Yeah.
Yes, enjoy, and as always, fellas, have a great weekend. Always great discussion, and power on.
Take care, Chris.
Take care.
Yeah,
Chris.
Yeah, when it comes to, I always thought that when what's his name, Short Round, the actor,
Ke Huy Quan.
Ke Huy Quan, since he had this, resurgence, resurgence. I was like, I don't care what you're doing, but when it comes to the what was the last one called? The something dial.
Dial of Destiny.
Yeah. Have him show up, pass the torch to him, and then do then just have him take over and continue the adventures within the world. Just do that. I thought like they missed an opportunity because he blew up after everything everywhere all at once, and then people started going, wait, that's the kid from Indiana Jones and Goonies? What the fuck? Everybody was like so blown away, and instead it sucks because he won the Academy Award for that. He blew up, and everybody was like, he seems like he's so happy. He's like the nicest guy in the world. And then like the first movie they give him was that Love Hurts movie that came out early last year, and it was so fucking bad. I was like, I remember I felt so terrible. I was like, I remember that was the last movie I saw before I moved. Actually, that was the last movie I saw in the movie theater that I used to go to, and I was like, man, this sucks that this is the last movie. And I just felt so bad because I was watching it going, oh man. I mean, the fight choreography was decent because he's excellent at that, but the story and everything was like, what the fuck is this movie? And it bombed naturally. He was great in Loki, which is good. I'm glad that, and hopefully maybe that character can show up in one of the fucking Avengers movies. I think he will. They got to fit him in there somewhere because he seems like he was pretty pivotal when it came to the TVA shit. Yeah. So, but I was like, oh, Lucasfilm, what are you doing? Just fucking just film a scene in a day where he shows up and pass the torch to him, and then do a series with him, or even do a movie. It's like, just pass the torch. If you want to continue some kind of Indiana Jones thing and kind of salvage it, this is probably your best thing to do, because I don't know, Dial of Destiny, I didn't like it. I thought it was
I still thought that movie was horrible. But if you're using the word salvage, it's over.
I like parts of it.
Yeah, parts of it. Like I said, I'll never, when it comes to this stuff, I'll never say the movie was complete ass. No, there's always going to be some good things about it, for sure. But I think, somebody I remember seeing on my timeline was just like, when it came to the initial Indiana Jones trilogy, it was such a perfect little trilogy because you literally had Indiana Jones just riding off in the sunset, and it's like, we didn't need to do anything more. But then they decided to do another movie, and it's like, when it came to the Crystal Skull, I mean, but how are you gonna say no? How are you gonna say no to Steven Spielberg coming back?
You don't say no to Steven Spielberg.
No, you don't. You don't say no to Steven Spielberg, and then of course you don't say no to anything that he wants to do with that IP. And I remember when that was coming out. This is pre like social. I mean, there was social media, but it wasn't as big. It was like, it was like this is pre. This is pre MCU. This is pre that stuff. And I remember there was excitement. I remember there was like excitement from friends. And then when people saw it, there was like, okay, that was interesting. And I was like, I like the alien aspect of it, but I wish they leaned more into it. I did not like the Shia LaBeouf shit. The swinging on the vines and the monkey stuff. I was like, what are we doing here? It got a little too crazy when it came to life. And I even got annoyed with his character. And I'm like, are they really trying to pass the torch to him? I was like, I did not like that character.
That shot of him grabbing the fedora and it's like,
and then he's no. And I was like, thank you for doing that. But I was like, all right, that's it, right? And then, of course, when you do Dial of Destiny, and then it's like, and then because what it does, it just makes the story of Indiana Jones sadder. Because it's like, even with Crystal Skull, he was still like, hey, I got married to Karen Allen, her character. Yeah.
Marion Ravenwood.
Marion. Yeah. It's like, okay, it was kind of like a happy ending. But then Dial of Destiny, they're divorced. They're not together. And then she shows up, but only for like one scene. And it's like, that's...
And he's depressed and all that stuff. I'm
like, and I was like, it felt like a downer a little bit. I mean, some of the action sequences were cool. Like and I give props to James Mangold for crafting some of that stuff and some excitement when it comes to that and punching Nazis again and stuff like that. Cool. Yeah. But the overall story, I was just like, yeah.
Also, so she has to knock him out because he wants to stay in like ancient Rome, and like that's what I'm like, what?
At that point, I was cool with it. I'm like, don't you dare let him die here. I'm like, get him the hell back. Yeah, I was like, get him back home.
And I mean, like, the whole opening sequence with him, and it was like the younger version. I was like, that's cool. We got another Indiana Jones kind of story when he was still younger, and they managed to pull that off. I thought that was actually a really good crafted scene. I even thought the de-aging looked good. I was like, okay. But then, I don't know. It just, there were some things where it looked wonky, where it was like they were trying to put Harrison Ford's face on the stunt body, and I was like, nah.
It was when he was hanging. To me, that's when I was like, I don't know, like, get him on the train. Just get him on the train. Like,
I don't know. And then it's just, it gets to a point where, I know Harrison Ford keeps in shape. He keeps in, he's still very, but I mean, there's, it seems like sometimes when you see, like, especially this happens when it comes to men, where there's like a certain way that, this guy is walking like and running. It's like, it looks like he's struggling when he's doing that. And you kind of see that, and it's like, you don't have that. And then all of a sudden you see the stuntman running, and it's like, that's not how Harrison Ford was running. You were running like a younger person. It's kind of taken me away from this, because when you see Harrison Ford run, it's like, it's a little rough because he's fucking 70 years old, God's sakes. It's like, it's not the same. And then when they, it's just, I don't know.
It's what happens. I mean, I don't know if this is entirely equatable, but like, 20 years ago, I could go out at, 8 a.m. and skate until 6 o'clock at night, come home and be fine. I went out at noon. By 4 o'clock, I was like, all right, my legs are starting to get a little wobbly stiff. It's time to fucking, go lay down for a minute. So it's age, man. It sucks.
Somebody said he was 79 when they were filming it. So he's 80. So I mean, there comes to a point where it's like, you want to make an exciting action film, but then you have somebody that that is up there, and like, it's just he's his joints are not there. It's like he's looking like, so then sometimes when you have the stuntman doing that, and it's a noticeable difference, where like that kind of takes you out of it. What movie that was kind of like that was under so many people's radar that came out a few years ago? Jackie Chan movie called The Foreigner.
I like that movie.
Yes.
Okay, so that movie played into Jackie Chan's age. Because he was still doing all the stunts and still doing the fight choreography, but you knew it was him, and you knew it wasn't the Jackie Chan that we knew from the 90s and the 80s. He wasn't as fast. He was slower, but it was still Jackie Chan doing it. Yeah. And that movie had an overall good story as well. Yeah. I thought it was a great story. I remember walking out going, Jackie Chan still has this shit. And that was a good fucking movie. But it played into his age where you didn't feel like, that, there was some younger stuntman that with a wig that went in there and, glammed it up a little bit. No, it played into like, it wasn't fucking Rumble in the Bronx or Super Cop or Police Story. It wasn't like that level, of course, but it still was what Jackie Chan was capable of doing. And then they put a good story wrapped around it. And I was sad that not a lot of people like went to go see that movie because I'm a huge Jackie Chan fan. He's like probably my all-time favorite action star. Sorry, Jean-Claude. But sorry, Arnold and Sylvester. But that's the type of movie where it's like, wow, they really played into like he's older, but he could still do at least this kind of stuff, and he still pulled off some of the things at his advanced age. I don't know how old he was when he filmed that, but yeah. But I mean, I think like sometimes you just gotta like go, you gotta let it go.
Or play with what you got this far. Like again, the inverse part of that whole indie talk of like looks young but doesn't move the same. I remember watching The Irishman, and I love The Irishman.
Oh god!
Yeah. But it's the grocery store scene where he beats up the dude. And
when he's
trying to step on him, and it's just like
picking him when he's on down. I'm like, that does not look like a 30-year-old man. That looks like a fucking 60-plus-year-old man kicking. I was like, I'm enjoying the movie, Martin. But
that took me out.
Asian thing is
that was a long ass movie too, boy. That was 4 hours.
Yeah.
Taladia, I know you got to take off. Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, man.
Take care, Taladia.
See you, Taladia.
Looking good with the shaved beard, whatever Phil says.
I'm just saying, it was a shocking and nice surprise, man.
It was I'll get it.
I mean, I was surprised when you did the shave, Phil, mind you. So.
I shave all the time. That's not shocking.
Anyway, take care, guys.
Take care.
Yeah. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. But I mean, I think this was already. I think they made this decision years.
This
not years ago.
Usually decided long before it's even reported on.
It was inevitable. Yeah.
Well, I think they, and like I said, like what I said at the beginning when I was talking to Chris. I mean, I was even thinking, I'm like, this was not just like decided at the end of this year. Or the beginning of this year, or the end of last year, or the beginning of this year, and I saw Stephen Colbert. He posted. He's like, this, it's like, was this like one of those things where the decision was made, but they didn't want to make it seem like it was a reaction to the internet, because during COVID and during the times where it came to the series, when Mandalorian was working, Kenobi was mainly working, but people had their reservations about it. Book of Boba Fett didn't work. Obviously, Acolyte didn't work for people. And, when there was a lot of backlash and there was a lot of things that were happening, was it already like, when we were already hearing.
She started this 2 years ago. She started her succession plan a couple years ago. She picked her people. The people who were replacing her, she picked them. This isn't.
Yeah,
I mean, always trying to go back into produce.
Yeah, it was already set in motion, and it was just like, what's the opportune time to do it? Yeah. And I think, at the beginning of the new year, where news is slow, and there hasn't been a Star Wars movie since Rise of
Skywalker.
Yeah, and then we're still not we're gonna get one this year, and then we're gonna get one next year. Yeah, we're getting Mando this year. We're getting Starfighter next year, and so it's like, I think it was just like an opportune time where everything's kind of like, hey, everything's low key. Let's just announce it. And then she does an interview, starts talking about all this stuff. I mean, she talked about how she talked to Fincher. She talked to what else did she talk
Gulligan,
about? Vince Gilligan, yes. Yeah. Fucking Breaking Bad, right? I mean that had to be crazy. But I can't imagine Vince Gilligan wanting to try to do something like that. I mean, Vince Gilligan should very much stay in his lane of just coming up with original. I haven't watched Pluribus,
It's on the list.
Pluribus.
but I mean, it's already won Golden Globes. I mean, the actress won the Golden Globe, and I you know, obviously when they released the teasers, it was like, what the fuck is this? I still haven't watched it, and of course I got spoiled. Like, oh, there's this little aspect involved, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's right up my alley. Of course, Vince Gilligan, I love you, and I'm like, I can't wait to watch it. So I'm just gonna binge it as soon as I log into my mom's Apple TV. I didn't say that, Apple. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna buy my own. I mean, anyways, but yeah, I gotta watch it. But yeah, I just can't even imagine like what would Vince Gilligan pitch? You know, the guy who wrote numerous X-Files episodes and did Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and then I mean, he does very.
You got to think their offices had to not been too far from each other.
Probably not,
given that
yeah,
she was with Amblin and Lucasfilm, and he was on the Fox lot. I'm sure their offices probably weren't too far from each other.
And he was popular, and she probably wanted to, like, you know, what would you? She probably, I mean, they probably met. They probably had, you know, some meetings or a lunch.
Oh, sure.
Like, what would you do in this universe?
And think of it this way: do you remember right when she got the job? Who was one of the first people that they interviewed for a movie? Zack Snyder.
Was it Zack?
Rebel Moon.
Oh, that was when he pitched his Rebel.
It was right around the time Disney was getting bought by Fox.
Right. That was in the mid 2000s, right? Early 2000s.
2012, something like that.
Oh, I thought it was like earlier than that.
Was it earlier than that? I thought
it was
I don't remember. Yeah. Maybe you might be right. Maybe it was the early. Yeah, it was before. Yeah, it was after what? It was before Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it
somewhere in there.
So yeah. I mean, in that, but at the same time, it's like, they weren't ready for that. I mean, and Zach is such a fucking Star Wars fan, but Zach just, you know, he's on a whole other level where it's like adult R-rated content.
Right. And I think Disney had just bought Fox and they were like, yeah, what you want to do is not what we can do right now, or something like that. I don't remember.
There's no way that they were going to green light that.
I said it, like, you gotta, if these directors who are fans, let them flex a little bit in an episode of a show and be like, all right, here's the story, but do your thing, do your vibe. You want to get bloody and geary in this episode? Fine, we'll do it for this episode of television. I've been saying that about like Genndy Tartakovsky. I'm like, yo, let him direct one episode. Let's see what he's got in live action and flex a little bit. And I don't know, dude. So I knew she was leaving inevitably. I for sure thought they were gonna wait till at least Celebration or Starfighter came out to be like, okay, 2 more movies for y'all. Celebration, love y'all, peace out.
Even still, you know, Starfighter is the last movie on her under her title, like as you know, CEO.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Like, and she's gonna be a producer anyway, so it's not really that big of a drastic change, and it's definitely not like, you know, this mega firing that these fucking chuds online have been clamoring for.
Oh, sure.
That's how I felt. I had thoughts, but then instantly when I saw it, oh no, I could already see people getting ready for the night session, and then
I
already saw the thumbnails, and I was just like, oh no,
bro, those thumbnails have been ready since like
leaving
2016.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, those guys just want to. I mean, those are the same guys that were like, when they saw Sophie Turner as Lara Croft, they were like, this looks nothing like Lara Croft. I'm like, you mean she doesn't have big tits? That's all you're saying?
Or she doesn't have triangular boobs. I'm like,
just say that. Because, like, she looks like Lara Croft, but yeah, she doesn't have the enormous jugs.
Of the 3 actresses,
neither did Alicia Vikander. She wasn't that big breast.
Of the 3 actresses, Sophie Turner looks the most like Lara Croft.
You think so?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
I would say Angelina probably takes the cake for me, at least right now. But I mean, that shot of her, I was like, "That's Laura." That's
the
Lara
classic
Croft.
for me. It's the
Looks like
classic.
an 90s
I love
comic.
where they're like, I love where they're like, oh, it looks like cosplay, and I'm like, Lara Croft wears a t-shirt and shorts. It's not that complicated of a costume.
Dude,
And they
every
said,
time that
the
somebody
wardrobe
says
test.
cosplay, there we go. Every time somebody goes, "That looks like cosplay," I'm like, "Yeah, it's all cosplay. Nobody's really the fucking person." And then you see that GameStop quote tweeted it and said, "That's not Lara Croft." Like, whoa, what
Dude,
the
my
fuck?
friend,
They've been doing troll posts a lot.
my friend sent me that in our group chat, and I was like,
Whoa.
"You guys are closing 400 fucking stores, and you're trying to be edgy on the internet right now."
What are you trying to? What kind of points are you trying to win here, man?
Someone put a photo of their store inside. It's like GameStop is not a gaming store anymore. It's Funkos and like loot crate stuff.
Funkos, backpacks, t-shirts.
But then Funko Pops are not even popular anymore. That's the thing.
they're
It's like
not.
Funko Pops are popular between like what 2018 to 2023, and then it just started dying down. Like it's not really a big thing anymore. And yeah, I know. It's like I don't know. It's just I mean, like I can understand why people are being like, well, that's doesn't seem like a good choice because she's like this, you know, she's a redhead. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand that. And then people are like, yeah, she doesn't have the best acting chops. I'm like, yeah, I mean, what I've seen her in, maybe it's like, you know, but then I'm like, but at the same time, I'm going, but I still have to see footage. That first official picture, I'm like, that looks like Lara Croft to me.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't like a diehard, you know, player. I played the original PS1 game. That's about it. I never really got into like the whole thing. I watched all the, you know, the previous 3 movies, the Angelina Jolie ones, and I thought those were the second one was a little, but the first one was cool, you know, and the second one was a little like okay, and then the Alicia Vikander one I really enjoyed. I was like, all right, step in the right direction. I think she's great. And then they just were like, now we're not moving forward. And I'm like, well, fuck, all right. And then they decided to do this, and I'm like, okay, let's see. And then I remember I even posted a clip about it. I mean, I remember when they like Sophie Turner showed that she got in shape, like she like posed like by a pool, and she was like fucking abs and some fucking arms, and I was like, holy shit, she got in shape for it. So at least there's that. But I'm like, all right, but you know, is it gonna work? And then when they posted that, I was like, all right, looks like Lara Croft to me, but I'm not gonna like say like she's gonna be the best until I see footage. I'm not, you know, but the look at least is
phenomenal.
there. The look is great. But at the same time, when I'm seeing like some of these, you know, these guys out there, it doesn't look like, yeah, okay, just say she doesn't have big tits. Just say it. Just say it. I mean, that's what you're all, you know, all going for. I'm like,
just say you want Sydney Sweeney to play Lara Croft.
You played Tomb Raider for because they designed her with some triangular.
There's a dude that Talati and I used to stream with that kept saying that only Sydney Sweeney can play Power Girl.
Get the fuck out of here.
And I'm like, there's 2 reasons why you only want Sydney Sweeney to do.
I saw somebody even posted on Twitter, like they made, you know, they AI'd and they made Sydney Sweeney as Lara Croft with her short blonde hair, and they were like, this is what we deserved. And people agreed, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That doesn't look
nothing like Lara Croft.
I'm like, she still has the what? It's like, okay, just admit that you just wanted somebody with big jugs.
You have a type.
That's all you've resorted the character down to. You just to big tits. That's it. That's all you did. I'm like, I thought the character was a little bit more than that. That's why for Alicia Vikander, she didn't have. I mean, Angelina Jolie did, and she did great for that time. But when it came to Vikander, and I know they changed the design within the game where they did make it so voluptuous. It makes sense. She doesn't have to have. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that they want her to be hot all the time. Well, in the Vikander movie is based on like the early origin of like Lara Croft, that first trilogy of games
before the two guns.
Yeah, I'm like, she looks like someone that realistically has gone through like hell. Yes. Like the thing about it is that too many of these people want her to look like essentially a corn star all the time.
Yeah, I mean and I think that's, and I remember those days where it was like when the internet was coming out, it's like people made mock-up nudes of the PS1 character, and I remember a friend of mine showed me that. I'm like, look, you can see Laura. I'm like, that's. Even then, I thought that's weird. I mean, it's like she's got that fucking square triangular titties, man. What are we doing here? I mean, and I think there's just like a little bit of that, and there's always that side of this whole thing where it's a more conservative kind of side, but it's not even a conservative kind of side because it's just pushing back to what they're giving you. So they want to be like, what are we doing here? She needs to have big ass boobies. And I'm like, well, that doesn't even make sense, because if she's doing what she's doing, those things are going to get in the way. Like, as long as she's fit and can do it, and
you buy it.
There's nothing wrong with her looking sexy, and I think Sophie looks sexy, in my opinion. She looks sexy as all hell. But I'm like, yeah, okay, she doesn't have fucking double D's. I'm like, but that wouldn't make sense.
Dude, when I see these moments like this, well, not just her, other female characters, specifically female characters, I go, do I have range? And everybody else is just like have a type and that's it? Like house, like, is it that sad that I have so much range of like, and not just even just range, detail is like, I don't know, I just don't just care for breast or just ass. It's like if I just care about that.
What was kind of funny, I will say that was kind of funny, is someone photoshopped the triangle PS1 boobs onto Sophie Turner. So I'm like, okay, we're having, and then they're like, this is true Lara Croft.
Yeah, I think it was Boss
Yeah,
Logic.
and I'm like, yeah, that works. That's funny. I like that.
Yeah, because I quote tweeted it. I quote tweeted that, and yeah, he basically turned her into like the PS1 version, and was like, here you go. And I think he was quote tweeting the one individual. Yeah, it was it was this right. It was this right here, and it was like, yeah, there you go, perfect. It was this right there, boom.
Yep.
We want her more game accurate, and it's like, yeah, there it is.
People want PS1 graphics back in the year of 2026.
Yeah,
that looks like Michael Jackson.
It does. It does.
No joke. That looks like Michael Jackson.
Doing bad.
Wow.
But it's just so funny where it's like, I get it when they make these live action versions and maybe they try to tweak something and they're trying to be like a certain thing and it doesn't work and they're doing it for brownie points. Yeah, I can even like go like, yeah, you guys fucked up on that. You were trying to go for them, like patting yourself on the back. Like, and anytime they change the race of a character, I go, okay, I don't have a problem with that, but just make it make sense. Don't just do it because you want to have brownie points. And when they actually make it make sense, I'm going, good job. I'm okay with that. But when they do it just because it's like, oh yeah, because we want to be more, it's like, yeah, but you have to make it make sense to the character. But when it comes to something like this, and I knew it was going to be the case because I was like, when she got cast, and I was like, yeah, she doesn't have. I already know there's already going to be a thing about the boobies, and sure enough, that's exactly. But I'm like going, but with the character, I'm going when she's like. Have you played the game where she's like scaling fucking walls and swinging around doing this stuff? I'm like, if she had like double D's, those things would be
chafing, man.
They'd be getting in the way. I mean, she would have to wear like this crazy bulletproof like sports bra to hold those things back, But I'm like, so I was like, when I saw Sophie post that picture of her where she got like she showed off how she got fit for it, I was like, whoa, look at that. That's good.
Initiative.
Yeah. That's good. Just like Alicia Vikander when she got super fit for it, I was like, yes, that's what Lara Croft should be. It's not about the titties. It's about.
She even said. Sophie even said she read the comics and played a few of the games to prepare for the role, and I'm like, you're doing more than most people in Hollywood do.
Yeah. But of course, these people have to push back, and then they have to.
Well, then You've also got the likes of like Ryan Hurst getting the role of Kratos for God of War. He's
I
like,
saw
went from playing the game to being the game. It's like
that's pretty cool. He looks like he'd be good for that character.
Well,
I don't know about him too much.
He voiced Thor in Ragnarok.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he voiced Thor in Ragnarok in the sequel game. But him playing Kratos, it's like you look at him, it's like, yeah, you look like it.
Yeah. Because I've never played that game, and I know that's a popular game, and I know that's
really
they've been trying to make a live action version forever, and I'm like, kudos to whoever they cast. And when I saw who they cast, I'm not even really familiar with him, but when I saw him and it was like a side by side, I went, you guys fucking nailed that shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Actor Ryan Hurst, if you've seen
Remember the Titans.
Remember the Titans.
Is he the guy from Reacher?
He's also in The Walking Dead.
I know I've seen him. I know I've seen him in movies and whatever. I know he's been around, but
he's a big dude. He's a fucking big guy. Like, he's a pretty big guy. He's also the voice of Lobo in one of the Tomorrowverse movies.
That makes sense.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man of Tomorrow?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
It's Man of Tomorrow or whatever the last one Lobo was in after Man of Tomorrow.
That would be Justice League Warworld, I think.
Yeah, that one, probably.
He was in Sons of Anarchy.
He was in Saving Private Ryan for like a split second.
Yeah.
He was.
No, I mean, but see, that just shows you right there that they were, again, I mean, one of the things that's going to be coming up when it comes to the DCU, when it comes to Mr. Miracle, they're going to be casting, they're going to be casting Darkseid. They're going to be casting.
They already did.
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't.
Yeah.
I actually did this earlier. Tom King is
writing.
writing.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did say that.
Producing, show running, and he said that Mr. Miracle, Barda, Darkseid, and Orion have all been cast. They haven't said who, but they're going to reveal it soon. I wouldn't doubt one bit that this show is probably going to be based off of his Mr. Miracle run.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I have the book up on my shelf. I need to read.
I think that's what even Gunn said.
That book is so good. It's fucked up.
Gunn actually expressed that with the anniversary of,
and it even kind of just brings something. Because I don't know who the fuck that was. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine earlier about how, like, I don't really want a large Tom King influence on the DCU.
No one wants that.
Well, there's a reason why. There's a large reason why. And it's kind of reminiscent of the post Justice League Hamada Johns era of DC films, in that I don't want a lot of these properties to be pulled from the popular work of their hot writer or whatever. Like, I really don't need to see 2.0 of that. And I'm also not in any way saying that Tom King is like a Jeff Johns, because there's no proof of that in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, like, I really just don't want the Tom King DCU. Like, I say that as someone who's really looking forward to the Superwoman Tomorrow movie and Lanterns. But when I look at this, I'm like, okay, you have 3 projects now, Tom King. Let's let some other people fucking come into DC.
I've noticed that where it's like, wait, is this the Gunverse or the Kingverse?
Well, the thing is also, Gunn is a huge Tom King fan, so he's greenlighting a lot of King's work. I thought I saw they were also looking at Human Target for something.
That
cool.
was rumored a while ago, I think.
That'd be cool.
With Human Target. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on.
Yeah,
Tom
there
King.
was the thing about the Human Target, because I remember. He was in an episode of something we watched. Was it Superman? Yeah, Superman or Batman? I don't know. It was something on DC Fanimated where he was. They actually brought that character in there. It was. God, I'm like drawing a blank. But then I remember there was mention. It was kind of funny because when Scott and I talked about that episode that he was in, there was talks about bringing that character into the DCU, and it was like, oh, that was interesting timing.
Human Target is great, man.
Yeah.
That
had to be Superman the animated series, or was it Batman? I don't know. We were going back and forth between Batman Adventures and Superman, and I can't remember which one he was in. So but it was a good episode, and it was like, yeah, I could totally see that. I mean, I could see it being a good, I mean, that's the thing is like, I appreciate Gunn like sticking to his guns, and
Sure. Yeah.
and basically just hey, we're going to be doing like, he wants to do these offlandish characters, but it's like, and the first year was like a decent year, and now we got the second year, and then but at the same time, it's like you could see like in his interviews where he's starting to pivot and be like, yeah, we're going to try to focus more on the big characters. Like, yeah, that's why I'm going Wonder Woman and Batman are going to be in Man of Tomorrow. 100%.
I really think so.
I think there's got to be a presence, because if Brainiac is going to be this global threat, you can't. I mean, just to not.
You can't. Yeah, right. Yeah, I hear you. Genie bottle out. Yeah.
The thing is, it's like the way I could see them at least alluding to Wonder Woman is like maybe on the TV screen at the Daily Planet, they say, and Ambassador Prince is like at a certain UN event. It's like, it doesn't make sense to introduce Batman and Wonder Woman in a Superman movie, though.
Why?
Like, instead of giving them their own projects to introduce them.
I mean,
but that's not the goal, though. The goal is to tell a story. I mean, not to do introductions. I mean, if they fit in the story, then you put them where they fit in the story. I mean,
that's my whole thing is like, if you have Brainiac, who's not going to be just some kind of metropolis threat, I think he's going to be a global threat. It's like, when Gunn has already established that this world already has heroes in it, and you already, the first Superman movie was not just Superman. It was, you had these other heroes already in it.
You mean Superman and his super friends?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
Where's Marvin with his bell bottoms? Never mind.
But I'm just saying, like, you already have this world that is not going to be just Superman. And it's like, it's not going to just be Superman and Lex. I just don't see Superman and Lex. I'm saying they're going to be the centralized characters, and that's cool. But at the same time, I'm going, there's going to be a global threat. I mean, at least you're going to have a Batman.
What this could be, Dave, this could be the movie that leads to them saying, hey, we should formalize this and create, and essentially it leads to the Justice League. Like, they all come together to fight Brainiac, and they're like, hey, we came together to fight a global threat. Maybe this is something worth exploring.
True. That's good. That's good. That's good. And and I think that's what I loved about what Zach did when people gave him shit about the fact is like the next movie was, him kind of introducing as opposed to giving him origin stories, but it's like essentially BVS. Yeah, it introduces Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg, but that's just one little scene. But essentially, this was establishing the Trinity in this movie, on the basis of that Superman arrived, Superman had a fucking crazy fight, Batman or Bruce Wayne was aware of this fight and is going, fuck this guy, and I'm going to take him on. And so it was like, it fit. Again, it's all about the storytelling, and that's what I liked about that. It wasn't like you didn't have to have, we're going to have, obviously what Marvel did was like, let's have the origin story, and then have the crossovers. It was like, well, no, we don't need to do that because there's got to be already, a Batman already exists. A Wonder Woman already exists. That was happening in the Snyderverse, and even other characters already existed. So when Superman came down and had this fight, all of a sudden it was like, hey, guess what? Now all of a sudden these other people are going to. So if Gunn is already establishing that right up with the first movie, as opposed to when it came to Man of Steel, we didn't know. But then Zach put Easter eggs. He put the Wayne tech, the fucking satellite and LexCorp, and there was like already things where it was like,
and there's actually a Batman poster in the background.
Yeah, the Batman poster in the building. So he was already going like, yeah, Batman already exists, So if Gunn is already going, numerous characters heroes already exist. It's like, so if you're gonna have a global threat, and like I said, I've always been saying this is like, I mean, let's face it, when Avengers came out, it kind of ruined solo movies for a lot of people, because I don't know how many times, anytime that there was a solo movie where there was a big threat, everybody's going like, where's Captain America? Where's Thor?
Even not even solo movies. There's like when the Winter Soldier, it's like one of the honest trailers is like when S.H.I.E.L.D. turned out to be Hydra, the Avengers didn't assemble. When the Dark Elves invade, the Avengers didn't. I'm like, well, maybe it's because it's a Thor movie.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is like,
well, those events also happen chronologically on a timeline mere days apart from each other, if not weeks. So there's that to take into account too.
And I'm not saying that that's why you need to do this, because I hate it when people say that, because I'm like, I just want to see, if I'm going to go see a Captain America movie or a Thor movie, I want it to be about those characters. Sure, we can have some, a scene or whatever. I don't mind crossovers. Like, I'm all for it, because I've read comic books for most of my life. And I don't know how many times I've read a book and another character shows up for one little fucking thing, or they'll show up for So
Wolverine showed up on the last page of what issue of Incredible Hulk was it?
181.
Yeah.
181. Yeah.
Well,
see, that's the other thing. Like, I don't mind that. I don't mind it when they show up, like when you read a book like Hush and you have it's a Batman story, but Superman's involved, Green Lantern. There's like other characters that are involved in the story, but they don't take the focus away from the initial story.
I think you're not wrong. I think that with Brainiac being the villain of this movie, I think we're going to see more DC heroes.
Yeah.
Do I think it's going to be Batman and Wonder Woman? No, I don't. I think they will get alluded to at the very least. I think if any of them have a chance of appearing, Wonder Woman maybe, because that script is farther along allegedly than the Batman script is. And based off, I would venture to guess that if Supergirl is a W, they are going to probably fast track that Wonder Woman film even further, because it's the same writer on both movies.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Wouldn't doubt it one bit. But as far as like this movie, like I don't want Batman and Wonder Woman in it, because I can already see all the comparisons.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want that. I don't want it in my timeline.
Cue the blueprint tweets.
Yeah, I know. Because like after the Superman trailer came out, people were already going, "It's BVS light." Everybody was saying. I had people in my mentions, and people were like, "This seems like it's just BVS but lighter." And I was like, but then of course when the movie came out, people were like, "Okay, no, it's not." I was like, yeah, it's
there
not.
are similar elements,
it was elements, but people were going crazy with that shit. Especially Snyder fans, like the big time ones, BBS light. I'm like, what? Because Superman is being rejected by humans?
That's happened a lot, as a matter of
fact. Like that's a common thing. There's a common thing throughout the mythos of Superman. So then of course I'm seeing that now with Man of Tomorrow when there's hints that Batman and Wonder Woman are, he's just got it's gonna be BVS. I'm like, God damn, you guys.
No, you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, this is the movie I wanted BVS to be.
Well, yeah, some people will say that.
People will say this is what BVS should have been.
Yeah, you got the people who are saying that, and then you got the people who are opposite going, "This is what BVS should have been." And it's like, shut up.
And I'm like, can we stop comparing the two movies and enjoy them for what they are? No, the answer is no for some of these people. But
I can't talk to either side. I can't because I don't give a flying fuck about James Gunn's Superman movie, and I don't care to engage with Snyder fans about how much I don't care about that fucking movie, because all they're gonna do is just meet ride Zach, and it's like, fucking more power to you. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't want to hear it from the hardcore Gunn fans about how wrong I am for not liking their fucking sacred movie. But I'm just over it, man. I'm fucking over it. And when it comes to this next movie, when it comes to Brainiac, I don't have anything nice to say. I'll say it that way. I'll just put it that. I'm not excited, and I'm also just kind of cautious. I'm looking at that one with a raised eyebrow, and I'm like, for the love of God, please don't make Brainiac an over-the-top galactic goofball. Please don't. But jury's out. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
What happens.
I have detached expectations when it comes to the DCU. I'm there. I'm just not as there as I was for the previous iteration.
I think William and I are pretty much kind of on the same page when it comes to DC. Like the way when it comes to whatever, it's a project by project basis. Like if it's Lanterns and Clayface, all for it. Supergirl, yeah. Anything with James Gunn written on it, I might pass.
Yeah, it's like that. Wow, the awe-inspiring stuff that I went through from 2013 to the latter part of that decade. I'm just not feeling it in any of the stuff, And like the difference between James Gunn's Superman, fun movie, had a lot of fun promoting it. There just wasn't that majesty when it came to that project that I felt in Man of Steel, and that doesn't make James Gunn's Superman a bad movie. It's just there are certain things I look for that I enjoy in superhero movies, and there's just more in a Man of Steel iteration of Superman than there was in the James Gunn one. That's all.
You know what I hear more often than not, William, when I like go out and venture and touch grass and talk to other people in the real world, is what I hear when people tell me they like the James Gunn Superman movie more than the last one. It's the same fucking line every time. Oh, well, I liked it because it's more hopeful and optimistic.
That makes me want to punch people. Oh, that makes me want to just swing.
Yeah, I don't like
dude, I hear that and I'm like, okay.
It's like, okay, so you're so intellectually lazy that like you can't see the hope in the movie when they do. The amount of people that say that Man of Steel is like a very dark movie, and I'm like, no, it's not
that dark.
It's not.
Really
it's
not.
BVS, yeah, but that's a Batman.
Yeah,
movie.
BVS is dark as shit. And BVS again, like I've always said, like the Snyderverse trilogy very much plays out similarly to the original Star Wars trilogy. Yes. Like Man of Steel is like A New Hope. It's just like it was like a movie that was like supposed to be like its own movie, and it was like introducing this, and it was kind of like, hey, and it was a lot of, there was no, I mean, it wasn't dark. It wasn't really anything. It was just like, but I know people interpret it as dark because why? Because Zod was mean. I don't know.
And Superman snapped his neck.
No,
yeah,
every iteration of Zod is killed by Superman.
Yeah, exactly.
There's that, but they think it's mean because they portrayed the Kents in a very realistic light, and they don't like that.
Oh yeah,
they don't want to think about a middle-aged farmer having to have a very difficult conversation with a 12-year-old about the fact that he's actually not human. They don't want to fucking think about that. They don't want to fucking think about that. All they want to do is just watch Superman save a fucking cat out of a fucking tree, punch Lex Luthor in the mouth, give some dumbass speech about hope, and call it a day. That's all they want Superman to do. It's what they want Superman to do. It's not about what Superman actually does when it comes to this character, when it comes to these movies. And that's the thing that ultimately half the time I'm just like, yeah, I like Man of Steel. Man of Steel really grounded Superman and humanity. And half the time I'm flooded with, well, he snapped Zod's, and I'm just like, you don't fucking get it.
Or they blame him and say, or they blame him for like the destruction of Metropolis, and I'm like, hey, 80 times he tries to take that fight out of the city. You all just didn't notice it.
The Metropolis argument doesn't even hold water because the majority of the destruction caused in Metropolis was caused by the World Engine. Nothing with the fight. Like the damage had already been well and done by the time Superman and Zod started fighting in Metropolis. So all these people say, "Oh, he fucked up Metropolis." Shut the fuck up. You people don't fucking pay attention to anything anymore.
But then, a lot of these guys that read comics it's hilarious because nobody who I talk to that reads comics gives that hopeful bullshit. And here's the problem: that's the difference between a cinematic Superman and any other Superman. Is we have this finished, a lot of people have this finished product of Superman in their head, and they want that, whatever they see from a director, to be the finished product in their head instead of letting that storyteller tell his or her story. They want that Pop-Tart, microwave, Hot Pocket version of Superman that just is ready-made for them. They don't want the journey. And I'm like, well, that's shitty because the comic books is giving you 80 years of a journey. Superman literally radioactively poisons all three Kryptonians while one of them is begging for her life, offering sexual favors to him as she dies, and that's not exact. That's what she does.
Yeah,
and he bleeds it. And then when you know what he does, He turns around and says, "You know what? Couldn't let him get to so and so," and opens up the locker, throws that Kryptonite back in there, walks off. End of story. And nobody gave a shit about those Kryptonians.
Oh, post-crisis. Also, when they hold up like post-crisis Superman, I'm like, if you actually read Superman post-crisis, it gets extremely dark. I mean, he died in post-crisis Superman. I'm like, hello.
So John Byrne's original, even though I can't stand his decision making as far as the Legion and what he screwed up and took like 20 years to fix, but as far as like that miniseries was pretty dark. You had Green Lantern, like I don't even want to tell this guy that his entire species has been wiped out because the Ring could read his history. It was a whole bunch of. But you can tell the people who watch these movies, and they want that finished version in their head, and then nobody ever asked themselves, so how did he get there? He just came out of the womb, said everybody's a fucking great person. I love you all. No, he had to go through shit just like everybody else goes. There's no evolution. They don't want the evolution. They want the finished product.
Meanwhile, they can complain about Batman's parents dying on screen numerous times, but they'll still go fucking watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think Superman is an ideal. I've always said the Superman is the idea that they aspire to be. Batman is who we are. Batman is the hate and the anger and resentment that we can be without putting on a costume. Superman is some godly aspiration that we know will never be, but we hope that we meet and we can become. It's more of an idea. Batman is real. Batman is, look at where we're going through. Batman
works.
Yeah,
Batman
that's because he's relatable.
I mean,
Gods aren't relatable.
Ultimately, like people's gripes with the Snyder Cavill take ultimately just boils down to execution, and that's fine. But to like sit there and say like, oh, he's hollow, he's not hopeful. It's just like, I'm kind of over the whole snarky my Superman's more hopeful than your bullshit. Like I'm really over that. I'm also just kind of over this notion that like Superman needs to be this one thing all the fucking time, yet all these different versions of Batman can simultaneously exist, and same with Spider-Man and all these other versions of these characters. It's so fucking ridiculous, dude. But
yeah, like I said, I mean, like, what Zach was doing was exactly what needed to be done in that time, because after Dark Knight, and even Dark Knight Rises hadn't even come out by that time, but I remember during that time, and I remember seeing Man of Steel. Me and my buddy Johnny, we went and watched it, and we walked out. We were like, Jesus Christ, that was fucking. I mean, it was like this
movie's
like,
life changing.
Another Superman movie that we've ever seen. It was like, oh wow, this was like this was that kind of Superman. And of course, when BVS, I mean, again, like going back to the old trilogy and comparing it to the original Star Wars trilogy, I mean, it does feel like that in the fact that, like, when you look at BVS, that is very much like an Empire Strikes Back, because it's like it's darker, and it ends with on kind of a downer of like, oh shit, Superman died. It's like, hey, what questions do we have? And then you get to Justice League. It is kind of like Return of the Jedi, because it's like, you get more characters, you get more.
Well, it's like a little Star Wars and Star Trek in the sense of like the Wrath of Khan. At the end of that movie, Spock dies. Exact same thing happens in
there you go.
Fucking Superman dies, and the funeral is almost a beat for beat homage to the Wrath of Khan. Almost, not quite, because obviously very big differences. One takes in place in space, the other is in
Earth. Yeah, I was about to say, I was like Earth.
Right. But literally, they both feature that send off with the bagpipes. Like both movies end on the same note.
Yeah, but, and I'm sure Zach was probably even alluding to that a little bit.
Probably.
Wouldn't be surprised. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and that's what's so cool about the Snyderverse trilogy, is the fact that when you watch that entire trilogy, it almost seems like three different directors are directing each one of those, but it's one director, because he didn't want to do the same flavor for each.
Right.
When I watch those movies, I mean, Man of Steel has no slow-mo shots, which is crazy. It's all fast-paced. It's all zoom-ins and fucking steady cam. Like, they tried something different.
He had a different cinematographer in each movie. So
yes, exactly. Different cinematographers. BVS got back to it was like darker cinematography. It's Larry Fong, slow-mo. And then there's something about Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League, with Fabian, and you got these epic fucking shots. Like, I don't know. It's just like it's just
You know
it's
how-
a different scope. It's a different kind of scope. It seems grander because I don't know. It's just there's something grander about it where I mean, BVS kind of has it because they did shoot some of it in IMAX, but the fact that Zack Snyder's Justice League it was just meant to be just full IMAX format, and so like everything just feels so huge, and like the characters and everything feels so big when it comes to that movie. And when we saw it on the IMAX screen, Phil, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think about like when Zack Snyder and Larry Fong shot and did Watchmen, and how diametrically different visually that movie is to the Snyder cut, in that both of these movies feature an ensemble cast of heroes that have to, come together inevitably to, find a climax to their problem and face down with the big bad, obviously, with Ozymandias in the Watchmen movie and fucking Steppenwolf in the Snyder cut. Like you see the differences in terms of like how one story is the complete and total, like, here's how real broke bad it can get if superheroes existed and laws went unchecked and we actually put, some kind of muzzle on their presence. And then you look at the Snyder cut and it's like, no, there are heroes. They exist in this world. Yes, they suffer from their consequences, but ultimately they will become the pillars that we recognize them to be in our own society. It's such a fucking beautiful display of two sides of the same coin in terms of superhero cinema. And I love both Watchmen and the Snyder cut for very similar reasons, because they're almost the inverse movies of each other.
Yeah.
I love Watchmen.
Oh,
Me
yeah,
too.
Watchmen's great.
Watchmen's amazing.
Watchmen is just one of those movies where if you showed somebody that who hasn't seen it after watching a bunch of fucking Marvel Studios movies, to be like, wait, this came out when?
Yep.
Yeah, they'll be like,
6th,
they're like, wait,
2009.
and I don't know how many times I've said that Zach was very much ahead of its time when it came to certain things. Watchmen is a fucking stunning example of that, where, right when the Marvel boom was about to happen, he created that ensemble and did all that. And it was just like, whoa. And that, I mean, when somebody like Christopher Nolan, I mean, that is, if he didn't make Watchmen, he would not have made Man of Steel. I mean, the only reason why that the Snyder verse of DC exists, why the Snyder cut, why we're, it is kind of crazy to think about. If he did not do Watchmen, we probably wouldn't even be here talking. I don't know.
Well, Watchmen in a lot of ways really takes its storytelling cues from Batman Begins.
Yeah.
They're very similar in structure.
Yeah. But it's just crazy because, when Nolan was so successful with the Dark Knight trilogy and they were like, hey, can you do that to Superman? And he was like, no. But, did you see this awesome movie called Watchmen? What about the guy who did that? And that's what was so cool about Man of Steel, and the fact that Man of Steel is because, I mean, it sucks because, BVS got fucked with, but luckily we still got a good version. And then, of course, Justice League got fucked with, but eventually we got the full-on version. But, Man of Steel was protected. I mean, it was Nolan doing this. Like, nope. Stay back. Nope. Let him do his thing. Like, I mean, because Warner Brothers was like pushing back on like, wait, what? Wait, he's gonna break his neck? Yeah,
it was Jeff Johns, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that. Well, him too, of course. Yeah. Well, yeah. But at the same time, it's just like, but he had the Nolan like, hey, no, you're leaving him be. So that's why there is not a director's cut of Man of Steel, because I would say heavily to do with Nolan being like, let the man cook, let the man make his thing. BVS, I mean, even though like Nolan was essentially like an executive producer, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there like he was with Man of Steel.
Yeah.
So that's where things started getting fucked with by doing the ball cap and Warner Brothers and
you had Robinoff leaving. You had a upper management shift too, because you went from You went from the guy who brought most of those guys in to the asshole who would, be there for the next 5 or 6 years until he got changed.
It's sad that when people are like going like, "Oh yeah, the theatrical one was fine," but what the hell? That half hour really? And it's almost like Zach and I wouldn't be surprised because Zach, he's a mad scientist. I mean, some of the things he cut out, I'm like going, wait, did he purposely cut that out just to fucking like be like, oh yeah, when we release a director's cut, people are going to be pissed off at you for cutting this out. I mean, for instance, the shot of like when Batman broke into LexCorp, and when you see the footage of him dropping down, I'm like, why would they even? I remember seeing that in the fucking commercial for the Ultimate Edition, and I was going, why would they cut that? And I'm going, now in retrospect, I'm going, I think Zach did that on purpose, so then we would all get pissed off at Warner Brothers for cutting down his movie.
Playing mind games with him.
Yeah.
The home video.
I mean,
he's playing Batman games with him. That's a Batman move right there.
That's the thing. I'm like, there's no reason why that. I mean, that whole scene, because you don't see Batman breaking into LexCorp, but you see Lex walking in, seeing the aftermath in the original cut. But then he walks up to a screen and sees that shot. It's literally like a minute and 40 seconds. Yeah, it's not even like the whole like the shot, the build up and everything is probably it's probably like a minute, maybe even less than a minute. I was just being generous, but I'm going. Zach probably went, remove that, and and then when they put, I specifically remember when they released the little trailer for the Ultimate Cut, and they showed him drop down and bring up a guy like that. And I think there was a lot of people going, why would you cut that? That is the most Batman shot I've ever fucking seen in my life. And I remember just going, what the fuck? After playing the Arkham games, I'm like, that's like playing an Arkham game.
So the thing is that there are a lot of stuff in the Snyder cut that I could see like WB saying you need to trim this down. The minute I see Superman show up and go not impressed, I'm like, why would you swap that out?
That is a crowd cheering shot.
Can you imagine the theater reaction if all of a sudden the axe comes down and you just hear a clang and he's like, that all you got?
Yeah. No, I mean, like when we saw it, I mean, obviously, we've all seen it, but like when we saw it, on IMAX, I mean, it was still a crowd cheering moment. But imagine seeing that like, in a normal theater with the general audience. I mean, people would have cheered. I mean, I still remember even with the BVS theatrical, when Wonder Woman saves Batman's ass from Doomsday and the fucking music plays.
That was a cheer.
My whole theater, like I saw it twice, both times there was cheering.
Yeah.
With that. And I'm like, fucking A.
Speaking of Wonder Woman, the funny part that I see is that if you want to piss off the Wonder Woman fandom, tell them that Zack Snyder and like the Snyderverse made Wonder Woman relevant again for a new generation. Because they'll be like, oh no, he didn't. Everyone knew Wonder Woman was like Linda Carter. And I'm like, he did.
Yeah, but you're talking to limited. I'm not calling cinematic people stupid. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but you're talking to people who have defined themselves by limited access to one cinematic or television or cartoon event to another.
But he did. But it's so funny because he did, and then I'm gonna be like when it comes to James Gunn, he's doing that for a new generation. I'm like, just let these guys do their thing. It's like. It's not your thing, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, it's like, when Zach did his Superman movie in 2013, I think it was very relevant for that time. And it totally worked. And it could even work to nowadays, sure. But what James did was also the same thing, like introducing the internet element to it. And he made it a little bit lighter and all this stuff. But then, of course, he did it where it's like, oh, there's other heroes. And I was like, I even said like when it came to that Letterboxd thing where it's like it was the most obsessively rewatched. I posted a clip even like about it. I was like, when I said it on my show, I was like, I think it has rewatch value to me. It's not going to be for everybody. Yeah, I understand that, but it has rewatch value. I watched it 3 times in the theater because I was like, I saw the advance. Saw it with my brother and my dad and nephew, and then my mom. I was like, oh yeah, I want to take my mom too, because they all wanted to see it. So I was like, thank God that I actually enjoyed the movie from start to finish, because I thought it was like it moved. It very much was like, okay. And did it have the same impact that I had with Man of Steel? No, I thought Man of Steel was a better made movie. But when it came to this, I thought it was like, all right, this is something where I'm like, this reminds me more of like a, Superman the Animated Series type of, feel and everything. And then I watched it. I purchased it, watched it again, watched it a couple of times. And then I watched it with my uncle when he stopped by. And I was like, you haven't seen the new Superman movie? Well, check it out. He enjoyed it. It's like one of those things where it's like, pick your poison, when it comes to all this stuff. But, when I still get people in my mentions just going like, it was a flop, it's stupid, it's all this. And I'm like, stop it. I had to deal with, different kind of fuckers that, said that I'm wrong about my thoughts about Man of Steel and BVS and stuff like that. Now my thoughts are wrong about this one. It's like, it's just like, I enjoy Superman. I enjoy Batman. I enjoy all this. And, just let people enjoy. But you know what? The discourse can be fun. And especially when you start asking questions. When you start asking questions, that's where the arguments break down. That's always fun. I had somebody that was, pushing back when I posted the Henry Cavill image, the new image. Mm-hmm. And somebody was like flat out, like I was like, I just posted the Man of Steel. Posted that. A lot of people were liking it and retweeting it, and it was like getting some traction. And then I had somebody that said no. And I went, I'm sorry. And I was like, he was literally in the movie called Man of Steel. And then I just started like asking questions. I'm like, oh, wait, you're because he was in my mentions like a little bit ago. And I was like, oh, you're one of those that when you say Zack Snyder's name, you get a little fucking ruffled. And I'm like, why? And I started asking questions. And before, he could answer, he blocked me. And I was like, there you go. I'm like, you can't answer the questions.
On that, I think it's like, I think the people that like react so like hostilely when you give any praise to Zach, I think a lot of that comes from they're insecure about it because and they want everyone else to like it the way so it's, in other words, people like to live in a hive mind. So it's like if they don't feel like they live in a hive mind, if not everyone agrees with them, they themselves feel directly threatened.
Well, that's Superman fans in a nutshell.
There you go.
Very much. I mean, that's the thing. Not my Superman. But let's jump off the DC train for a bit and let's round this up. Let's round this stream up to what the fuck are the Russo brothers doing with these goddamn Avengers trailers, teasers? And they're saying that they're not teasers, they're stories, and they're clues.
Absolutely.
Ronan, you go first. I see your hands up. What? Okay, because when they posted that, I was like, because obviously we got on Tuesday, we got, what some people say is the weakest one because it was the Wakandans and Fantastic Four, and it was kind of like, all right, yeah, we know that they're going to be there, but then a lot of people were kind of breaking it down like, wait, there's probably more in this shot, and then all of a sudden the Russos just say this shit. Ronan, you go first. What are your thoughts? What are these clues that the Russos are trying to give us with these teasers?
I've only gone off what people theorized. I know people have been saying that, like,
that's
look
fine.
at the quote unquote time.
Frame.
The frame before it turns into a clock, and it gives you like these number digital. And like if you go back to a certain time in the previous movie, it throws in a line that might fit with what they're doing in Doomsday. And I'm like, okay. That's interesting. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. Concept wise for this marketing, I dig it.
Oh, but
I would have been more energetic with this stuff. And a lot of stuff I didn't know beforehand before the thing officially came out every Tuesday morning. I think that what we're gonna see is that maybe, I don't know if we're going to see another teaser this Tuesday, but maybe the Tuesday following the Super Bowl, we might get a couple more of these.
Oh, yeah.
And
Super Bowl is definitely going to get something.
Which again, that feels like, oh, well, what about Spider-Man? Is that going to get any marketing anytime soon? I'm very
out in May. No, May.
And I thought June. I could be wrong. Or July. No, July.
What?
Spider-Man's July.
Yeah, Spider-Man's July 31st.
Yeah.
That movie won't need a trailer to make it.
I think Super Bowl, we're gonna get Spider-Man also. I think Super Bowl, we're gonna get Spider-Man also. No, I mean, kudos to the Russos because
they're swinging.
They I mean, and it's funny because when I saw them post that, I mean, I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I went, "Well, this makes sense," because when I watched the Steve Rogers trailer, I went, "There's no way this footage is actually in the movie, is it?" Like, it seemed too perfectly crafted to be like, is this really in the movie? And I'm like, even like, and then I started looking, I was like, the Thor trailer, is that really in the movie? Like the X-Men one, I could see really in the movie.
And the Fantastic Four and Wakanda.
Yeah, and the Fantastic Four and the Wakanda one. But when it came to those first two ones, I was like, are this footage? I started kind of reflecting, and I was like, yeah, especially the Steve Rogers one. I'm like, that felt too like, hey, we're gonna specifically make a teaser, and that's it. Like, we're with you with this character and show. I mean, it was so just like perfectly crafted. I think that one was too perfectly crafted. And I'm like, all right, that makes sense. But then I'm saying they're clues. I'm like, clues to what? I'm just going, well, there's the children are
the first
like the main factor, at least when it comes to the first two. Now, when it comes to the X-Men one, I'm like, a lot of people are worried that we're just going to get the X-Men for a little bit and they're all going to get wiped out.
I'd be pissed.
They're all going to get wiped out. All these
piss so many people off. Oh my god!
William's not wrong. Yeah, that is absolutely going to happen. But no, I wish Chris was still here because fortunately, Chris was kind enough to bestow upon me Jonathan Hickman's entire Avengers run, and I've started reading it because it leads into the Secret Wars 2015 stuff, and the book that a lot of people are theorizing that Doomsday is going to take its points from is a story called Time Runs Out. I'm not quite there yet. I'm still like halfway through the first volume, but halfway through the first volume is when the Avengers become aware of these incursions happening. And it's going to be interesting to see how the MCU is going to react to these incursions happening. Because as of right now, the only person who knows that an incursion is even possible is Doctor Strange. And as of right now, as far as we know, canonically in the MCU, he is with Clea in the Dark Dimension. Whether he makes an appearance in Doomsday, Benedict Cumberbatch has said, like, yeah, I'm in this one. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. I think he probably will be because this movie is literally about the fucking cracking of the multiverse, and he's going to need to be present. But when it comes to what is or could possibly happen, I think all the theories about Doom hunting all the kids is fucking stupid. I'm going to be brutally honest. I think that is one of the dumbest fucking theories ever. Because why on God's earth would they retread the plot line of Thor, Love, and Thunder in this movie with Doom? Why? Fucking why?
What are you talking about? No. He Doom is Vecna. He just wants them as vessels.
Well, because there's this theory that because Love was reincarnated by Eternity, she's the eternity. I'm just like, no. Franklin Richards is the only one he actually really fucking needs.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think what they were trying to establish with Steve and Thor with the kids is like,
as far as that
stakes.
Yes. Stakes. But as far as like, are they in the movie? I've been wondering that myself. But I also think that, like, you know what this kind of marketing reminds me of? Batman versus Superman marketing.
Okay.
And that this is the first time where, like, I'm going to be paying attention to pretty much everything they release officially, because I don't give a flying fuck what any leaks or spoilers or whatever the fuck they have to say, because we all know they're all full of shit no matter what. But I haven't been like this excited for a like event movie in a while. And I feel like Doomsday is scratching that itch in a way because it you know, is there a little bit of, as Ray loves to say, getting the band back together? Sure. But I would also ask the question, what's the title of the movie? Avengers? Right. So bringing back Steve Rogers for a movie that is multiversal crisis. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. A lot of people are, you know, trepidatious of the fact that he might hand the shield back. I'm like, why the fuck would he hand the shield back to Sam?
No.
What kind of sense does that even make? Like some of the shit I see online, it just kind of makes me raise an eyebrow, and you know, I kind of side with William in a certain respect, and like, you people really don't fucking think critically, do you? Like in almost any sense of the word, and it astonishes me to no end. But just as far as like this film, like I actually really do like what they're doing. It is very reminiscent of like Snyder cold dropping fucking stuff for the Snyder Cut on Vero. It's like, oh, you guys want something for Doomsday? Here you go. Here's Thor praying that he's going to make it back alive. Oh, you guys want to know if Steve Rogers is back? Oh, he is. And he's a dad now. It's these little things and the story aspect. It's like, no, I get it. You're telling us that Steve Rogers is a father now. There's something there at stake for him. You're telling us that Thor has chosen a very quiet life with his daughter as opposed to going out and fighting wars every day. And now he's choosing to fight one last fucking time. I get what they're going for. And it does remind me of Zack Snyder's marketing for the Snyder Cut in some certain respects.
I think Doom is going to show up and tell all these guys that they're not supposed to be existing, especially Steve Rogers. I think Steve Rogers is one of the causes for this because he wasn't supposed to go back and get a booty call. He was supposed to drop that damn gym off and come back up there.
Mm-hmm. Think about it. Both Russos and the writers of Endgame disagree on whether or not Cap is like categorically in a correct timeline or not, if he did the right thing. Like there is a clear, like, did he do the right thing or not? And I feel like that right there is more than reason enough to explore in Avengers Doomsday. Like that one thing. It's in a way, it's the butterfly effect.
Because you could say that like Steve doing all that stuff with the timeline is what led to all of the incursions in the multiverse stuff. Because if you screw with time, as Tony said in Endgame, you screw with time screws back.
Yeah. He's got to think about his kid because basically, if you, like I said, they go on the same principles as Loki. That Loki that ends up in that chair holding all reality together existed because something that happened that wasn't supposed to happen. Steve Rogers was not supposed to go back and do that. Her kids that she was supposed to have, grandkids, they don't exist now. He caused a variance, and you could look at it, and as far as from where we are sitting as fans, they could basically say that this whole MCU thing is a variant and that now it's in danger because Doom is going to draw power from that variant. He's either going to try to do one of two things. He's going to try to use Franklin Richards because he's lost something. And that's probably what's going to be revealed. It's something where he's from. He has lost something that he's trying to get back. And there's only a couple of ways he can get that back. He can try to do it to Franklin Richards, or he can usurp Loki's power, which is basically what he would have done with the Beyonder. That's why I don't think you're going to see the Beyonder in any of this. I think that Loki's power, he will eventually get a hold of that. And that's what's going to have a lot of screwing up effects.
Yeah, they've said on more than one, and even in Hall H, they made it pretty clear that they were going to do the variant of both the 84 Secret Wars and the 2015 book. And I've been wondering that myself of like, how are you going to show us God Emperor Doom if you even call him that? And I do think that they are going to ultimately, I think that's how Secret Wars is going to kick off. Like we're going to see Robert Downey Jr.'s Doom on a throne, just king shit of everything and battle.
Or he'll kill Loki.
That's what I think's going to happen. I think Loki's going to die in this movie. Yeah.
And it won't really matter because that Loki's already technically not in existence.
What you could do is end Doomsday with the multiverse like collapsing and like a black screen and stuff, and then the next or like the post-credit scene is like Battle World, essentially like that. Like the multiverse blows up, and then the next the post-credit scene is Doom on the throne.
Yeah, what I think is going to happen is Loki is going to, because he can see Doom coming. Mm-hmm. He's going to know. He knows how this is all going.
He knows everything that's happening. He's in the fucking.
I think he's going to choose his champions because remember, the whole reason he took control of that with his hands was so that these universes wouldn't be pruned. He wanted to keep them on because he didn't want all that mass death. So he is going to go throughout the reality that he has access to, and it's literally in his palms. He's going to choose his champions, and I think Doom is going to choose his. There's your secret war. There's your battle world somewhere. But I do think Loki's going to bite the dust because I do think Doom is going to find some way to usurp that power in much in the manner he did in the original Secret War.
Did you guys see the new crazy like what the fuck kind of thing that
it's every day, every minute?
Huh?
That's every day, every minute.
Every day.
Yeah, Dave.
This one caught my attention because I was like, oh wow, they could probably really lean into this.
You talking about that Boss Logic thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
I saw Robert Downey Jr. repost that on Instagram. The Boss Logic Doomsday.
That was hilarious.
I don't doubt that. But the first Fantastic Four, 2005.
Yeah.
People were passing around a clip. And mind you that Robert Downey Jr. was up for...
He was up for Doom.
Yeah, he was up for Doom at one point. So at the beginning of it, when Reed Richards and Ben, yes, sorry, we're walking up to the thing, and there's a statue being resurrected. Tell me who that looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
How does that not look like Robert
Downey Jr.? Yeah,
that
funny.
is not
in the hand. Isn't the thing from No Way Home?
Real. And I'm kind of going like, would the Russos actually play with that a little bit? I don't know.
That'd be a deep cut.
They might.
They really might.
You look at those eyes and you go, that looks like Robert Downey.
Like Doom was already playing with reality and stuff.
Yeah.
What's that in his right hand? The square, the cube.
Yeah.
It's a mother box. We know this.
No, but it looks like remember in Spider-Man No Way Home?
Yeah.
The thing that cost the grenade?
Yeah.
That looks like exactly like the thing
the thing that traps the yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, but I came across that there and I went, holy shit, that statue does look like Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
That would be interesting if they play with that.
I think you're going to see him in this movie too, by the way.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Well, John,
anybody who's physically available is fair game for this movie.
And I think like we have to also take because we're saying the first two teasers or the first two stories, it's about kids and fathers and where that legacy that means for them and the danger. The last two, the last two they heavily bring up death.
Yep.
Of like who you're gonna be when your eyes close, and then we have plans for the afterlife, and it's like okay, so these groups are already set to be like somehow one day we're all gonna die. Let's just hope we make it work by that point. And I think what you were saying, Dave, it's just like remember Infinity War, the infamous last shot at that first teaser. All like a lot of the Wakandan groups were together running into shot.
Yeah,
that's not in the movie.
Yeah,
yeah. That's true.
Like, I wonder how much they're playing with us, and how much they even right now they're having a kick with it, like. They think
watch none of this is in the movie.
Yeah,
I don't think that any of that is actually going to be in the movie. To be honest, I mean,
if the X-Men thing isn't in the movie, then please be something better because that X-Men shit was fucking awesome.
Well, that's one of the universes that is going to go away.
Yeah,
it's just they're going to all die valiantly, which is going to be like I said, it's a really cool goodbye. For 20 some odd years of building up, you get to see these characters, these contemporary characters, one last time because you're probably not going to see them again.
In
the costumes, that includes Wolverine. Yeah, what's that?
If costumes, mind you, there would actually be in the 90s
comic
in case of Cyclops.
Yeah, I mean, and you're just basically going to have a long goodbye and a hello to what they're laying the ground for. Once you have the sacred timeline, all these variants are going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be
that
kind of cool, actually.
I think this is probably going to end in the same way that I think the 2015 Secret Wars did. It's going to come down to the prime main timeline 616 world and either 10,005 X-Men world or 828. Actually, I'm banking on it. I'm guessing that the last two worlds that are going to fucking smack together as the last incursion is going to be 10,005 and 616 or 199999, whatever the fuck they call it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think those two worlds are going to be the final two, and Doom's going to have to like take what's from both and be like, all right, Battle World. These are the characters. Here they are.
I can't believe at some point the Celestials aren't going to come in and intervene.
I don't know.
No.
What they're doing.
Because we saw Arishem in fucking Eternals, right? And then
oh my god, yeah.
Tiamat was supposed to come out of the world in fucking Eternals too. No, not Eternals. Was it Eternals? Did they stop that?
Originally,
Yeah,
that
Eternals.
was the
Yeah,
original
that's
ending
right,
for
that's right.
Eternals.
Together, that was so silly.
Yeah.
But if they reset, okay, so what's going to happen is once he creates that sacred timeline, all that changes.
Yes.
And I still think mutant kind is going to be where they think, okay, you're not a worthless, dead-end species world again. So I think they're going to interfere in some way because that's their experiment. This is all really their experiment. If the timeline is straightened out,
I think it's going to be kind of cool if it would be kind of cool if in a post-Secret Wars world you have a divided world in that you have heroes like Captain America and Spider-Man and Iron Man all praised upon, but yet for some reason the X-Men are just fucking frowned upon. And I feel like that would pave the way for, an inevitable Avengers X-Men fucking versus movie. But as of right now, when it comes to just getting to Doomsday, like the road to Avengers Doomsday, I've been wondering about like when to start my MCU rewatch, and I think the most prime time would be right after Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah,
because then you have 6 months until Doomsday. Literally, your Doomsday clock begins right after that movie.
It's crazy.
it's literally a clock running right now. I think that.
Yeah, I know.
Really, that is really cool.
That is cool. Did you guys see Robert Downey Jr. and Timothy Chalamet on stage?
I did.
Doomsday.
And they basically are both all about like the whole Doomsday thing that was already online, and of course they're trying to take credit for it. But whatever.
I'm gonna win so much money because there's gonna be so many people. You're gonna move it. There's no need. They shouldn't. There's no need for neither of these films to move. And the theaters, from the mom and pop all the way up to the main chains, they should be diving in on this with bags of money.
It's so interesting. It's so interesting because who's gonna go see these movies? I will go see these movies twice in a weekend. I will go by myself. In the early screenings, and then I will take people to see them because I know they're both going to be. I think Dune's probably going to be a better made movie, because I still worry about the Russos have a lot that they have to do, and it could be a mess.
Not only
I have confidence. I have confidence, obviously, in Danae, rounding up the trilogy, and I think those movies have just been fantastic. When it comes to this, I don't know, but I still will gladly go see both. They could turn it into a whole thing. But, when it came to the Barbenheimer thing, those two movies were so polar opposite.
Yeah.
That's why
that was the meme.
Yeah.
This will work for the exact opposite reason. I think this will do just as well because you're talking about two like demographics. Because when you went to see one or the other, you went for a gimmick. Now it's a gimmick with something that's crossover potential. There's actually a dual interest here. I didn't go see Barbie in the movie. I refused. But I saw Oppenheimer, but everybody I saw that was there, it was a gimmick. They weren't going, they were in for the gimmick. This is more than just a gimmick. You have a lot of crossover demographic here that I think could do just as well, if not better.
I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like it's the same thing. But then again, if they push the marketing, it could turn in. I mean, again, I'm seeing both. If they come out in the same weekend, obviously, I am going to see both and maybe see, twice. One of them twice. Yeah, and I might. Yeah, I probably would.
8 hours. In the theaters market, come spend the day with us. The popcorn bucket, all that stuff should be.
I will also keep in mind. Keep in mind, we're looking at probably 3-hour movies for both.
Yeah.
Yes. The work shift.
Yeah.
Clock in, clock out.
The extended editions style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just need a break between. Give me like half an hour break so I can stretch and like.
Yeah, that's fine. And you know what? The theaters should do that. They should gimmick it. In that interim time, Go get your soda. Go get your popcorn. Go get all that stuff and come back. They should have a break engineered. They should be the ones pushing this more than the studios, because this is where their margin is the biggest. Their margin is the food and the concessions. And you're gonna have the opportunity to keep the same demo in there for 8 to 9 hours. That's traffic. That's built-in long-term traffic. I hope they don't move. I hope they stay on the same day.
I hope they don't move either, because I want to see this craziness and see how it turns out. I just kind of worry about Dune. That's it.
No. I think Williams onto something, because there's actually a lot of common ground between between Doctor Doom and Paul Atreides. There's a lot of common ground between the two characters. And I could easily see people coming out of both movies and be like, damn, we just watched two motherfuckers do some real diabolical shit.
Yeah. It's
they're already. I mean, the fact that we saw this little, because it was cool that Robert Downey Jr. showed up at a Mari Supreme little Q&A, and he was talking to Timothy.
We're not gonna be friends.
And I was just kind of like, first off, anyways, I'm not gonna say it. But I was just saying, like, they're already kind of establishing the foundation of like, oh, all right, so we're already
the stars.
Yeah,
I think,
because Robert Downey Jr. is already like, one of the biggest movie stars right now, and Timothée Chalamet is like, he's up there. And then I think now that he might get the Oscar. Who knows? He's already got a Golden Globe and a Critics' Choice for Money Supreme. So you're already getting two powerhouses already, and if they market it just right, you could have like a fucking crazy box office between the both of them opening weekend. It could be like a weird. I mean, Avengers Doomsday will win, of course. I just just because it's Avengers, but Dune could be second and still make a fucking shit ton of money.
Yeah. Dune 2 is a $700 million movie, just without a gimmick.
Yeah.
And so, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think, I can't
Florence
wait.
Pugh's going to have a long weekend that week.
Yes, she
What's
is.
that? Who?
Florence Pugh's going to have a long weekend between both movies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. There's just so much crossover in there. And this is like, I said, him writing that panel, Dr. Doom writing the panel.
I knew there was somebody that was in both movies, and I was like, there it is. Our girl,
she's got a very important role in Dune 3.
And she's got an important role in Avengers.
Yes,
I would hope. Yeah,
I would.
Yeah.
But I would.
Crossing over.
What?
Is that the only actor that's crossing over? Is her?
That's what I'm trying to think. I think there
I
might
think
be
it's
one.
only her.
Maybe Zendaya. I doubt it. Yeah.
Hold on.
There might be some kind of smaller actor, but
hold on. If Thanos is in there, Brolin would be in both, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
True.
Do you think
he's definitely going to be in there?
Do you think that at one point maybe Scarlet comes back for Doomsday?
Wow,
no.
that bridge is still smoldering, but I've never bet against it
because I feel like if this is going to be the last one with this cast, I feel like it would be a missed opportunity if they didn't at least try to get the original Avengers for one shot.
I would hold that.
It's not an original Avenger
for Secret Wars.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah,
you're talking about original cinematic. Yeah.
I'm talking about the original movie Avengers from the 2012.
Yeah, that would probably be something that would be in Secret Wars. They got to negotiate that cheddar for her because she's going to want that 25 mil just to blink. I think that I think this is going to be a lot of fun. This is the kind of stuff that's really could drive a positive conversation when it comes to this geek stuff instead of some of the stuff we kind of been spending on a little bit.
I mean,
5-10 years,
it's just one of those things where I mean, the only reason why I always go, Dune will move is just because studio execs are going to be like, we can't do this. But at the same time, as a fan, I'm like, fucking keep it there. Keep it there. I remember when John Wick 4 and Matrix 4 were supposed to release in the same weekend. Remember when there was, when those were announced, they were announced in the same week. And I'm like, keep that shit. I want to see a double dose of fucking Keanu Reeves. I will be there. I will watch back to back. And then I'll show up the next day and watch him again. Because I love that man so much, and I love those franchises so much. I will be fucking there. But, of course, it didn't happen. But it was like, I remember when that was announced, where it was like, wow, we might have a Keanu franchise fucking crazy weekend, and they could have marketed it at that and could have tried to, but I think there was like, you know, reshoots that had to happen and blah blah blah. So
They shot the whole Matrix 4.
No, I hated it.
I could see the execs not having a problem with this at all because they're both powerful.
They probably are having a lot of meetings about it.
Licensing meetings. Yeah, licensing meetings and shit like that. Yeah.
They're probably going, hey, how can we achieve, you know, what can we do with this where we can, and again, you already, I mean, it almost seems like they already started laying the foundation with, I was like, why is Robert Downey Jr. showing up to a Q&A with Timothée Chalamet on a Marty Supreme fucking screening? I'm like, interesting. You're already having this? It almost seems like they're going, we're already setting the foundation for this. And then he goes, yeah, maybe we should call it Doomsday. It's like, well, sorry, Robert, we've already been calling that for the last 6 months, but it's okay. You can take credit for it.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant because I'm going to go see both those movies. I love Denny.
Yeah, I am down for a fucking crazy December, but I still have doubts because of these suits in these.
Well, great. Okay, follow them. There's a lot of money here.
There could be, yeah. I mean, Lost Logic already has fucking 7 posters already.
The one where Doom is riding a sandworm is my favorite so far.
Yeah,
that's hilarious. But I think this is going to be a good thing for both, and it's an olive branch to theaters because if each of these theaters do the right thing, this could be one of the biggest paydays they've ever had. Because you're getting somebody in your theater for that long. And you got the popcorn, but you have all that stuff. You can do promos.
There will be so many popcorn buckets.
And you can do interchangeable ones where you have Dr. Doom's mask on a sandworm or something.
Yes.
I mean, tons of
you can have crossover popcorn buckets, individual popcorn buckets.
That's something that they couldn't do or we're not going to do with Barbenheimer because this is more money than that.
A pink nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
And then
the
movie theaters that have drinks, they can have their specialty drinks, the Doom drinks, the Dune drink, a crossover drink. You can, I am 100% sure that there are meetings happening where they're trying to figure out like, could this work? And I just worry that, that some of these dickheads are going to be like, no, we got to have our own weekend and we're going to lose money. That's what I worry about. I've been always on the side of like, oh yeah, they're gonna fuck. Dune's gonna move to like either to the following to 2027 or it's gonna move up to like November. But then I'm like, as soon as I saw that video of Robert Downey Jr. and Timothée Chalamet sitting together, and then he mentioned that, I was like, oh, I think they might be leaning into it. I think we might have something here.
November would work for them for the Oscar, but they can have their cake and eat it too, because I think that boost. I already think it's a $700 million movie, but why not go with that added boost? And just and a whole bunch of money that doesn't have anything to do with the box office. They got to split that or 35 whatever %. The other stuff, the T-shirts, the licensing. That's a bigger haul. I mean, it's fun to even think about, let alone market, because it markets itself.
But then I'm thinking about the whole, Netflix bought Warner Brothers, so they're like, so we have all that going on, and it's like, is this incorporated? If they're talking about this, is this incorporated into that? Because but at the same time, could it be good for the Netflix?
Yes.
It would be really good for Netflix.
Anything that happens in the theaters right now, it adds to that cycle of prestige. What's in the theaters right now will eventually be in front of their viewers. It adds value to especially their viewers that don't only have Netflix, because you're going to get a lot of Warner Brothers content funneled to Netflix for people who can only afford the one streaming service. So you're increasing the value of their streaming service. So anything that happens in the theater right now is going to eventually benefit them once it ends up there.
Well, the other thing that'll really do, because it'll give Netflix like a good PR for like movie theater people, because again, that's the concern that people have with like Netflix buying WB. But if they say, no, we're really embracing this like theater meme thing, and it's like we're trying to like support the theaters, that would really help them.
That concern, by the way, is non-existent. I know that it's a concern that people are thinking about. Greed. Don't listen to what people say. Watch where they put their money. Watch what they invest in. Greed is the truth. Greed does not lie. And it makes no financial sense for them to do what a lot of people are fearing that they were going to do. It makes no sense. Even if you don't believe Ted Sarandos, even if you don't believe anybody, greed don't lie. And they would be kneecapping themselves by doing what a lot of people, they're going to kill us. No, they're not. It makes no sense for you even to acquire it. Why would you acquire that to do that? You have the distribution, you have the platform, and you already have a streaming service where you can do business already that way. So it really doesn't make any sense. And they even reiterated that today. They reiterated that in public today. And until I see something that doesn't make any sense or makes more sense than just money, it doesn't make any sense for them to try to consolidate that. I think the 45-day window, to be honest with you, outside of it, I've already said, why 45 days? You have 18 screens. You have a lot of your movies coming in to replace the movies that are on there. Why are we not moving those along for certain movies? Now, obviously, there's going to be an exception. There's going to be exceptions for movies that have legs. But for every exception, there's a bunch that are not. 30 days, I think, was fine, to be honest with you. When they said 17 days, I'm like, okay, that's 4 days away from 21 days, which is 3 weeks. 82% after that first 2 weeks. What are you doing that third and fourth week that you couldn't be doing with a new movie that you'll be on the upper crest on a newer time scale on? So that's what I think. But I think the Netflix thing, the panic around the Netflix thing is unfounded for the most part. But it's just me.
It's all pretty interesting. But Jared, I know you got to go. We didn't talk about your comic.
It's all good. It's 64% funded, so I'm working on that. But
Nice.
This time should be good. I lowered the goal. Everything's working out really well. And tomorrow, I guess today now, we're on my stream. We're going to be reacting to the old Supergirl movie. So wish me luck.
Oh wow. Wow, that'll be a good one.
That'll be a fun one.
You Tom King makes your balls burn, but you're going to review that movie? All right.
I need to, because the other one's coming, and don't you hold up that garbage, William.
Beautiful. I went and got this for you. I got off my ass and went across the store to get this for you.
I'm sure you did. I have that cover, by the way. But yeah, so I have that, and then on Monday, I'm going to be releasing a video where a friend of mine and I are going to theorize as to what the dynamic between Superman and Wonder Woman in the DCU could look like. So how could they approach that very strong relationship in the comics? But yeah, so thanks for having me, Dave.
Yeah, man.
I'll see you around, guys.
All right, take it easy.
Take care.
Bye,
See ya. William.
William.
Every time.
And of course, at the end of the stream, I'm like, I got the hiccups. It happens. But yeah, I really hope I'm hoping they do it, just because why not? Yeah. But who knows? Marvel Studios is gonna hold the date. There's no way that they'll change it. Warner Brothers would change the date, but if they end up keeping it, that would, again, they could do something pretty crazy, and they're trying to do it like I said, it's not Barbenheimer because they're not so polar opposite, but they are in
I think it's better. It's better for a different reason.
I know it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I guess we'll see. I mean, what's funny is like Dune is already wrapped.
Yeah,
Avengers Doomsday is going to get more reshoots. And for the initial production is wrapped, but and then we've already gotten teasers for Doomsday, but we haven't gotten anything for Dune. I don't know when we'll get that first teaser, but I'm sure it's going to be
somewhere towards the end
magical.
of spring.
Yeah,
probably somewhere towards the end of spring.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. But God, I had something else that I was gonna bring up, but I totally forgot what it was. Comic book, and of course I got the hiccups. Not helping me.
DCKO came out this week, number 3.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. That is some batshit crazy pages right there, boy. And at that last page, I'm ready.
Okay, so without spoiling anything, what surprised you more? The Joker partner reveal or the fusion between the two characters?
The fusion.
Okay.
The partner reveal kind of got me like, okay, that's it. But the fusion was like, okay, what the fuck? And the way it looked, it's like, what am I looking at?
So the twist with the partner reveal was when I audibly gasped, because that is such a deep cut. Only a handful of people are gonna get that one.
It's Joe Chill. I don't know.
No, it's something far more deep cut than that.
Whoa.
Yeah. If and when you ever read it, you'll just be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I got to read it a couple of days ago because he sent us a copy of it, and I'm like, wow, that's some crazy shit. But a lot of what's going to sell that book is going to be obviously that last page plus DCKO number 4. It is going to fly. DCKO number 4. I up my order. It is going to fly off the shelf. Yeah. So I'm going to have fun with this one.
Lex Luthor also does some real dipshit shit in this book too. He does something real fucked up, and I gotta applaud him because it's a smart play. Lex Luthor is pulling some smart plays in DCKO. I can't not be mad at him. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to win, and he's ruthless. He's very ruthless.
Yeah, dude, he understands full well. It's a fucking end all be all situation. But I'm gonna be real. I think it's gonna come down to Superman and Joker.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying to hide that one. I think that's I think that's what they wanted it to do, and they've kind of indicated it from issue 1. If you look how they read issue 1, they kind of intimidated that was going to be the way it goes, and then Superman has something happens. There's a whole bunch of just weird.
Just look at the fighting issue. Look at the way they're fighting their opponents, right? Like Superman, they're both doing what they need to do to win, but it's so unexpected and subversive that no one would have expected it. Like, I don't think anyone would have expected Superman, of all characters, to find the Omega Sanction power. That was a fucking big reveal. And when you see who the Joker picked as his partner to beat Zatanna and John Constantine, you're going to be like, you son of a bitch. It's so
Absolute Zatanna here in a couple months.
Yep.
Issue 19, and we used to got the Poison Ivy covers. I saw the Poison Ivy covers. That's going to sell too. So this guy, like I said,
that's Wednesday, huh? Do you have them already?
Yeah, no, I picked mine up on Monday morning.
Okay.
But I've read it already. So
you read 17 already or 16?
Yeah. I wish I could send the thing, but I don't think it's transferable. But
probably
I was able to show one, but you can't. You got to type in a bunch of stuff because they don't want it going around. But yeah, if you ask him, you could probably drop him a message. He'll send it to you. He responds to his DMs. So
Scott Snyder.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Remember I showed you that one.
Yes.
I'm a nobody. He responded to mine and said, "Yeah, here we go." Our interview's still happening. He's dropping his kid off to college. And he said February is when we're going to do the interview, and then he's going to be here in May. He's going to be here at the Las Vegas Comic-Con.
So you're going to interview him in person?
No. He's interviewing him for the Sci-Fi Center.
I'm going to interview him on the channel in February.
Okay.
I'm going to be down there. I'm going to be here. Obviously, if I get a chance to follow up, I definitely will.
I already met him.
Yeah, well, I met him too. You met him before me, but I met him. He signed my Absolute Batman #1. Him and Neil Dragotta signed it. It's a reprint, but it's got their signature on it, and I got their pictures with it.
I have one waiting for them to sign, like that. If anything of Comic-Con 2026, that is that. I'm getting that book signed by them.
Or you can say, I'll see him in May. And listen, comic book store people, stop driving up the price of these. I mean, the whole point is to get brand new people in. $164 for Absolute Batman #1.
I mean, my birthday is on Monday. If you want to send me a free copy of Absolute 16, that would be lovely.
if you get, I mean, if you get it, you might get it before at your local before I'm in the mail. What, 2 days, 3 days?
Probably. Yeah,
I don't have a problem. But yeah, stop driving. I understand there's profit. I understand. But wow, 100. I'm seeing 160. Somebody wanted 200. I'm like, I'm glad they're reprinting the shit out of these so that the people who are coming onto this can still read it. They got a number 10. They actually reprinted. They reprinted this already.
Yeah, they did. They
reprinted it. Just did the different writing. I'm like, I still got it at a good price.
You know what's funny is like a lot of people get that book, and I don't see a lot of people getting the Arc M special. I'm like, no, you need to. It's so crucial to the Joker.
My last copy. People didn't regard that as much as they did the annual. Yeah. I think they are of equal importance, but I sold through a lot of the. I literally sold the last one today because I had it held for somebody. But
yeah,
they're of equal importance in my opinion. And the annual was like, it was gone immediately. This one took a couple minutes, but yeah, I still cut. But I over ordered on all the Joker covers. I mean, I really went crazy on them, and they're still. I'm down to like 3 or 4 total. So thank you, Scott Snyder.
So even though you over ordered, you're now still down to 3.
Yeah.
That's proof right there that the book is that good.
And this is a variant cover. He's done a lot of variant covers for these, but the A cover is the one that sold the most. The A cover sold the most out of all of them.
I have that cover in your hand. I have that cover in your hand. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that's Jock, isn't it? That's a good cover right there.
I think I have.
Jock? That's Jock's cover, isn't it?
This is
Bolin.
No, Bolin was.
No, that's Jock. That the one in your hand, I think, is Jock's.
Yeah. First time I met Snyder was when he was doing Metal.
Oh wow, 2018.
Starting to Metal.
Yeah, I met him on the floor in 24. On the floor of Comic-Con. He was walking around with 2 other writers. I think he was walking around with Joshua Williamson.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so I got all 4. I have 1 left of A. That's it for A. But I got a few left of this is the one that kind of scared people. That was the one. That was a scary one. That one you already saw, and then this one right here is the painted one.
That's another fun one. Yeah, that's a good
one. I got a handful left, but I ordered. I took a risk. I'm like, I think I'm might bankrupt myself with this, but worked out.
Absolute Batman is hands down arguably the best book on the market right now.
That's the thing that's popping.
It is consistently good every single month. Scott Snyder continues to find ways to do different things with Batman and his characters, and it's just fucking interesting.
Trades are selling too. I just sold that while we were on the air. I sold the Green Lantern trade. I told people don't sleep on the Green Lantern story. It's slowly, it's not as fast. Yeah, Absolute Green Lantern.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not getting to the point as quickly as the Trinity ones are, but it's very important. And I think once they start to meet up and completely meet up, I think you're going to see the relevancy in all of this. But the Green Lantern one's doing well. Like I said, Green Lantern and Flash took a while, but they're moving. They're moving too. So, but Absolute Batman, dude, it's not how many you can sell; it's how many you can get to sell. Is what it's come down to. And then you got then the second and third and fourth. Like there's a 10th printing coming out of Absolute Batman, but there's going to be different variant covers, so it drives the market. So if you want something collectible because the print run is so high, you can get a 10th printing that has a different cover that wasn't on any of these covers.
Yep.
Have they been increasing the pricing for Absolute Batman since it's gotten popular, or has it stayed?
No.
There have been people that have kind of gone up there. Like I said, there's $164, $200. I'm gonna wait for that to come down.
Oh,
there are a lot
I thought you meant like base price. Like
no, that's what I meant. I meant base price.
Like the base price
for the book. Cover price?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah. No.
$5.
$5. No, DC went out of their way to avidly not try and raise the cost of comics every year. They avidly make it a choice. Not matter of fact, I think it was at one point in time they were $6.99, and then DC was like, we can't do this anymore. And they dropped it down to $4.99. Yeah,
that's a 7th printing.
Yeah,
that's a 7th printing. So remember back in the day, reprints were garbage. Nobody liked them because they drove down the value. They drove down the traffic. This is a 7th printing, and it's basically a virgin cover with the logo, so not technically. But that's I would get this signed. This is not a first printing, But if I had the choice between a number one, if I didn't have a cover number one original, I would take this. This is beautiful. And this is a 7th inning. This is 3 months ago or 4 months ago. So
I freaked out because I went the other day to my comic shop and I was like, you know what? There's a Tomb Raider comic coming out. I'm like, I'll get that. I went to the counter. It's like $5 and change. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I remember paying $3 for these books for a few years back. And I'm like, God.
They've settled around. Yeah, DC tries to keep it because you listen. I know there's no wrong way to do this. You can get something, you can mark it up.
Right.
For me personally, this is only speaking for one person. Volume is better than a margin sometimes, because volume is consistency and it gets that customer in a rhythm. If I send him out of here with a really expensive book, yeah, he's got a really big, and I made some money that time, but he's not going to feel like he left here with a value. He may not come back. I want him to come back. I've taken a negative sometimes when I have somebody I know is connected with the environment and I know that person's going to be back. I'll take a loss, but I'll have a customer for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Those are hard to get. So I like the way DC is doing things now, and they're engineering their business to bring people back or to bring them in for the first time. Yeah. And that hasn't happened to DC since the 80s, to be honest with you.
Whereas Marvel is in this continuous cycle of we're going to let people do what they want for like a year or two and then cut them at the kneecap.
Ultimate, what's going on? I need to find somebody.
Time, dude.
Yeah, I need to find whoever is making the decision to stop the Ultimate line. I need to do that's outside of the Absolute universe. The Ultimate stuff is doing great. Why are they in this? I don't understand.
Jonathan Hickman has the most patience I have ever seen, because that man has the rug pulled out from him almost every other year.
The second time in like 5 years.
And he's still just like, yeah, no, it's cool. I'll write for more Marvel. And I'm like, okay, man, more power to you, but I'd be fucking miffed if I was getting this excellent feedback on Ultimate Spider-Man and my editors are like, Old Yeller.
Yeah, take him out back and shoot him. But Ultimate,
what the fuck, dude?
Ultimate Endgame is excellent. It actually makes me angry that we're on the last couple of issues of all this shit. I can't believe that. I was hoping that there was something I was missing, that okay, it's being replaced by this, but I'm not seeing an adequate replacement for this. And this was a mistake back in 2015. That was one of the biggest mistakes Marvel made in the last 10 years. To be honest with you, I know we're on Secret Wars, but it's fine cinematically. But for comic book wise, it was like having a donkey kick you right in the jaw, because it eliminated a lot of money making potential comics. The Ultimate
it did that, but it also went out of its way to make Secret Wars 2 this big thing. But then they fucking followed it up with this massive Battle World bullshit. Yeah. Oh, do you remember that, right? Like 2015, all the battle. Oh God.
And they tried to make it so that you had to buy all that shit. And I'm reading and I'm like, no.
Waste of time.
It was a waste of time. And it really undercut people's faith in continuity. And that's the one thing that Scott Snyder is doing right now, that DC had done the opposite of from 1986 up until this point, was they didn't respect the continuity, and basically people were like, you know what, I don't trust this because so he's doing that. He's showing that you can tell an entirely different story with an entirely different universe, and I'm not going to destroy your mainline universe. You can have them both. Whereas before, if it was Jeff Johns, I got to destroy everything because I got this idea, and multiple times, and I almost did it the third time. So what that does with an 85-year-old company with all that lineage is it tells you basically your stories are not worth anything, and it might decrease the value of some of the stuff you're doing because that's not where the trade and the traffic is going. So Scott Snyder is, and I said this a couple years ago when I first went to that first Comic-Con and he first brought all this out, he is the blueprint that all of DC on all mediums needs to follow. And not just that, his enthusiasm about it. He's not just putting shit out. There's a way to put enthusiasm about it. James Gunn does it his way. I don't know if this is effective, but Scott Snyder engages in a way that is effective. And he does it on all levels. And that's the way the movies need to run. He's selling an entire brand. And I hope that they're sitting on a round table with all Jim Lee, James Gunn, and him just sitting there at Starbucks. I don't care where, Bada Bing, on Sopranos, I don't care. They need to be together. and they need to be bouncing all these ideas off of each other. And I hope that's what's happening, because they're in the best place that I've seen DC since literally before, longer than I've been a dealer, and basically Crisis. This is the best spot narratively they've been in since Crisis, and not just from one character, because you have the death of Superman, and you'd always have one localized character that might be having a run. You have an entire universe having a run, and it's helping the main line. Action Comics, all the Superman titles are doing better than they were prior to Absolute Universe. Wonder Woman, there's a lot of people that cannot fucking stand what's going on in Wonder Woman right now. But now you have Absolute Wonder Woman. Yeah, so it's a chain reaction. I hope they're watching. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, it's interesting because like DC Comics now, I'm kind of inclined to agree with William. I think just on the production and execution of DC Comics as a whole, they are in a much better position now than where they were, I would say, 10 years ago, but also in a much better position than more Marvel Comics is. But you could honestly kind of divide up, like, some of the comics being written by some of the people at DC is easily influencing some of the live action stuff that they're doing, whereas some of the stuff that they have that they're doing, like the Absolute line, all of that, which is done with Scott Snyder and Josh Williamson, all that shit is straight up servicing just the comic side of things. Is there synergy there? Probably. Like, I wouldn't doubt one bit that like James Gunn and Jim Lee and probably someone at Warner Brothers DC Animation probably sit down every couple weeks, a month or so, and they carve out like it's just an update of like, here's where we're at, here's where we're going.
Steal each other's ideas. Steal some shit from each other.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Like we've been talking about how fucking Absolute Batman is probably going to get animated at some point in the future.
You seem like the people, the bootleg ones already that are really good, and I'm ready for it, man. I mean, that's I'm ready for
the next couple of years. They're probably do an animated series.
Yeah,
that'd be dope.
Yeah, do one like the Max. Do it like the Max back in the
yes, like the Max.
Yeah,
yes.
And then I always tell people who want something, it all starts with the papers and staples. Everybody, anything you want out of this comic book universe, and I'm including my fellow Snyder bros, whatever the fuck you want to call us. All of you guys who say that live action or nothing, you sell 550,000 copies of a comic book consistently for 18 months. People are going to look. People are going to, you have a stronger case for Absolute Batman or Absolute anything than you ever will for anything going forward with anything Snyder content, because of the papers and the staples and that platform, because it costs you nothing to make these things. And it's low risk. I'm telling you.
After Batman Nightfall gets all animated, they're going to need something else to animate, because that's like the big last Batman story that you probably could animate, I would venture to guess.
Him kicking that kid, just seeing him kick that kid into the pool on a live action or a cartoon, because no matter what motion content they do, that kid's getting kicked into the pool. That was so hilarious.
Great. I want to watch Absolute Batman just fucking wreck Black Mask shit. That's what I get.
Oh, dude, when he cut the guy's arm and say, "Hey, there's a hospital down here. Maybe you'll bleed today," and that guy lived too, because he shows up again without his arm. It's like, oh, I guess they didn't reattach it. But yeah, it's there's everything about that guy's a weapon. His ears, he poked guys' eyes out with it, and there's some killing going on. Batman don't kill, not in the Absolute Universe, because most of those people have died. He burnt people with acid. He burnt the whole room people with acid.
He also levels a whole city block just to entrap these goons in complete wreckage. Like, this is a Batman who not only uses his own suit as a complete weapon, he uses Gotham City as a fucking weapon.
Oh, those Klansmen, dude! When he took out the Batmobile or the Bat Tractor, whatever the fuck, he killed all of them Klansmen. Them guys are dead.
Yep,
those guys are dead. There was no rescue. There was no, I hope they survived. No, he's talking to that one, the priest, after he's crushed those guys. So nobody's coming out from under the rubble.
And as far as Bane is concerned, yeah, the brain and the eyes are still there, but let's be fucking honest. Batman destroyed that fucker's body.
I love that battle, and I cannot listen. I've gone on record. I cannot stand Bane on any platform. I found a new love. Huh?
Yeah, you don't like Nightfall.
Don't like Nightfall. I love Tom Hardy, but I almost wanted to tear my eardrums out. And The Dark Knight Rises and any other format, But here's the thing, though. I trusted Scott Snyder, and he came through. So, and he came through, and he told a story that if they would have told that back in the early '90s, I might not have thought Bane was worthless. If he would have done it the same way, because what he does in the comic to Bruce's friends, you want this guy to get his ass beat more than any time you ever have.
Bane is worthless. Bane showed up in the animated series. He showed up in a Nolan. He showed up in the Dark Knight.
Here's the thing, and I know I'm in a minority. That's fine. There's a difference between the way he was brought up in Nightfall and the way he is brought up as an important apparatus to a long term development of a character with really reason to hate him.
Nightfall. That's the thing. It's like
Nightfall was not. And like I said, this is just one person's opinion. That's a headline.
You don't have Bane to be. I mean, because when it comes to the rogues gallery of Batman, everybody looks at the traditional Batman villains: your Jokers, your Catwoman, your Penguin, Poison Ivy, and all the stuff like that. You have somebody like Bane that they introduce, and they fucking introduce a pivotal story, I think, in the Batman mythos, who then, of course, shows up in the animated series, who shows up in the fucking movies, in a Christopher Nolan movie, to be.
Yeah, None of those even come up to a quarter inch of what Snyder did with him in the last 6 months.
Okay, I understand that, but that's how great that villain is.
That's how great he was here.
The character debuted in '93 in a time when DC was arguably at its most dark and edge, when they decided to not only kill Superman, but they took Bruce Wayne off the board too when they had Bane break his back. It was a time of DC going as metal as it could before Scott Snyder brought metal to DC.
Hey, it's full circle.
And like, I think that character just immediately just grappled with the 90s crowd, and that's why he ended up in the animated series. That's why he ended up in Batman and Robin. Love or hate the movie, facts are facts.
Oh yeah, he was in that too.
Bane at the time, for what he was shown as, just by looking at that character, people can like get a visual of how he may or may not act. Now, people who read comics, watch the animated series, they have a better understanding of who Bane is, whereas, some dipshit suit in Hollywood in '96 was like, well, let's just put the big muscle guy in the movie and just have him.
He didn't even talk, did he? Did he even talk in that movie? I don't think he did. No. Here's one thing, disadvantage, or one thing that is I carry personal to me that you may not relate to you guys, is as a dealer in that time, what those stories did for comics was fucking abysmal. As far as the hype and the headlines and the speculator and the fluff sales and the fluff printing,
I don't know.
It trust me, I can get you Nightfall to wallpaper your room if you want to, and same thing with Death of Superman. That kind of headline grabbing would really hurt both Marvel and DC in the mid '90s.
And here's why I understand where he's coming from, because when it came to doing stuff like Nightfall and No Man's Land, we're not talking like what Absolute Batman is. Absolute Batman, the arc that William and I are talking about is issue 9 to 14. When you talk about Nightfall, that is not only just like the standard Batman run. There's a couple other books they have to throw in to put the volume in. Like, it's more than just, a couple of issues. It's a whole hog of shit you have to slip through just to understand the bare bones of the story. Whereas with Absolute Batman, it's so much more streamlined. It's straight to the fucking point. You understand who this character is, and he is all the Hulk and menace that he is from standard DC continuity. But the spin this time is he doesn't just hurt Batman. He hurts Batman by way of seriously maiming and injuring his closest friends. And that, I think, is arguably just as devastating as having your back broken, because it's not just physical pain. It's a fucking mental pain that you can't unsee. It's a trauma you have to carry for the rest of your life. Like, my actions cause my friends to become disabled. I have to live with that for the rest of my life now.
Killer Croc. That sequence in the last couple issues, especially during the battle, there was nobody that the original Bane incarnation made special as they did Killer Croc. And if you read that comic where he fight, the way he does that, he's juxtaposing the fight, the fixed fight, and all these things because he's humanizing Killer Croc in the face of what Bane did to him. There is no moment like that in Nightfall or any of those early issues. There just isn't. And to me,
writing comics in 90s was so different than the way it's written now, but also because, again, 90s was just so what's about making it pop? What's about making it look huge over the top? What's about, carrying the story through, but also how can we drag the story out through different fucking books?
Yeah, and they would have it on the back of each one. I still have them here. They would have the back of each one.
Look at that cover.
That's Vengeance of Bane, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that is Vengeance of Bane.
Vengeance of Bane. That's a badass cover. I mean,
that's great. But one was created because Joe Average wasn't going to buy just a normal Batman comic. He was or Superman comic. You had to do something over the top, not for story purposes, but for headline purposes, and that became a habit. That became a habit throughout the 90s, and that's what led to a lot of the collapse of the 90s. That's what led with Marvel. Marvel literally drove Marvel bankrupt. The only reason DC didn't go that route is because Warner Brothers owned them, and at that time, that was a really good thing. But it was stories like this, and I have people to this day coming in with Death of Superman. I'm like, good Lord, he's bullying me. I got something for you. You're not gonna be able to turn this down. And then, before they even get it out of the bag, I'm like, I see the blood, I see the S, put it back. Got anything else? And these, whereas the story I'm reading right now with Bane and any of these other things, it is integral in the actual story. He's not trying to grab a headline here. He's using this character to affect the mentality and the outlook of the main character in a way that's just way more effective than his original incarnation.
It's very 2006 Grant Morrison coded in that Grant Morrison went out of his way to kind of reinvigorate some Silver Age concepts for Batman, but also bring in some new things. The Black Glove, as convoluted and crazy as it is, still, I think could be adapted someday in some form, because there's no crazier conspiracy villain to Batman than the Black Glove.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree at all. It's just like I said, after all these years, I'm finally in a storytelling to where it is
so crazy. We're talking about Bane, and then I just scrolled through my timeline, and this showed up. Like, what the fuck?
That's too funny.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
And I love the previous movie. Batman Forever is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, I love Batman Forever too.
I love both movies for different reasons, but I will always love Batman and Robin purely for the toys.
Oh, the toys were great.
The toys were great. I think the toys were great. My nephew actually has
that Batmobile's cool.
Yeah, that Batmobile was kind of cool, but I actually prefer.
It looks like a toy in the movie.
Yeah, I prefer the Forever Batmobile.
Oh, so do I. The Forever Batmobile is better.
Yeah,
those glasses. I still got those glasses up here. Those glasses, the laser edge glasses that they made for the McDonald's, the Happy Meals for Batman Forever. I have them all now. I just got the last two because I was missing four. But yeah, those are the good old days. But yeah, like that Bane, and like I said, it was easy to make that Bane kind of goofy because, to be honest with you, but what he's doing, Killer Croc and Catwoman is, I'm enjoying his Catwoman with her role she played in that final battle with Bane, where she amped his ass up to, he literally explodes. He literally explodes in the green venom goo, and I'm like, wow, this is some Cronenberg shit right here. That.
So next up on the absolute Batman villain list are Poison Ivy and Scarecrow.
Yep.
Poison Ivy. I'm kind of curious to see what Scarecrow looks like.
Poison Ivy gets
go ahead. I'm
2
sorry.
issues. She gets 2 issues, 17 and 18, and then from there, from my understanding, Scott Snyder says an arc with Scarecrow kicks off after that.
And something big happens in there, but if you read the Arkham, was it not Arkham? Was it Arkham? Yeah, well, I think it was Arkham. One of the things I just read where he has the where does he's talking to Deathstroke, and
that's the Arkham special.
Okay, so yeah, the Arkham special, and then you see the cage where he's going to release everybody out of there, and you start to see Man Bat is there, Clayface is there. Yeah, so you got a whole bunch of absolute versions of these characters that are coming out, and what more can you do with Man Bat? I mean, how much more monstrosity? He's gonna be a kaiju, like a monster coming up there. So
that's gonna happen. Watch.
It's almost like the Joker. They let you know in the Arkham special that the Joker is the one who owns the Arkham sites, and in this book, it's almost like his own little personal house of horrors. There's a panel where you see this version of Clayface and this version of Man-Bat, and they don't look like there are hints of them looking traditional, but they look fucking spooky.
Yeah. And you see their arms and appendages hanging out of the bars as he opens the door.
Yep.
And then they hook him up with Jack the Ripper. That was my favorite part of the thing. Is like, hey, this guy might be Jack the Ripper. I'm like, wow, that was a touch.
Fucking insane, dude. What Scott Snyder has planned for the Joker is something diabolical. I can't wait to see what happens when everything's all said and done. But we're in for
babies. He eats babies in poor islanders.
No, yeah. I'm saying like that's what we know about him now. What is his ultimate end game goal? Like what outside of finding the Omega particle, like what else is this Joker really up to? Like what the fuck is his end game gonna be?
Because he's in a lot of books, by the way. He's not just in Absolute Batman. He's popping around in a couple everywhere. Yeah, he's not always looking like Grizzly. He ain't looking like this all the time. He's looking like his normal self. But he's in the when the Absolute Evil, he's in there. He's the one that lets them know that hey, this universe is sentient and these do-gooders are trying to ruin things. They're gonna unstable it so they form their own Justice League, which I don't know how that's gonna last once the Justice League actually forms. But yeah, he's there's a couple of different things. And what they're doing with Green Arrow, I think is really cool. Or what they're going to do with Green Arrow is kind of cool, especially after the start of that the Green Arrow got started with this universe. So
have they said who the Green Arrow is going to be?
I think it's Roy.
You think it's Roy? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Roy from what I was looking at, which makes sense because that like I said, when they opened up and doing that to Oliver, I'm like, wow, that escalated.
Yeah. It's got to be either Roy or Connor. It's one of the two.
I don't know if he had. Did they mention his son in this one? I didn't. I could have missed it, but I'm
just saying of potential people it could be that those are the only two.
Connor could be his Speedy or his Red Arrow, I guess. I listen. Whatever he gives me, I'm ready to be fed by whatever Scott Snyder is putting on the platter, man.
Well, I think they said that they're gonna reveal more about Absolute Green Arrow soon. I don't know how soon. He's coming soon.
I think he was in DCKO. He should have been in either DCKO or no, it has to be DCKO because there's nothing else coming out that he fits in unless I'm missing something.
I have no idea.
But I'm ready for Green Lantern and I'm ready for them to join the fold. Absolute Flash. I think people they're sleeping on it. I think that's one that's going to be
that book's wild. That book caters to Jeff Lemire's sensibility so well it's not even funny.
Yeah, and then Absolute Martian Manhunter just reminds me of Shade the Changing Man in so many different ways. It's an old Vertigo comic back in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. It's really, you have to pay attention. You can't be you have to pay attention to where the story's being told from because he's not all there. And it's not the traditional type of Martian Manhunter that we're used to. It's just a different type of thing and a different type of merging of how they've done that. I think it's really kind of cool. So I can't wait to see them all together. We get the Trinity. In DCKO 4, which is going to be the first time.
I think Veronica Cale is making her move against Wonder Woman because I know in Wonder Woman 15, I had the chance to read that because that's the Batman crossover from Kelly Thompson. That's the Wonder Woman crossover with Absolute Batman because
now we get to do the reverse.
Exactly.
Do the same thing. So
in that book, Veronica Cale and the Joker have a phone conversation about Wonder Woman and Batman. And Joker's
saw that.
Joker's like, "Are you gonna take care of this?" And she's like, "Oh, don't worry, you're gonna handle yours, right?" And Joker's like, yeah, sure, eventually." Like the Joker in this universe is basically king shit. He does not fuck around. He is basically this world's Bruce Wayne, and he
has his own Batcave. He's got his own Batcave too.
And Deathstroke is his Alfred.
Yeah, that I'm curious to see how because I only saw the one shot of him because he's talking to him throughout the whole thing. but I only saw the one shot of him. But I'm assuming, like I said, if he goes along with everything else he's done, I've enjoyed just about every other version of this universe than I have of the mainline universe. Obviously, Wonder Woman is leaps and bounds. Action Comics and Superman is doing some really cool stuff, very important stuff. But I'm enjoying the interpretation of Absolute Superman, especially now in this latest arc. Absolute Batman, without fail, is some of the best stuff that they put out with him in a long time, and in a different way. I know people bring up Hush or bring up Long Halloween. I think in a different way, because those titles are tethered to what Batman is, the rules that Batman plays by within the DC universe. This Batman is not. This Batman will chop off your dick with his axe. He will run you over. He will set you on fire, boil you in acid. I mean, and he thinks differently because he's not thinking with devices and money. He has the engineering ingenuity and all that, but he's not. He's a construction worker. He's huge. And he's a little bit more ruthless. There's an edge to this Batman that is just not in any Batman I've seen, especially not like a Dark Knight Batman, but not a 50-year-old Batman. He's in his 20s.
Issue 1, Absolute Batman, issue 1. Scott Snyder looked at the Dark Knight Returns and went, "Hold my beer."
Yeah.
In the first issue.
He takes on a bunch of people. Like, remember the mutant fight in Batman, where he's that kid had to learn that not to fuck with Batman the hard way in that fight in the mud. That whole issue number 1 is just him, and then Alfred is watching him, and then he even outsmarts Alfred. Yes. Alfred's like this MI6 agent. He totally trolls Alfred and outsmarts him. Fucks up his gun.
the way Batman just straight manhandles Black Mask party animals in that first run, outside of issue is it 4? No, 4 is the origin. I think it's issue 5. I think it's 5 because issues
5's the one with the cover where he's got Batman's reflection coming at him. That's it. So that's the one right there.
6 was the finale because 7 and 8 were Mr. Freeze, and then 9 was where
9 was Absolute Abomination.
Right.
Which, by the way, it's coming out. Will be out in its trade paperback form real soon now.
Oh, really?
Every arc is gonna as every arc ends, they're going to release it in a trade paperback. So, which is good because, like I said, with some people gouging, I still want to keep the common man in. I want people to be able to read this. It's no good if they can't read it, and I don't want to read it online. Yeah, you can read it online, but if I can't get you the comic, I get you the trade paperback. And then when the comic becomes available again, or when you get when the prices go down, which is what I hope. I hope these people that are trying, I hope they come down with the 500,000 copies out there. I don't know why it's $160, but you know what? I'm not going to tell somebody. They may have spent 130 on it. So So good stuff, man.
Yeah. All right, this completes the Phil and William comic book.
I hijacked your show.
Phil and Will talk comics.
Yeah. The Phil and Will, So, I got to catch up on some of my comic book reading. I've just been lacking big time.
Did you ever start reading that Batman Resurrection?
I haven't yet.
Oh, okay.
That's how bad I'm. When it comes to my reading,
I still have to finish
have it right there. Yeah. So
that one I'm behind on because there's so much other stuff to go at. It's sitting around, but I haven't gotten to that yet.
The thing is, like, you want to. I see it. It's like right up there, and I'm like, gotta pull that out and just do that. But sadly, have not. But it's there. I'm definitely gonna read it. But anyways, we'll go ahead and wrap this stream up. And this has been fun as always. Talking about the this week and all the news and everything like that. So thank you to Chris. And thank you to Taladia Plays, of course, who joined. We'll go around the horn and promote what we got going on when it comes to our content. First, you, Ronan.
Thanks, man. You can follow me at Ronan Unchained on YouTube and all the socials. Let's see, I just saw All You Need Is Kill, the new anime from the GK Kids films. I got a review for it. Bless you. And I did a video for the Kathleen Kennedy news. I did a review of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the whole series. You can go watch that out. I'll be covering the show on Sunday.
Oh, you got the whole series?
Yes. It's good. It's really good. It's my favorite thing in Game of Thrones.
Oh wow, that's a wow. Okay, I'm gonna be watching it.
and it's someone that's not a book reader, and as soon as I finished watching it, I was like, let me buy the book, and I'm like, they do a good job. I'll leave it at that. And then what else? I did reactions for all the Avengers stories, and for the next few months, anime stuff, covering Game of Thrones, Star Wars stuff related, prepping a lot of stuff for the next few months.
There you go. All right, subscribe to Running Unchained. Then we got the Sci-Fi channel.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/sci-fi. I just Google the Sci-Fi Center. I have a landing page. All the stuff goes there. We got our normally scheduled show tomorrow night. We're going to be discussing 1986 movies that came out in 1986. A lot of different ones. A lot of we've taken one movie and one band or one album. Last week was Master of Puppets, and
nice.
The movie we did, but we'll have at least one of those. 1986 was a banner year, so we're covering that. Some of these movies I saw.
Best Metallica album right there. Best Metallica album.
Justice for All, but I'll forgive that. Justice for All is the best album.
The one that you can't hear the bass. All right.
I never.
I'm a Ride the Lightning guy personally.
Okay.
I mean, no bad albums. No bad albums. I mean, until you get into like Saint Anger and
the first four albums are all they're all fantastic. I'll forgive you, but I'm just saying, Master of Puppets. There's just it's like perfect.
The sidekick will have his review of Bone Temple because I'm not going to see it. What else is that?
Sidekick.
You talking about Brad?
The sidekick.
Co-host. I'm sorry. Did I come out? Did I say that audibly? The co-host. But yeah, we'll be covering a lot. I'm going to be covering DCKO.
What's up with you against the 28? You don't like 28 years?
I was done with the zombie undead type of thing when it first came out. I just had enough zombie stuff at that point. It came out right before deployment for me, and all we did was watch zombie movies, and my brain can't take anymore. And so its sequels are like, I'm not saying it's bad or anything. It's just I can't do it. I'm almost there with vampires. So, but yeah, we'll be discussing a lot of different things tomorrow. Some comic book stuff that came out, some stuff that are coming out, previewing Game of Thrones, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, what the kind of expectations are, and a whole bunch of stuff. About 3 or 4 hours of talking, and then I'm going to try to have a certain particular person who has their own fundraising thing happening, and if I can solidify that, then I'll make that announcement too. So
cool. All right, Phil, what do you got?
Well, you guys can find me unfiltered, Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue
Twitter.
Sky. No, not Twitter, but TikTok. You guys can catch me on TikTok. I actually did a Metallica elimination with Chainsaw and our friend Jake and another guy, Kyle. That was last Saturday. That's out there on YouTube.
I should have missed that. I wanted to be there live for that. Damn it.
Yeah. That was a fun one. We chose songs from the first 4 albums. It was all the songs from the first 4 albums, or first 5. It was up to the Black album.
Damn, Jordan didn't hit me up. Damn.
You said you were gonna be hungover anyway. I told you about this.
That's probably the best time for that show.
Yeah.
You told me about this?
I did tell you about this last week. Yes.
He did, because I was on, and I told him I wanted to be on that, or wanted to be watching that live. I remember that. And I completely forgot.
You said you might be too hungover to do it.
Yeah,
I don't drink, so I should.
We did that. I've kind of slowed down on the Pokemon stuff because I've pretty much beaten the current game for all it's worth, outside of some Mega Stones that won't be coming until the ranked matches reset every couple weeks. But that's a whole other conversation. I've kind of moved over to skateboarding now. I'm gonna try and do some stuff with that, just how-to videos and chronicling, like getting back on the board and things like that, and just working on like, how to make how-to videos of how to do an ollie, how to do a backside, like how to do a bunch of other shit. Because what got me back into skateboarding was finding out that Bam Margera got back on a skateboard after so many years to sober himself up, and I was like, well, if this dude can get back on a skateboard to stay sober, I can get back on a skateboard to, continue my health to be better, and among other things, but ultimately just to like stay healthy and turn my body into like kind of a machine, but also to like just do the thing that I didn't do when I was younger, i.e. film myself skateboarding. which is one thing that I wish I had done when I was younger, but now I'm doing it now because I feel more confident doing it. But yeah, catch us probably soon on the channel some skateboarding videos. So yeah, that's about it, my man.
All right, cool. Well, thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Ronan. Of course, thank you to Chris and Taladia for joining tonight. And thank you, everybody who's stuck around. Hit that like, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Like I said, always great conversations and everything. And, always more to come when it comes to all this. Look forward to more videos and more streams and everything like that. So, all right, we will talk to you guys later.